it to the coming kingdom.
If they worship an idol?
Yeah, till the day they die.
That's tough. That's tough.
Like, they put that idol before Jesus. Nigga.
Oh, no. Then if they knowingly do that, then they're not going to,
All right, so watch this, bro.
What you just said, that's
yeah. So basically what I'm saying is this, bro. People like Dawn and Matt, these fake-ass Catholics who put the Pope as their idol, they going to hell, bro. So they fucking repent. Niggas ain't got shit to say to the Pope, but you destined to hell, nigga. Or to the fucking Pope, nigga. Get the Pope dick out your mouth and, nigga, be a real man, nigga. Your fat ass lips hold the fucking Pope dick, nigga.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Take the bait, fat boy. Take the bait, fat boy. Wait.
Yes, calling you out. That's
what? Hey, yo, look at my PCR, yo. Stop reading.
Come on, everything's next.
I said I was at the Jacobus.
Yeah, I know. We didn't hear you though.
Yeah, Don is fucking up the queue as usual. Tighten up, Don. Wake up.
One mic on everything.
Hold on. This nigga Don said, "Hey, we didn't hear you though."
Yeah, hold on. After Timothy is Eric. After Eric is Jinx. After Jinx is Tim. After Steele is Ashley. After Ashley
This
it's
nigga's funny, bro. What's wrong with this guy, bro?
You guys can write all your requests in the chat. Fuck off.
Oh, the way I did yesterday, Don, and how you fucked up. The way I did yesterday, Don.
Or you don't get
The way I did yesterday, Don. The way I did yesterday, Don. The way I did yesterday, Don. Look at Don. You fucking.
Look at Don centering himself.
Don is the worst.
Come on. I'll jump to the side. One mic on
You're
him.
unbelievable.
One mic on him with it. Come on. I just want to say this.
Put Don in the queue. Put Don in.
I just want to say this. Listen, yeah. I say this with respect. I ain't trying to insult. Like, I'm just being honest. It's not really that complicated. Repost or whatever, repaste different fucking queue sequences. Like, that's not super complicated. It seems like the job in it, quote unquote, is like enforcing it in a way that like allows everybody to speak and everybody feels fairly treated. Dawn is like insanely biased. Like, if it's fucking Monica's retarded off to someone speaking, then like Dawn will be like, oh, if you interrupt her one more time, you're getting moved down, and she'll actually enforce that shit. But it's anyone, ironically, she got stabbed in the back by Jazzy today. But that's like a weird relationship those two have, where I guess like Dawn is absolutely terrified of Jazzy until she saw like this was going to be an existential threat to her. She was going to lose her place as like the queue organizer. So then she like kind of turned on Jazzy. But ordinarily, she's like really afraid of people like Jazzy. So she'll pretend like Jazzy gets the same, she has the same respect for Jazzy that she has for fucking Monica. Where like Monica is her ideology, as in Monica will serve as like a mouthpiece. She wants to hear what Monica has to say because Monica's views will align with hers. But Jazzy, she's just fucking afraid of her. Maybe they agree on like the Trump stuff. Nevertheless, the job, I'm not even advocating for Dawn keeping her job, not keeping her job. I could care less. But what is important is like, dude, enforce the shit fairly. Either you're the kind of person who moves people down, when they interrupt people, just generally, like that's your principle, and it doesn't matter if it's your friend, you'll move them down like knowledge. Or you're the kind of person who just doesn't care, but then I don't want to hear like, oh, let Monica speak, you're getting moved down straight away. Or today I'm in a bad mood and I'm capricious, I'm just going to move people down. I'm a, whatever, mercurial moderator. Like, that's the shit that's fucking annoying. You know what I'm saying? And that was the shit that pissed me off the other day. It's like, Concrete's my guy. Pause, like, whatever, we're pals. So we'll scream at each other and then we'll be cool the next day. But right fucking now, it's my fucking turn in the queue, and he's just incessantly interrupting me. And if it was Monica, it's like 2 interruptions and people start getting moved down by you. Now you're looking for other moderators. Well, other people, why don't you do that for Monica? Why when Monica's getting interrupted, do you not go, oh, Nathan, where are you, Nathan? Oh, knowledge, where's knowledge? Oh, this, I'm not the only moderator here. Like, why don't you do that for your friends? But you do that when it's that concrete or people that you don't care about. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason, if you were to ever lose your moderator, that's why you should lose it, because you're not applying the rules fairly. And then also, I don't know if Jazzy's better than you per se. Like, clearly, this is like full of method for people to kind of like wiggle their way into some kind of like authoritative position. And it's cool, but if you do a good job, it's like, I don't care ultimately if this is like, you need validation from this in your life, that's cool. But also, it was super cringe what happened today with you, Jazzy. Like, if you're genuinely not trying to like, force yourself into insinuate yourself into the conversation or whatever it is, someone's just handling the queue. Why does it fucking matter who does it? And like, yeah, Jazzy was doing it today, so I don't see why you needed to like impose yourself. It seemed like super weird, kind of.
Next.
Good, thank you. We need that. More Don critique.
Next in the queue is Samoa, but I kicked him out of the room, so we're gonna go to the next person. One mic on King. Add me to the queue.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother Knowledge. Now, I hate that y'all make me have to do this, but I'm gonna defend my girl, Dawn. Woo! I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you heard that right, Concrete. You heard that right, Timothy. Dawn is not only a sweet woman, yes, she is, but she's also, since she's been instituted as a mod, has done 95% of the time a great, outstanding job, especially given, right, what she does in her real life, and that she's actually a wife, unlike a lot of women in here. Now, Concrete, I understand. You're probably going to say, oh, King's being a diplomat, but my nigga, people are allowed, especially when they start out, to 5% of the time fuck up, have mix-ups or situations where things are, don't go super well, blah, 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 this and that. If you're honest, Concrete, I know you can be honest, you too, Timothy, it is not always easy to manage big egos. Who in chillism is going to deny that we've got the biggest egos in here? If you're being honest, you know what I'm saying is the truth. And when you're managing big egos, things are not always going to go right. Just be honest with yourself, right? So my thing, Concrete, is I think, especially as followers, we should give her a little bit of grace. Timothy is on another plane, so we can't ask him to do what we would do. But even him, if he's being honest, if he's being cordial, he can give Dawn a little grace too. And the final thing I'll end with, Jacobus, because I agree. You a funny nigga.
I know. I made you.
I agreed with most of what you said, but I hate that you make me have to do this. Hey, Cocky, you're not gonna like this. Y'all know I give the Catholic Church as much criticism as anybody else, but I don't agree, Jacobus, that automatically Catholics either worship Mary or worship the Pope. I don't agree with that. As a matter of fact, I would argue that American Catholicism is a lot different than the rest of Catholicism around the world. American Catholicism, you can look at the polls when they're like I call that the king. When they're actually polled, you can see that they don't believe in the Catholicism the way the Catechism lays it out, right? How the Pope is supposed to be, the vicar of Christ, this and that. Most American Catholics, believe it or not, they're Protestantized. They look at their Pope like we look at our pastors. Like how my father's a pastor, right? Or how, Billy Bob pastor down the street. They look at the Pope very similar. They don't look at him like the representative. No, they just look at him as their high priest, as their pastor. So I think we have to do a case by basis, Jacobus. I don't think it's fair, and that's why I tried to make that distinction with you. Like, wait, are we talking about people who know that they're worshiping idols, or they're ignorant to that, or they come from an ideology that says that, but they're not particularly doing that themselves? So I don't think it's fair to just, because somebody's Catholic, assume that they worship the Pope or they worship Mary or all of that stuff. I've met plenty of great Catholics who are just like you or me or Concrete or whatever, where literally these Protestants, but that's tradition they were raised in. I'll end it.
I would just say these people ain't I did my due diligence on these people. Remember when Jesus said, if you offend one of these little ones, like these children, it might as well put a rope and a cinder block around your neck and throw you into the sea. I asked both these individuals, if the Pope was in a burning building with a baby, would you save? They said they'll save the Pope and defend that baby's life as if it worth it. So these individuals are already saying it, bro. Thank you, bro. I said, look, that's my phone.
There's a king. Look. So the canal says King Brad. No. So Don wrote that, right? She's probably joking. Don wrote that. So Don, we need you to fucking tighten up. Figure this out, Don. Don, who's next after me? If it's Brad, then that's fine. I didn't know.
No, there was no one after you. They made that up.
Okay, so then
Concrete made that up originally.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, because I told that to King.
This nigga's lying. This nigga's lying.
I did call that the King, remember?
This nigga. Look, I'm about to screenshot it. So y'all
I called before King.
I screenshot it.
I said, yo, I'm gonna go after King.
This nigga
Nah, they
just
come
lied.
Or really did. So like Concrete, then empty, then Jacoby.
This nigga knowledge either lied or this nigga lied or under. Who? Jacobus?
Yeah, Jacoby.
Look at Jacobus PTR.
Just so y'all know I'm in the queue. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, we'll get you in there, Coach. You don't faggot ass nigga.
Wait, what's good about this? What's good about this?
Yo, let's go, King.
Snake Eyes, main source. Is that? Okay, anyway. Yeah, man. I love the Don hate. I think we need to keep it going till Don fucking admits to her fucking bull. And guess what, Don? The reason why we're leaning on because you actually give a fuck. You're actually doing the work, but you want to do the work in a fucking, as Timothy said, inconsistent manner, right? Based on your fucking whims and your allegiances.
I got to apologize. I was wrong. I just scrolled up.
Hit that mute button, brother. Hit that mute button. Thank you. Hit that mute button.
Sí, pero por favor, señor concreto.
All right, I accept your apology. Hit that mute button. I accept your apology. Hit that mute button. So, King, you're definitely right. The egos run in the room, but that's the problem, right? Self-governance is the key. When niggas let their egos run rampant to the detriment of the room, and we've seen the consequences day after day and week after week, month after month, year after year. So you think at some point people will figure out, oh, I can't just be unbridled with my fucking ego. I actually have to keep it in check for the sake of the conversation or the sake of the room or the sake of the situation, right? You think niggas would understand that. But for some strange reason, there seems to be like this law, institutional knowledge, and this shit has to be relearned and then relearned and then relearned, and it's fuck shit. I actually thought that things would progressively get better, especially if you have the same crew of people and you dealt with the same problems over and over. But there seems to be like, I don't know, this stunting of growth. I don't know, it's weird, bro. And what's so crazy, some of the people with the biggest egos are the ones that want the room to improve. The people with the unbridled egos are the ones that want the room to improve. So it's almost like, for some reason, humans, work against their own best interests. This shit is crazy. So you actually need other human beings to wake you up to your own fucking self-destructive bullshit. But guess what? If your self-destructive bullshit is predicated on your fucking overblown ego, what are you going to do about fucking somebody telling you to chill out? You're going to take it as an affront. And so now you're in a fucking incurable loop of unbridled ego, fucking room destruction, fucking I'm upset that the room is destructive, so maybe I'm going to correct myself a little bit. Then it gets to my head and I fucking over and over and over and over. And then we're going to get to like the real point. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My
mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given on them, sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham of Lord, by the Lord I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike, get my pity. By the sword I invoke voice of the voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, Abraham,
Have no fun.
mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. invoke thee. Thine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the Kitover. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, that is striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra.
Mommy, what's with your rap by domestic terrorist?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Look at your racist.
About me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bond of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. He might not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old soul. Child and conquering love. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my vision. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, the voices.
Holy cow.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the end to me there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that the tower in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, our Lord, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die within. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the body, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six of the rose and cross of life and life. Repeating the sign, invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and life. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my Savior. Every heart of I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell of God, the vast one, my breathing. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each and abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't start bleeding. Wisdom of God. It's if I break, pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 out of 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower in the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you stay. If I let go, I come back in. If I let go, you get me. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. My mama's a room with boxes, label fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight when you sat by my side. Truth is a self-destruct. destruction. Not a blade, not a chain. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is down, I'm a wholeness, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here, right now. Show me I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Down in the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery store. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now is joy. Now is wisdom. Let it flow. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold Mama's a room with boxes, label fear and pride. Then I watch them turn to sunlight. And you sat by my side. Truth is a soft instruction. Not a blade, not a chain. If I release slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom. Now is joy. Now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold it. Show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. In the silence, in the dark, love is wisdom. Now it's joy. Now is wisdom. Let it overflow. God is love here. Love is now. We are right here. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the fashion of my life I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham, Lord, by the Lord I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I made to invoke. The flaming sword, child and conquering all horrors avenged. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke voice of the fight, voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, Abraham, mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of oil, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike with thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. So mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike and I begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance. white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Why is there a triangle reverse? The sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.D. Oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the end to me there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, Johnny and conquering Lord, all hope of him God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die redeemed, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the body, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. Oh I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six upon the rose and cross of life and love. Giving the sun remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and remaining in the side, the invocation to therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be every heart of I bear the rose and cross of life and light. remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my breathing. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign, teaching abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than a mule. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I but every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start bleeding. Wisdom of God. It's wisdom of God. It's love. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 out 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Of them all. Only close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach reach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's done. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower in the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you say. If I let go, I'll come back here. If I let go, how to hold this. Show me now. My mama's a room with boxes, label fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight when you sat by my side. Truth is a self-destruction. Not a blade, not a chain. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, let it down. I'm the whole this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Inside, in the darkness, now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here, right now. Show me now. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Telling the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery store. Psychology in the pattern. Like in the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now it's joy. Now it's wisdom. God is love here. Love is now. Help me. How to hold this. Show me Mama's a room with boxes, label fear and pride. Then I watch them turn to sunlight when you sat by my side. Truth is a soft construction, not a blade, not a chain. If I repeat slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom, now is joy, I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. In the silence, in the dark, love is wisdom. Now it's joy. Now is wisdom. Let it overflow. God is love here. Love is now. We're right here. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the fashion of white that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham, Lord, by the Lord I invoke music in the song that I made of all to invoke. The flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the voice of the saints, 11 other voices, Abraham, Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the keys of hell, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike with thy teeth. By the sword I voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. So mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. He might not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Trials and conquering Lord. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike and I begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of apophis and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the end to me there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearls, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that got the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, our Lord, our God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die within. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the body, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six upon the rose and cross of life and love. The sun remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and remaining in the side, the invocation to therefore I say unto thee, from the full to dwell in me, full in every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of something, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. Every heart of of the hawk. In Evans 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each and abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Is strength. Wisdom of God. Is love. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. but I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Wisdom of God, yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Feel it. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Saw in the broken sidewalk, got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern, loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. My mama's a room with boxes, labeled fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight when you sat by my side. Truth is a soft instruction, not a blade, not a chain. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence, in the darkness. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here, right now. Show me now. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Down in the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it flow. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show me Mama's a room with boxes, labeled fear ocean turned to sunlight. When you sat by my side, truth is a soft construction, not a blade, not a chain. If I repeat slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence, joy in the dark. Now is wisdom. Now is joy. Now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here. Love is now. We're right here. Right now. Show me love. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed aside, given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of white that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Let's travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham wrote, by the Lord I invoke under the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the Father, the voice of the Sirius, 11 of the voices, Abraham, mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy king. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that's double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, call up, avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, and die redeemed, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so no. keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke about me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the six upon the rose and cross of life and life. Giving the sign that it's remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and life. Remaining in the side, the invocation comes life. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, for that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the excellent, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be there. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be the abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's true. Wisdom of God. Now it's love. Wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start bleeding. Wisdom of God. Now it's true. Wisdom of God. tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 out 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in my hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 at 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, our eyes above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. Tower in the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Love in the way you stay. If I let go, I'll come back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show me now. My mama's room with boxes, labeled fear and pride. Then I watched them turn to sunlight. When you sat by my side, truth is a soft instruction, not a blade, not a chain. If I breathe slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now. How to hold this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Intelligence in the silence, in the darkness. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, love is now, right here, right now. Show me now. in your head, down in the broken sidewalk, right in the grocery stand, psychology in a pattern, loving the way you stay. If I let go, I come back clear. If I let go, you get near. Now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it go. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show me
He better start going Democrat.
Mama's a room with boxes, label fear and pride. Then I watch them turn to sunlight.
He better start
And
going
you sat by
Democrat.
my
Fuck the
side.
liberals industry, brother.
Truth is a soft construction, not a blade, not a chain. If I repeat slow, I hear it sing. If I breathe slow, everything now is wisdom, now is joy, now is wisdom. Let it unfold. God is love here. Love is now. Tell me how to hold this. Show me I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Touch in the silence, joy in the dark. Now is wisdom, now is joy. Now is wisdom, let it overflow. God is love here, love is now. We are right here, right now. Show me love. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of white that I wear. My robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham of old, by the Lord I invoke above the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the sun I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices, Abraham, Lord.
If you want to honor the slaughtered officer, you can start by never voting for a Democrat again.
Mine is
Vote
the
liberal for
head
this
of the
justice
man, and my inside is keen
Also,
as the hawks
arrest
by my
Judge
bed
John
I invoke.
immediately.
I am the only begotten
All his,
child of my
legal-
father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Also, arrest Judge John immediately. Review all his legal cases immediately. Also, arrest all the criminals.
Given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. white sewn with gold, flashing a bay that I wear by my robe. I invoke by the sign of Apophis and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Find the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger.
Thus Judge John, mercy is arrested, they will never be unchanged. Lawless chaos, Revolution 9, restless strife, therefore the criminals who have mercy and protect Spirit once the white sword jump near, and will order domestic affairs.
Are the voices, Abracadabra.
Interact with the students around you. Maybe like sitting in class. How does that sound?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike! sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Abrahadabra. The voice of the five, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child
Look
of
at
my
Obama so
father and
long.
mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me
So
with labor
long.
and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.D., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike
Music is
the
going to
master
jail.
chord, draw the flaming sword, crown,
This
child
is
of
just going to
conquering
jail.
Lord, hard up, avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike, and thy bidding, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Amen. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse in the sign, given of none, save it be of thee.
What happened to Diana? She murdered her.
Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the since I bear the rose and cross of life and life, giving the sign that it's ever. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the best one might be.
About me to be that, oh, I throw the rock and hide my hands. I think I'm the person that throw the rock and hide my hand, because unlike a lot of you, I can mention the names of who I'm talking about in my submission. Y'all don't do that. So to me, that's pussy. So I just want to say again that I was quiet throughout the entire time that I was on this app today. I spoke in the same tone that I'm speaking now until I was misgendered by multiple people at the same time. That is called bullying. I am a part of 1.1% of the population globally. I am a minority. So yes, you are bullying. You're punching down, and it's unprovoked. So please ban me. Please, 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 everyone block me, because I'm not about to listen to a whole bunch of hypocritical ass, those Jewish, Christian, Hotep, motherfucking Hebrew, niggly lights try to condemn me and try to provoke me into reacting. And when I react, all of a sudden you're like holier, you're like holier than thou. I don't want to listen to people joke about rape. I don't want to listen to Nathan in particular talk about like fucking child molestation and making hypothetical questions about that is very, 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 very off-putting to me. It's disgusting. But y'all can call out everything else and everybody else, but you can't call out the real problems. Y'all like to call out your confirmation biases, but you can't call out where somebody is being inappropriate. Unless it's Jacobus, but it's because he's just annoying. He was just annoying, calling everybody a fucking rapist when he's motherfucking predatory as fuck himself, a disgusting ass motherfucker from New York who lives with his mother in her basement. First of all, no, she don't even have a basement. She lives in the basement, so you live with your mom in the fucking basement. You deadbeat ass daddy. So, anyways, please block me, please. And first, in another thing, Mike. I do speak AAVE, and I'm going to say bully because that's how I talk. I'm Black. I'm sorry that you can't, relate to Blackness. And I'm sorry, Jasmine, that you're in elitist classes and you like to think that you aren't Black. I don't know.
I'm broke as fuck, girl. What the hell is you talking about elite?
I don't know. I thought I heard you say ill when I said I speak AAVE. But anyways, I'm going to go to the gym.
I didn't even come off mic.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm going to go to the gym. Oh, King, hold on. Let me get this for you. You are the most hypocritical ass, confused fucking Christian that I've ever heard on this app. Okay, you crash out and you tell people to kill themselves for all the things. You are Satan. I have more compassion than you. Okay, I support America bombing schools of little girls. Like that's what you do now, Iran. The U.S. bombing Iran. That's what you do. Calling me Satan, but you lack empathy. You're the same fucking sociopath, motherfucking Catholic motherfucking priest who touched on children and then want to act like you're holier than now. That's what you are. And that's what your Abrahamic religion is. It's a contradiction and it's a myth. So the next time you want to call me Satan, look in the motherfucking mirror. I hope the motherfucker don't crack because you're ugly as fuck. And reflect. Do some stuff. Reflect. You ugly ass bitch. You look like the Buzz Life. You look like Buzz Life. You look like Buzz Life. So, anyways, I'm going to the gym. I hope, Nathan, you need to go to the gym. And y'all hell Satan and hell Lucifer and all the things.
Oh, yo, what? You see that, Jack?
Oh, hell no.
Did y'all just see that?
Nah, that's crazy, bro.
That is
in real time. That's actually crazy, though.
Did y'all see
that? In real time. In real time, she did the crybaby shit, bro. That's crazy.
Casey, you see it?
Nah, bro, I saw that shit. When she said the nigga-like shit, I was like, all right. So everybody's calm, and then she just went and started that shit.
Well, because they misgendered.
Man, fuck that nigga.
I understand that. I don't know. That's okay.
Fuck that nigga.
I understand before, but you dead ass just did it right.
You don't hear me?
You did it.
I said them.
Sorry, guys. What? Can we get one mic on Monica? Monica, are you ready?
Yo, Monica, why you ain't say hi to me today?
You're up, Monica.
Because she's a racist, maybe, King? Maybe that's what?
No.
What the fuck? Yo, him and
I'm calling one mic on her. She's not here?
She said hi to my caller. She did say hi to you.
I'll get her back in the queue.
Where you
No.
Can we get one mic on Dominic, please?
On this gay shit.
I don't think
Hey, you.
Dominic, you're up.
Good, Don. I love you, Don. What's
I love you too, Don.
Get some water, brother. Get some water.
I'm good. I was gonna respond to the bullying thing. I feel like bullying is necessary, and let me explain why. Builds character, right? Let's say you grew up in a space where there was no bullies, nobody ever picked on you, nobody ever did anything to you. You're going to grow up soft. You don't know how to fight back. You learn how to fight back when motherfuckers is bullying you. That shit, and then it becomes like a reflex. I feel like Shy got that reflex. Like, when somebody says something, she's back. What? You learn how to talk your shit, right? And that becomes a linguistic skill. That's hard to achieve. Unless you're getting bullied, and you learn how to fight back. All right, I'm done. Go ahead.
That's what's wrong.
Dominic,
Can
shout
I
out
be
to you.
added to the end of the queue at the very end?
Can y'all not add me to y'all submissions unless y'all saying how beautiful and gorgeous I am? Thank you.
Beautiful and
I'm about to
gorgeous.
talk shit about Puerto Rico and Muslims.
Oh, Monica's back.
Monica's back, but she wants. I think Monica, can you know? Monica,
You ain't read what she put?
What'd she say?
is it
Why do
in
I
the
keep getting
queue?
pulled out the
She
queue?
want to go after Himothy.
I do want
Okay,
to go after
fair enough.
Himothy. I want to follow Himothy everywhere.
Oh, very
Ooh,
interesting.
that sounds sexy as
All right,
hell,
girl. All right, girl.
Himothy.
Get what you get. Go ahead, girl. Do your thing, girl.
Himothy.
Are you ready or no, Monica? Can you go now? Can you go, or no?
Thanks, Dawn. Let me wait, please.
Okay. All right. No problem. All right. Miss Feet.
Put me in the queue, Dom.
Okay. There was one other person that called.
Oh, no,
Who was that that called? Another person.
I'm after Deacon.
Louis about to cry.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Louis
Scrolling.
drinking.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, it's on me.
No, it's
No.
Is that my nigga Louis?
It's on Miss Fifi.
Yeah, my fault, Miss Fifi.
Okay, good morning. Oh, I said good morning. Good afternoon, evening.
Good evening.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to kind of throw my comments into the conversation. Earlier, I heard some statements that were being made, and it made me reflect on some things. So, what I will do is hold myself responsible and do better with controlling my emotions. Usually I'm chill, but some things I didn't know made me tick. You understand what I'm saying? So, all that to say, we all think that we are on a walkie-talkie, as my baby says. We still feel energies. And when we in there battling with each other, we feel that energy for that moment. So I will be the first to say I apologize for this morning, Himothy. I know that, I know you're a very intelligent man, and I shouldn't have interrupted you. I should have waited. So I will say that. But I will not take this. Modest. Miss Fifi, I don't bother nobody. Talk, I make it emotional when you start talking about my Black American roots. But somebody threw me down and then basically said I wasn't a woman. So I want them to say it to my PTR, what you have to say to me. And if you know who you are, and if you don't, that's fine too. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Fifi.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
Dog, you ain't add us to the
I don't know what gay shit is being talked about today. Seems like the whole room is in their fucking fifis. Don't need to hit the gym. Motherfuckers talking about here, like I heard liminal bitch, and I came back and I heard liminal bitch so much that shit made me go back and do more reps. So I'm never as much as a bitch as like whatever liminal saying. Talking about this is the way I feel, and you always cut me off. Anyway, I'm also gonna jump out of Jacobus in the clubhouse meetup. That motherfucker owes me $2,000. I'm willing to put apart $30 so he can buy fucking soap and scrub a dub the chest herpes he has. King's there to verify they lost that bet. What's true? Oh yeah, Mike.
What?
Hey yo, can you? Yeah, that's true. That's right, Jacobus. Yeah, exactly. Stop rape. Yeah, why you got chest herpes? Anyway, listen, you owe me $2,000. You thought me and you had the same type of job where you said, oh, you can't call off tomorrow and get a week off, motherfucker. You got to bring a doctor's note if you call off of work. Now you're gonna get fired. Chest herpes, having ass, HPV nipples. Don't fucking talk to me. Number two, I think most of y'all don't hit the gym. I think that's why you all are pussies. You all should check your estrogen levels. Obviously, I'm talking to the men.
That's the peptides, nigga.
No. That's like I use soap, so like my skin is not like full of oils and doesn't clog me up, right? Anyway, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah. I'm gonna go out and drink a shitload of protein now. You'll take care. And fuck Jacoby.
Happy
broke ass, dirty ass motherfucker. I bet you fucking Oscar the Grouch's fucking asshole is cleaner than whatever is on fucking Jacobus's face. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right.
So I guess it's me next.
No, what's it called? I don't know why Dawn just threw you in front of me in the queue.
Yeah, Dawn.
I was supposed to.
No, I did post.
Excuse me, just a moment. Just a moment.
What's going on?
I will just a second. Because he had put himself in the queue and someone deleted it and I didn't get to see it. So he is technically, but he has a PTR of it, so he gets to go. So I'm sorry about that, Cousin Bill.
And you're the only one.
So where am I in
risk of
this?
drowning.
Be quiet, please.
King, you after me.
I disagree, but in the spirit of making things go forward,
Thank you.
You're not welcome. Yeah, Liminal, you got a box of tissues ready?
Yeah, so
You got your comfort blanket?
I appreciate that for the correction. Yeah,
I
the whole bully
don't accept
topic.
it as a correction. I think it's an error that I'm allowing to happen.
It's not an error if you would take the time and scroll up, and you will find that it's not an error. But that's fine. You can say it's an error, but the evidence is there. So if you really want to know, go look for it. So the topic of like personally for me, I don't feel like I've never been bullied in this room personally, and that's because people may see it as being bullied when one person jumps off a mic and scream and yell and big mic and continue to interject or interrupt. That for me personally, I don't find that as intimidating, dominating at all, because I know the end result of the app, right? This is an application and people use this as some kind of scapegoat personally. So that's fine. But when a person screams and yells over me, I back, because the reasoning behind it is because that person want to be heard more than I'm heard, right? So I just give that space, whenever people need that space. I find it like weird that I'm a person that's really about the room and I'm for everybody in the room. I want to give the space for everybody to speak. But the moment I try to put people in their place or correct them on trying to have a conversation with each other, people tend to be like, oh, this person's crying, he's being weak, etc. No, I want to hear everybody play out. I truly sit back and I listen to what y'all be saying. And if one person is saying something and then the next person says something and then, one person interjects and then it becomes a screaming, yelling match, I can't really hear, the conversation at all. I can't even really think, well, for me, you don't even get to the point of the conversation. It just becomes this rhetoric going back and forth of like bitching at each other. Like, fine, we may have moments where we can do that. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but what I am saying is that once we have these conversations, right, let's have the conversation. And when I point it out, it's not merely me trying to complain or cry. It's also, I'm not playing victim right now. When I try to have a conversation with y'all, it's more so people unmicing because they don't like what I have to say, right? And I think that is like weird. I think like if you don't like what I have to say, you can have those emotions. But when it comes to actually expressing yourself, let that thought play out, and then you can interject and you can say whatever you like to say. Personally, I don't get in my emotions about it. I just sit back and I go, okay, this person has this, they have a lot about me. But when I come off a mic and I want to have my say, interject, now I'm pissed because I've given you the space, because I recognize that this is a space where we all want to be heard and we all want to express our thoughts. I am about the room and I'm about for everybody. I give compliments, which people tend to overlook, and I also give out my critiques. I think we all do that as human beings. We all have our opinions, and I'm all for all of that shit. But when you try to isolate me and make me seem like this, paint me as this like weird ass dude who always complain, you don't understand me and you don't try to understand me, which is fine. This is the internet. For me personally, I sit back and I listen to y'all. I want to understand y'all from my own personal level, and I want to, for me personally, get to a place of understanding people across the board, because I am a leader and I deal with, like I said before, thousands of people. In order for me personally, on growing, in order for me to engage with them better, I use this app also as a tool to understand people across the board. I don't know what y'all want from me, right? When I come off a mic and I talk and you interject and you just belittle me, you're going to have to expect me to come back punching. You're supposed to be the most rational, and I use the word again, it's like said, the most intelligent people in the room, but yet you can't just listen to a person and go, I want to understand this person. I want to give this person space, and we can agree or disagree, right? It don't have to be a screaming and yelling match. But the bullying thing, it's not, I've never felt bullied, but I can see how it can play out on a app, and I'll leave it there.
All right. Someone wants to get in the queue?
No, it's on you.
It was you, guys. All right, I don't. We're talking about bullying in the room. We're talking about. I don't think
it's the rapist complaining.
I'm talking about.
Why do you keep talking about rape, bro? What the fuck is wrong?
You gotta let that go, bro. You'll feel a lot lighter when you let that go, bro. I promise you, bro. Just let it go. But in terms of like the bullying shit, I think for the most part, everyone here, because when I was listening to Nathan, he's talking about bullying being like preying on those who are weaker, and I'm thinking about this space, kind of like everyone kind of has gotten into it on a level to where like they've kind of like showed their claws or whatever. So I don't think there's anyone who's really weak. But I do think a lot of what does happen is the cry bullying stuff that King was talking about, where, everyone's kind of, there's like maybe a handful of people in the space who just aren't as confrontational, aren't really willing to quote unquote take it there when confrontation arises. And I guess we could consider it bullying if people are picking on those people and it's one-sided, or if it's one-sided in general, sure, you do that. But for the most part, I just see like two-way like bickering that's just like not ending. It's unceasing, like bickering. It's not really one person's weak or anything like that. It's just like people hold grudges and are unwilling to like let those grudges go. And I don't know, it's annoying. I could I could sympathize with that if that's what you're like the deeper like the root of what you're Nathan. But I don't think it's bullying per se. I don't think anyone's really bullied. We're all adults. You could always check out of this shit if you want to. Like, no one's holding you here. But yeah, I don't really know if I characterize that as bullying. And let me know sometimes, bro. Just I feel like you be taking shit niggas say to heart too much, bro. And it's just I don't like seeing how it seems you really get affected by what these niggas say. Fuck, who gives a shit, bro? Like they're gonna feel a different way about you in like 15 more minutes when we talk about something else. It's like people are like how they feel ebbs and flows. You wouldn't take one moment too seriously, because the next 50 minutes, 2 hours, we'll be laughing about some shit. I don't think that this is surface level. So if a nigga says your name, I just roll into like. Especially if it's surface level, it's not, no harm, no foul type deal. I be feeling like I just feel like you be like really taking that to heart. And, I think you don't have to, And also, Jacobus, change the PTR, bro. Lighten up, bro. What would Jesus do?
Think about that.
Kingsley. One mic on Timothy, please.
I mean, if Jesus is Yahweh, he kind of instructed the Israelites to rape a bunch of times, so I think he'd probably be in support of Jacobus. I don't know if he can still in the room, but I lift more than you. I just did lift more than you, so it doesn't apply to me. Without fucking protein shakes and peptides. And then the liminal guy, I mean, dude, if you feel like you're like, okay, I will offer an amnesty to anyone who ever feels like I'm bullying them. I personally feel like I have legit grievances with some people, and I'm avenging, injuries that I've sustained from their attacks. So if anyone ever comes to me and is like, oh, yo, I just want to squash it or whatever, I want to truce armistice, I would oblige them. But I feel like they're crybabies, an accurate term. Like a lot of people here are essentially just like on a specific day they don't want any drama. It's like, well, you don't really have you can't really dictate. You know what I'm saying? If you made it on site, then it just kind of is what it is. But to the liminal guy, I mean, it's not serious at all. I don't know what you stand for. I don't know any of your opinions. I don't know if you're a good or bad dude. I know you're really sensitive and shit. But this whole narrative, I mean, Nate does this shit where he just like picks a charge at random every month, like some American Idol shit. Like he just goes and picks one of the contestants. What's your backstory? Like fucking tries to boost you to fucking nationwide recognition. I guess he's doing that with Liminal now for whatever reason. I guess he finds it fun or whatever. But in reality, like, just be honest. You're so like milk toast and so kind of like uninteresting that or insipid that no one would have really an issue to attack you if you didn't attack them. The irony here is like the only reason you have little beefs with different people is because you behave like you're really snarky and you insult people in the side chat, and then when you come into the main chat or when you come into voice, you just attack people. Like the other day is the literal perfect example. I, and to God, forgot you existed on this planet or in this app, and then you come off mic, a side point, a side tangent about logicism, which you obviously know nothing about. You came in to just like critique us and like accuse me at least of being like Dunning-Kruger. And look, you're well entitled to your opinion. I don't mind. But just to be clear, that's antagonistic. No one said a word about you. No one's going to talk about you. Like you cease to exist in the minds or imaginations of absolutely everyone in the room if you don't talk. And what do you choose to do? Your opening gambit is just insult someone. Okay, what happens? They insult you back. Okay, what do? You say, we need to lessen the ad hominems in the room, and we need to be a bit more brotherly, and there needs to be more camaraderie. Nigga, why did you start being rude then? You little shit. Like, be nice, innit? Put out what you want to get back type shit. So don't be a weirdo. Don't be antagonistic, and no one's gonna be rude to you. Like, why would they? What do you believe? Are you a theist? Are you not a theist? Like, what are your political opinions? Are you Trump supporter? No one here fucking knows. So no one's just gonna attack you, sis. Maybe like Monica will attack you because you're black. Like maybe Brad will attack you because you're black. But aside from that, I'm not gonna attack you, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, even if you do have different political opinions, I wouldn't just attack you if you were cool. There's lots of people. Like King's my guy. He fucking has horrible views. Mike's my guy. He has horrible politics. But we're cool, so you can be cool with people, bro. Just like don't be some snarky little fucking sassy bitch, and then like the second someone snaps back at you or is like has a louder bark than you, you're like, can we not make it? Just stick to the subject and all this shit about like ad hominems and stuff. Listen, if you're a fucking idiot and you're a piece of shit and that influences your politics, then it's fair game. So I hate this dumb stuff. Don't try to psychoanalyze me. Don't try to do. No, it's fair game. It's gonna, if it informs your opinion, or if it's gonna be a way of like assessing the fucking dumb shit you're saying, then of course we're gonna include it, bro. And just finally, this will be the last time I insult you if you keep it cute from now on, yeah. But like, who the fuck are you to dictate to anyone like what's rational or conversational norms? Like,
who are you talking to right now?
You have liminal. You have nothing sharp. You have nothing interesting to say most of the time. So why are you the arbiter of who has a good conversation or what the right conversational style is? Actually participate in conversations. Be part of back and forth, not just cue where you get to monologue about nothing. Be part of some back and forth. And then you can tell us like, hey, I'm good at this thing. Let me give you some advice on how to have good conversations. Thus far, I've never heard you participate in a good conversation. Why are you fucking telling us how to have a good one? It's like stupid. I'm done.
Hey guys. Hi everybody. How's my audio quality? Is it okay?
Unfortunately, it's cooked as dumbass.
All right. So, I like to introduce some vernacular for white belt chillism. consideration, I'd like to introduce the NAFI Award. The NAFI Award. The Nathan Acceptance Promotion and Protection Award. I think Timothy qualifies. I think Timothy's accent is pretty cool and groovy, and Nathan likes to pretend that we're cultured here, even though we're ratchet. And I think it's comical that Timothy says he's inclusive and tolerant, and that he's only mean to people who he feels deserves that he's mean to. And the fact that he was the only one that laughed when he said Monica might attack you for being black is because my fellow white belt citizen members know I don't attack people because they're black. I attack them when I've been attacked or argue their dumb points when I want to introduce new information. I insult them if they're stupid, and that's why Timothy is confused that I attacked him all the time. Ooh. So, what do you guys think of the NAFI Award?
I think that it goes to Timothy's point about you attacking black people. Why'd you name an award Nappy, and what was the why in Nappy?
Protection,
you crazy bitch.
Protection and Promotion Award.
There's no why in that.
That's Napa.
So where did you get nappy from? There's no why, Monica.
Monica, that looks bad.
You just got
Monica, you think,
what the hell?
Did you? Monica, there's no why in that.
I can make a why.
Okay, so why do you want to call it nappy, Monica?
Because I thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
I had it in the Discord as Napa, but I wanted to get an extra P.
So you wanted to say nappy.
I've been telling y'all she was racist. I've been telling y'all she was racist, but nobody listening.
Oh, guys, what a stress.
It's my turn, and we don't need you to tell us that. We've known her for a long time.
Jasmine.
Huh?
Jasmine.
Well, I'm saying
you
know
really
whatever
believe...
you are, we know. Whether you racist.
What am I, Jazzy? What am I, Jazzy?
A woman. So, you done with your submission, or?
No, I wasn't. We worked it on acronyms. They don't like nappy, so we have to go back to the drawing board.
It's not that I didn't like it, Monica. It didn't spell nappy. You didn't have a word with the letter Y. That I didn't. You know, that's all I was saying.
Monica, when you said it initially, it's the only thing I couldn't even concentrate on your entire submission.
Oh no, it distracted you that much.
Yes, I was like, "Where's the lie?" There's no lie.
Why? Did you yikes? But I think Napa's better.
Then why don't you just say Napa?
Like Napa Valley. Yeah, you should go with that. Yeah, that's better.
With the extra
Definitely.
I agree. I'll change it. Thank you guys for the feedback. Jazzy, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. You should have stopped talking about 25 seconds ago. But thanks.
All right, Monica. I'm gonna catch you in these streets, Monica.
Yeah.
Hit dog collars. If y'all not nappy, y'all shouldn't be offended.
I am not. All the black
people.
You're still saying nappy. 1 second. Nobody black in here. It doesn't have a Y, Monica. We're all offended. But the award doesn't have a Y, though.
I just said nappy. That's all. I didn't talk about the award. I just said nappy.
So when you're saying that some of us are nappy, what are you talking about?
I said if you're not nappy, you shouldn't be.
What is nappy? Because your acronym doesn't have a Y.
I called
so what is it? Okay, hold on. Let's just move on because y'all.
This is a racist dog.
And there's cute.
Y'all gotta identify as nappy. It's weird. Y'all not nappy. I don't think of y'all as nappy. It's weird that y'all.
A person can't be nappy.
It's not for you.
Wow, so that really shed some light on things, huh?
Can I say something real quick? All right, thanks. I love you guys. My submission is going to be about this so-called campaign for me to be a moderator. I do not consent. I have a lot of people blocked. I'm not unblocking them. Also, I'm a very biased moderator, okay? If someone is doing something I don't like, I am gonna drop them and I am gonna remove them from the room. Okay, that's just the way it's gonna.
That's why you should be a moderator. You're perfect.
No, that's why I shouldn't.
No,
and I don't want to.
Perfect qualities.
1 second, I'm almost done. Thanks. I feel like this is
removed, Mike.
That's fine.
I feel like this is definitely where it got dropped. I feel like this is a tactic by the moderation in the room to try to make me like fight Shasha or something, but a mod badge on Clubhouse doesn't equate to any dollars in real life, so I would never fight over it. And I think she is the perfect candidate for the moderator thing. So I think you guys should just assign her mod. I know P, by the way, but I think Shy would be a great addition to the moderation team. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I nominate Jazzy to be a moderator.
Wait, what?
Thanks, Jazzy. One mic on King.
Hell no.
Yeah, respectfully, Mike.
No.
Respectfully, Mike. Jazzy cannot, in any circumstance, be a fucking moderator.
They don't get it. I'm warning them now.
How to run the queue. I tell you that. She knows how to run the fucking queue.
I do know how to run the queue, so I can run the queue without a mod badge.
No, you need mods to do it right.
No, you need mods. You know what? Give her a green bean right now. Give her a green bean right now.
No.
So that's one thing that I love and respect about Jazzy. She's very self-aware, especially in this context. I've known Jazzy for a while now. She knows what she does, Mike. As a moderator, I've been in several rooms where she's been a moderator, including her own rooms. You do not want Jazzy as a fucking moderator. I love Jazzy.
They don't get it. They do
Respectfully, King, you just don't know you just don't know her worth. You guys made her believe that she was what you call nothing, bro. I remember this woman said this, right? She said that she was homeless at one point in time, and she met this lady, right? And they was talking about hoes. And this one woman jumped up and said, I had to stick so that I could be able to provide for my family.
What the fuck?
Exactly. And you know what the problem was?
What that got to do with me?
Listen. You got to get a whole thing. It's going to make sense when I finish. Listen, she said I had to suck dick in order to be able to provide for my family. And the girl thought about it. She's like, that's not true. You didn't have to suck dick to do that. You could have get on welfare. You could have get Section 8 housing. Those are a lot of things that you could utilize. But you know what? You went with a nigga that made you believe that that's the only value you had, sucking dick. And I'm telling you that, Jazzy. Don't let these niggas make you believe that you don't have any value at all. You're not just loud. You're not just abusive. You better than that.
I'm not just on welfare. I'm more than that.
Jazzy.
Yeah, stop fucking dick for
you are the future of moderators. You gotta be a moderator.
So y'all niggas still trying to turn strippers into housewives. That's
Hello? Yo, hey, now you want to fight.
Yo, King, they trying to turn felons into law enforcement.
Those are the best officers. Those are the best officers. They understand both sides.
Yeah, they've been there, done that.
Yeah.
Nah, Mike, they can't stop being corrupt though. That's the problem, fam. That's the problem.
Give Jazzy a green bean.
No, did y'all bring up that gerrymandering thing to Finley?
Yeah, let's talk about that shit.
Well, hold on, Finley. They said you were wrong and Eric was right.
Oh, no.
What? Yeah, he was wrong. So, Finley, you were wrong. It was a 6-3. We'll get into it.
Wait.
Yeah,
The Supreme Court rules on the 14th Amendment?
Wait, no, not that one. This is the gerrymandering.
In Virginia?
In Virginia?
Yeah, we're talking about Virginia versus
Yes, when it comes to not Virginia. This is not Virginia.
That's the only one that I weighed in on.
This is about
Louisiana.
I didn't weigh in on the Louisiana one.
It was about Louisiana.
I didn't weigh in on the Louisiana one.
No,
You said what?
I said you made a bet. I said you were making an argument that they were going to rule against it.
No, I didn't.
So even if it wasn't Louisiana, I think they
I didn't weigh in on Louisiana.
They They made a ruling about gerrymandering.
But Louisiana specifically was the one that made it to the Supreme Court. Their map was based off of race. They drew seats based off of race. And
but I'm saying, King, I didn't weigh in on that one though. I didn't make a prediction on that.
Well, you don't get it. It's just a
I didn't know. I made a prediction. On. I weighed in on Virginia, the Virginia one, and that was it.
You don't get it. They made it to the Supreme Court, meaning this is going to be. And Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is going to be the law that every state has to follow.
Yes, every state has to follow this. You can no longer make maps based off of race.
Yeah.
It's over now.
So you were wrong.
So, for instance, the black districts, Finley in the South,
they're about to get diluted and destroyed.
It's all over.
What do you mean diluted and destroyed? This is a great thing.
No, it's not going to get destroyed. It's just
we'll have more representation that might actually change the way black communities look, that look dilapidated, right?
This is not going to change the makeup of black communities.
One second, I'm almost done. We're going to have actual people that's going to come in, Mr. Finley, and not just be Democrat. They're actually going to have to do something and provide something for these people.
No, what's going to happen is that they will not have representation. Yeah, that's bullshit. And that's it. We're going to go back to where we were. Even less
how
representation.
How has it worked? Oh, even less fortunate. So now they'll be dirt poor.
This has nothing to do with poverty. This is about representation.
Democrats. Has nothing to do with politics.
This has to do with representation. This has to do with representation in elected offices.
Yeah, but Finley, the reason why I side with Jazz is because I do think black people have essentially allowed their political clout and political chips to be mismanaged by Democrats. And this will, like Jazzy's pointing out, this will be a sort of wake up, because it will force black people to kind of have to now strategize in terms of getting their out there, instead of just assuming that Democrats are going to do these unconstitutional things. We now have to really think about how we're going to pull our weight in some of these states. So I see where she's coming from with this.
All it does is silence the little voice that blacks currently have.
We don't have a voice.
And
if you're not,
we absolutely. All it's going to do.
There's a queue.
All it's going to do is silence.
Mr. Finley, there's the queue.
No, there's still a queue, and it's my turn.
Oh, my fault.
No, you're good. So
throw me in the queue then.
So very quickly, and Jazzy, that is a good topic. I'm surprised we haven't talked about it yet. But essentially, the Supreme Court actually today.
Mods are ignoring the queue. There is a queue.
Ma'am, I am the queue.
No, it's Jacobin.
No, it is me.
All right, he didn't finish his submission. All right,
talking about. I was the one talking, and then they interrupted me.
You know what? Send them down for that, bro.
You know what? Mike, I will send this nigga down. Where is he at?
I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm messing up.
So
I'm gonna say Mike advocating for the police brutality. I'm gonna say what?
And by the way, Mike, check your back channel. I sent you something. So this today has been a terrible day for Democrats. The Supreme Court has been ruling. Y'all should go look at it. Don't believe me? Go look at the Supreme Court rulings. They've essentially been handing all types of wins and whatever to the Republicans and Trump. And again, that's not necessarily a good thing, because the Republicans are like John Thune and some of these other folks are fucking retarded. But the gerrymandering that is going on when it comes to race-based picking of certain areas has been struck down. It was a 6-3 ruling. If I remember correctly, it was Sotomayor, Jackson, and Kagan that were the three who ruled against. So what essentially happens now is that all of these districts, specifically in the South, it's some of the other areas too, but mainly in the South, in Georgia, Texas, and other areas, the Republicans Republicans will essentially in Tennessee also, Tennessee and Kentucky, the Republicans will essentially be able to redraw the map where they hand more House seats to Republicans without having to have an election. And so that is very consequential, especially for the midterms that are coming up. Because the narrative so far has been, there's going to be a blue wave. Well, guess what, nigga? That blue wave is looking like a drip, right? And so it is important that y'all understand. Now, this is different. This is different than what we're seeing in Virginia. So Virginia's redrawing of the map is not race-based. It is just simply based on their constitution. There were processes not followed, right? So there's a process that was not followed, which will likely be the reason why the map is not allowed. And it's state, it's not federal. So this is not something that can go to the Supreme Court. This is something that in Virginia specifically will be handled by the Virginia Supreme Court. Just so those who are following both understand, they're not the same. So the Supreme Court ruling is based on the race-based stuff, but Virginia specifically is based on procedure, and partly based off of because they have something about the way that seats can be divided up, blah, 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 this and that. So I'll end it there since we're on this topic.
Yo, King, that was pretty good, John.
I appreciate it, bro.
You know what, though? I think you should expound on that a little more. So you know what I'm going to do?
Wait, what?
I'm going to give you my time, nigga.
Oh, yeah. What did you want me to say?
I like the Virginia procedure part. The Virginia procedure part you was talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got you, Jacobus. So when it comes to Virginia specifically, the procedures. So, for instance, when an election is supposed to come up and you want to change the seats, for instance, there are certain rules like, hey, we can only do this between, and this is just an example, January and April. But then the Democrats choose to do it during May. I'm just using this as an example. That's an example of a procedure that needs to be followed in order to get this done. So there's three of them, Jacobus. Typically, I don't remember them exactly, but there's actually 7 that the lawsuit puts forward that says, hey, we didn't follow these specific things, therefore throw this out. And if you see the judge that actually threw the map out literally the next day after it passed, he cited those things. And so they appealed, and they're obviously going to appeal to the Virginia court. But like I said, because the Democrats did not go through these procedures, even if we grant them, yes, now the map is redrawn where Republicans basically have 1 seat and the Democrats have 9, just based off of procedure alone, the map will be thrown out. It's going to happen.
That was a say right now. The Democrats just lost.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jacobus, if that's all you wanted to know, that's what I have to say on that. If there's any other specific thing, that's it.
That was pretty cool. Thank you, bro.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Oh, this is a...
No, that was my goal. I gave him my time.
Oh, that's your goal? Okay. All right.
Get it together, Don.
Dominic is next.
I'm gonna yield my time to
Finley.
Concrete. Concrete. Let's go, Finley.
All right. Thank you, brother Dominic. All right. I have no idea what you niggas is talking about.
Fuck.
Good, brother Dominic. No takesy backsies. No take backs. I have no idea what you niggas is talking about. And so I want to use this opportunity to continue to wage a war either against white women, cheeseburger Latinas or chopped cheese Latinas, simp ass niggas who like to wag their finger, or Caroline. What's up, Caroline? How you doing, girl? Caroline. We could. You know what? I'm gonna double back to yesterday's kerfuffle, debacle, total niggeristic meltdown, and I want to highlight how what you'll notice is that nobody's ever guilty in these rooms, right? If you confess and you tell the truth about what you did, that is an honorable person. That is a person with integrity. That is a person with decency. But if you are a nigga that stands on business when you're wrong, then you, sir, you, ma'am, have no integrity. You cannot look yourself in the face and say that I'm a truthful person. And not being able to look yourself in the face and admit or not admit when you're wrong, that is an extreme failing. That is basically somebody who's driving, flying blind. You don't even know what the reality is because you've told so many times such that you believe it. You're playing a character. What is called method acting. When you never fucking break character and you're never wrong. And guess what? Women obviously have I think maybe more so than men. I don't know, I could be wrong. They have a higher propensity to engage such self-delusional behavior. But there is hope. And a chopped cheese queen demonstrated that she could be wrong, and then she demonstrated that she can fucking apologize. And to all of all people, a Nigerian warlord / diplomat, right? So I hope that the people from yesterday, Don, Nate, Carolyn, y'all can admit fucking knowledge. Y'all can admit, yo, I fucked up on that one. Eric, Psych, them niggas actually, they didn't fuck up. They had just a nefarious plan to destroy the Q, which is evil. How in the hell y'all niggas conspire against Don to destroy the Q? The Q is what makes them civilized. Look at y'all. All fucking well-behaved, manageable, hearing each other out, not spurging. The Q is to be respected and honored. That's why the sacrosanct. It's the social fucking contract. You don't fuck with the Q because you hear niggas saying, no. We don't want the Q. No, the Q above all. Fuck your feelings, right? Because the Q is what keep the Barbarians inside, right? Inside. Let them fight themselves on the inside. Pause. Not let them start beating their chest in society and throwing shit and shite and feces. Those are the three of the same thing, right? So yeah, Don got coerced by Eric and Psych. Carolyn got confused about cutting and paste fucking Q. Concrete was minding his fucking business, looking for the Q, copy, paste the Q, put your name. Fucking rules. I did it. And then some asshole who likes interpersonal skills, who can't say excuse me and thank you and please and may I. They said, no, I'm next. I'm next. I'm gonna say a lot of mean things and get you to teach you about me to bite out of me. I'm next. No, nigga, we don't operate like that in fucking suburban society. This ain't a fucking ghetto. This ain't Popeye's chicken. This ain't Chuck E. Cheese. Where all the niggas hang out. If you're a suburban night, in any of those fucking nigger fucking laced locations, you make sure you strapped or you have de-escalation skills for the whole crew. Because one, everywhere where niggas is at, in any fucking critical mass, anywhere. You know why? Because one person who doesn't know the fucking rules of dealing with niggers is gonna get you all fucked up. Because you'll say, oh, what? Shit, I didn't know I stepped on you, bitch. You're like, this bitch. Next, you walking up like, whoa, like Kashana, fucking yelling. Then you run up, and she in front of Bonicia's fucking face, and now here come her nigga, and now you in the mess. And now you in the mess because you didn't know how to fucking have interpersonal skills, you didn't know how to de-escalate, and none of your fucking crew members know how to do it. Now niggas is shooting because niggas don't fight no more. Niggas is shooting. What are you gonna do? You think they're gonna not get a chance? They not finna shoot in front of Chucky? So these are the persons who will get you fucked up in real life. And you better be ready for them because they're ready for you. They were plotting on you while they were putting on their makeup. I wish a bitch would talk to me like that. Wasn't fucking shit. I wish a bitch would. I wish a bitch would. And then the nigga next to her, he said, God damn, this bitch is fucking crazy. I better make sure I'm ready because she's going to get me in some shit. Right? So that's a crew that's fucking ready mentally to fuck with you. Slightest of non-offenses. The slightest of I don't care about you. I don't be thinking about you.
That's not the lyrics. You gotta get it right, brother.
No, nigga, it's not the lyrics. It's fucking what Ply said during the fucking live, nigga.
Oh. Okay.
You big mad. You big mad.
I thought he was talking about, I don't.
And niggas got, hold on, brother. Catch up later. And niggas got all kind of fucking scenarios worked out in their heads. And they tell you, when you get in the mix of them, they start going over the scenario that they've been playing in their fucking heads. You get to hear it all. This motherfucker want to take shit with me and talk shit to me. Like, motherfucker, what the hell? You been having a conversation with your fucking self this whole time? You want to put me in the middle of it? Between you, yourself, and you? Yo, that shit is crazy. And this is where it's all played out in the safety of the internet. And even here in the internet, niggas haven't developed the wherewithal. For the sake of the entertainment of the internet, the wherewithal to say, my bad. My bad. Oh, my bad. No. Don, stand on business on the internet. Carolyn, stand on business on the internet. And to a lesser degree, I stand on business on the internet. Tons of people, I'm included. Fuck it, I'm included. I stand on business too. But only when it's righteous. Only when niggas is trying to bully and fucking control freak their way through life. You know what a control freak is? A control freak is a paranoid, hurt person that at one point were vulnerable, and unfortunately, it is what it is, right? And so they became vigilant. Never again. In fact, instead of me being controlled and falling prey and being vulnerable, I'm gonna control. Never again. That's all they're playing in their head. Never again. How do you stay so vigilant? Never again. They're checking their weapon every fucking 5 seconds. Why are you checking your weapon? You just checked it 5 seconds ago. Why are you looking at your gun? Why are you pulling out your magazines? What is wrong with you? They're vigilant. They're never going to be taken advantage of again. Never. Baby girl. No. It's not like that. I'm just mistaken. No, fuck you. Never again. Shooting on site. I'm shooting next time on site. I'm not asking questions. Start shooting. That's what we're dealing with. And so the rant has gone so long and been so performative, I forgot where the fuck I was going. Oh yeah, ownership of yesterday. Yes. Niggas gotta own it, B. Niggas like Don got played by niggas like Eric, and then niggas like Don, instead of gathering herself, she then got played by niggas like Nate. And then she had somebody try to help her who couldn't help her knowledge. And that's when she fucking just collapsed. And what did she default to? She just defaulted to Caroline, women, path of least resistance. I don't want to hear her yelling at me because I know if Concrete start yelling at me, we'll be over it in like 5 minutes flat, 5 seconds flat, 5 milliseconds. because Concrete don't give a fuck like that. But these motherfuckers, I'd rather get in the cage with the bear than these motherfuckers, right? And that's what happened to Don. So I gotta forgive her, but I also gotta get her to like own her own shit. She fucking adjudicated the most backwards, upside down fucking verdict yesterday I've ever seen in my fucking life. And she knows it. Because she did something under stress, which was try to get rid of the queue. She said, no more queue, no more calls. Then how do we stay organized, Don? How do we stay from all the clamoring voices to say their piece, like without any fucking direction or hierarchy or order? How, Don? But you can't explain it to her. So she has to experience the chaos. And then guess what she said today? Put your name in the queue. Cut and paste. Put your name in the queue. The fuck? Why do we have to go through this experiment yesterday? Oh, Eric and Mike. They stressed the shit out of her. Anyway, so at the end of the day, Eric and Mike conspired against Don. Nate sat back and watched it and let her fucking drown under the weight of her own ignorance because he was getting back at her for some other shit that happened earlier. And I saw it. They tried to say something about the queue, and Don's like, get out of the way, get out of the way. This is my queue, this is my queue. Oh, okay, you want a queue? So you got, this shit was crazy. Anyway, I had a great time yesterday, hanging out with niggers. And it has to remind you, bro, when you bump into a nigger, you say, I'm so glad I have a normal life. I got to call my parents. I got to say thank you for shielding me from the negrosity and the debauchery. And I need a word that, caucasity. Thank you.
Coonery.
Coonery. Thank you.
Yosemite. Thanks, Concrete.
Be placed in the queue as well too. Can I go after Coco?
No, you can't.
Can I say fuck the queue?
No.
The queue said no, thank you, Jessica.
Just kidding. Of course, yeah.
We don't have
Yosemite's still here?
Nah, she left. Yes, I
She
am.
did.
I'm still here.
She
said she going to give her time to Nathan.
Wait, hold it. I was passive aggressive with who? Ashley, it's on Ash, and then Eric, Mr. Finley, Coco, and then Nate and Jessica.
People in our culture are terrified of nothing. They're terrified of death. Always be ready to survive a life.
First off, Max, how much do you guys get paid to do the grueling job of children's moderator?
Zero.
Everybody. Exactly. Wait, it's my turn. Q. Well, Nathan, you're the owner of the room, so you would be the one that was supposed to pay these people.
The currency is dopamine.
Okay, but anyway, they're not being paid to wrangle everybody like.
Individual rights, expanding as in reference to 1776, that the Constitution provided and the court supported it. I believe that's a progress in the history of this country. Do we want to take that away? Do we want to dial back because of some of the measures to right past wrong are not considered fair or right? Should we go back to position zero? Again, most people say that's not going to happen. Well, I think the trend, the spiral that you're discussing, it makes me, at least if I were betting something, I would not refuse that possibility that things like that might happen. May not be exactly like taking away women's right to vote or taking away, reinstalling slavery, maybe. But remember, we're looking at citizenship. Birthright citizenship is not there anymore because of the perception of these sort of foreign invaders that are giving birth on this land to become citizens. And there's a good chance that part of the Constitution might be read as not there. The court will make the decision later this year. Now, if you extrapolate that, the trend is very, very concerning indeed.
So a prime example, since you mentioned the Voting Rights Act, And I'm old enough to remember Jim Crow. And I'm old enough to remember in the Deep South when you walked into an establishment of public accommodation, there were signs that said, "We exercise the right to refuse service to anyone." And that was code for anyone who was not white. And that's no longer allowed because of the Civil Rights Act. I guess we were talking about the Voting Rights Act, not the Civil Rights Act, but the point still stands. So today we would say, well, that's a good law, that you can't discriminate against black people. But there's another side to it, and it could be packaged not as an erosion of rights to any one group, but to a restoration of rights to the landowner, to the proprietor. If I own a restaurant, it's my property. It's private property. Shouldn't I have the right to determine who I allow to walk through the door? Shouldn't I have that right? It's my property. So I'm not arguing that, folks. I'm just saying that could be an argument used. We're not trying to discriminate against anybody and prevent them as a group from going into Gary's establishment. We're just wanting to restore Gary's rights. I mean, this is exactly what we're seeing with DEI prohibitions. DEI was considered, or affirmative action as it used to be called, basically by society, at least by liberal society, I don't know about all society, but probably a majority of society, as moving forward, a movement of enlightenment to ensure that everybody has an opportunity. Now it's considered as prohibiting opportunities from a different class of people, right? So while I don't think I can't envision taking away the right for women to vote, I could certainly see that provision of the Civil Rights Act being struck down as being discriminatory against not a group of people based on race, but a group of people based on ownership, i.e. the owners of the establishment.
Another example, Gary, relating to what we talked about yesterday is freedom of speech, is that, for example, nowadays, if you happen to be a foreigner, for example, having a visa, trying to enter into the United States, then you really don't have a lot of freedom of speech, because if you say something bad or negative, or even ridiculing the president or vice president of the U.S., that's not allowed. Meaning you will.
If it's on your social media, you won't be allowed into the country.
Right. Now, this is more importantly what I'm about to say. The people may say, "Oh, who cares? Those are foreigners, right?" It's not impacting us who are living in the U.S. U.S. citizens. Well, is that the case? I think that James Comey is a very interesting example that the grand jury actually indicted him when he was actually, I believe, outside the government. He was not the FBI director anymore when he posted that picture on the beach for one day, or not less than even a day. And like I think William was saying that, did he make any specific threat about such and such a time, such and such a way to do something bad to the president? No, he essentially posted a picture, basically showing his disapproval of the 47th president. That, at least that's one view of looking at it. Well, I think combined to what I said about the actual measures being executed against foreigners in terms of their freedom of speech or the lack thereof, I think that erosion is happening even to U.S. citizens. Yes, it's happening to James Comey, who happened to be a political enemy, and that's why you can say that's why he was indicted by the Justice Department, and you'll say, hey, I'm not a political enemy of the president, so that's not going to happen to me. Well, I mean, we're all.
But should that be the benchmark?
Sorry?
Should that be the benchmark of whether you're admitted into the country or not, whether you're critical of the president of the United States? What if you're laudatory of the president of the United States and you feel, oh, I'm immune from being prohibited from entering the country, but when I come back 4 years from now, and the president is a Democratic president, and they see that I was laudatory to the previous president, they might deny me entrance. I mean, how can that even be a reason?
Well, I mean, again, Gary, people can say, those are the damn foreigners. Who gives a shit, right? But pay attention to history. 1950s, the McCarthyism, the Red Scare. It's not that long ago. I mean, some people in this room might even be alive in 1950s. This is really not that far off in terms of our rights to speak freely of our minds. And this is one of the things that U.S. has really prided itself over all the other dictatorship countries, right? Nowadays, if you are, the Kathy Griffiths is another example. You can say, oh, that's grotesque, blah, blah, blah. But could that be viewed as an artistic expression on the part of a comedian? Well, I think that was even a few years ago. So I think the rights, freedom of speech, freedom to think even, nowadays with AI, I think it probably will accentuate the rights as laid out in the Constitution, whether as citizens, we do believe we should uphold those rights to think freely, to express ourselves freely, to be judged by our actions, not by our thoughts. I'm not so sure anymore. Again, James Comey is one person. You can say that's an aberration, but the trend is really there. The reporters are being pepper sprayed during the ICE actions. The reporters, they were just like reporting, but they were viewed as being interfering with ICE actions. And under the law, ICE had authorities to actually punish those reporters. And that is real. That's for U.S. citizens, not for foreigners. So I think we really, as voters, we really have to think carefully and really hard, because I'm afraid that this is not just, it's happening to other people. It's not me. It's not going to happen to me. Okay, I'm not a foreigner. I don't need a visa to come back to the U.S. But I think those thoughts are short-sighted. When I say short, I don't mean like 100 years. It could actually happen maybe next 5 years. That would impact the rights of U.S. citizens, and that definitely makes me think we're in a perilous position.
So to some extent, that's already true when it comes to United States citizens, and not that they can prevent you from entering the country, but they can make it very difficult, because U.S. citizens returning to the country are subject to warrantless examinations of their electronic devices, their phones, their laptops, and their social media by Customs and Border Protection officers. Well, now, why would they do that? The Customs and Border Patrol says it has the authority to search all arriving baggage and devices to ensure compliance, I'm reading from their website, with customs and immigration laws. So they assert that the border search exception to the Fourth Amendment, that there is a border search exception to the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable searches and seizures. Now, the government says the scope of those searches are limited, but they are reviewing photos, text messages, social media content, digital contraband, as they call it, to assess admissibility. And if you as a U.S. citizen refuse to unlock your device, you may, but doing so might lead to that device being seized and or you being detained. They can't force you to reveal your passwords, but they can hold your devices for long periods of time. And I have read advice from travel experts who suggest that when you travel overseas, leave your phone at home and get a burner phone and get a virtual SIM card like Cricket or something, so that you can still maintain your phone number and maintain your contacts while traveling, but you'll have a clean device when re-entering the country. Well, why would a U.S. citizen have to do that? You're exercising your right as an American citizen to express whatever you want to express, unless you're using your device to say, the contraband comes to mind. So if it's like child pornography on your device, I understand that.
Trash. Arrest all the
or
criminals loose.
If you are texting some kind of a terroristic plot,
now.
I understand that. But they have real wide discretion when it comes to this.
You better stop voting
Democrat
and crush the
if you are
did this to your daughter.
Theoretically somebody who is active on Clubhouse, this room isn't being recorded.
Yes, it is. It is, Gary.
Active on Clubhouse, and you say things that they may view as not being conducive to readmission to the country, they can make it difficult for you to re-enter the country. So is the next step not allowing people to enter? This administration is already talking about people who have immigrated to the United States and then become citizens, having their citizenship stripped. Your citizenship or my citizenship, if I was born in this country, my citizenship can't be stripped. But maybe yours, if you're a citizen and you were born elsewhere, can be, potentially, under what this administration is talking about. So I don't think you're so far off base with your concerns, Ben.
And by the way, you're saying that this room is not recorded. You know, there are individuals that they are.
There are people who do record it, yes. I mean, there are people, once you're out here, there's nothing to prevent people from recording what you say. You're absolutely correct. Thank you, Ben. We'll go to Brian, followed by Hermes.
Hey, Gary. I think good conversation so far. I'm a little more optimistic. I think the fundamentals of our society are resilient enough, and I think we see that. There's some evidence to indicate that it's working as it should, as it was designed, the branches of government. Yeah, I have some issues. I mean, generally speaking, the Congress has abdicated a lot of its responsibility for legislating to the executive branch. They give too much power to the agencies under the executive branch, and they pass omnibus spending bills, and then they go back and they defend it by saying, well, I didn't like this, and I didn't like that, but I had to vote for it because, X, Y, and Z. So, I mean, yeah, there are some parts of the government that have evolved, I'd say, away from the way it was intended, like the checks and balances are weakened because of that abdication of the legislature to the executive branch. But I mean, from a I guess broader perspective, I think the foundations are strong. We have the greatest economy in the world. I don't think that's really going to change anytime soon. But that once our economic policy goes and drives us into, say, bankruptcy or collapse. I think if our economy collapses, our money collapses, then that would be the time to panic. So looking at the debt, and how much of our annual budget goes to servicing the debt, that's an issue. But I think if you look at the way the country has unfolded from its beginning, there were people around the world who didn't want America to form, didn't want America to survive, didn't want America to thrive, and they certainly don't like us being a superpower. I'd say primarily, Marxists and, people who are big statist government types. And for whatever reason, they oppose America being founded on Western Enlightenment values. And so just philosophically, fundamentally, they don't like the way that America is built, designed, founded, and you see a lot of Marxist ideas that I think are our long-term threat, like Duchy's Long March to the Institutions, right? So in the mid-60s, there's a Marxist who basically says, hey, we're not going to defeat these guys economically or militarily. The way to defeat America is to infiltrate the institutions and undermine them from within. And so I think that's where we see a lot of things happening now. You see a lot of people inside the government who are anti-government, a lot of people inside, these institutions that are anti-American. and they work to undermine the effectiveness, like the rule of law. You see a lot of activist judges, things like that. That's what I would consider to be an indication of some of the undermining of the institutions. But you also have the issue of, the culture wars. And, we went through a lot of back and forth in the 60s, a lot of political violence, emergence of the hippie movement, and a lot of those slogans took hold, for a generation. But, recently you've seen kind of a counterculture. You see a lot of trad wife stuff where people are kind of moving away. They've gone through one or two generations of single motherhood and, collapse of the family, and they realize the effect that has not just on individuals, in those families, but the entire community. And, so there's a return in a lot of the younger generation towards more traditional values, more, let's say, conservative values. And, I think the younger generation, if I recall, is, having less sex, drinking less alcohol, doing a lot of things that previous generations.
Based on Dan's ex-post, I'm calling the police and FBI to have his access to firearms restricted.
There's a lot of
danger to society.
We need to have the back and forth. I wouldn't want to live in a country governed only by Republicans or only by Democrats. We have to have the dispute. We have to have.
Right, but the question of the day is not the back and forth, not the tension between the parties. It's the misuse, potentially, of the tools at their hands. So let me give you a hypothetical. Before I ask you the hypothetical, Brian, I want to ask you, do you feel that the prosecution of James Comey is political, or because there was an actual threat made by the former FBI director on the life of the president?
I think it was political. I don't think the threat. 86 means to eliminate, so it's a reach to kind of say that it was a direct threat. So I think it was largely
political. So, getting to the whole concept of the discourse today, if in the future there is a Democratic president, is it beyond the realm of possibility, if we continue with this tit for tat, that president will direct his Justice Department to indict Kash Patel?
There's a risk to that, but I don't really see that as a threat because what will happen is you will have a slower response. It will have to go through the voting process, the election process. But you'll have, I think what really is going to happen is the threats like you're describing are going to just indicate to people, I like that or I don't like that. And then what we've seen happen for like the past 30 years, you've seen a mass exodus from blue states. So as blue states like California, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, et cetera, have grown in their promises and size and scope and taxation and all that, people are fleeing and they're going to, let's call them red states, Texas, Florida, North Carolina.
Actually, there's an exodus from Florida right now because of rising prices. People are leaving Florida in pretty large numbers.
So that's a good indication, though, of what I'm saying.
But what does that have to do with the question at hand, where people live? I don't get it.
Because what that means is the states that are represented by people moving with their feet will indicate the strength of the Congress to hold the executive branch and the judicial branch accountable. So if you get, let's say, some jackass, like let's say Trump, he offends a large proportion of society, and people at the local, state, and federal level don't like it. They turn on him. Let's say his base turns on him. See that in the next elections. You're going to see that in the next 2 or 3 elections. So there will come a candidate or a series of candidates who say, look, I'm not Trump. I'm not going to govern like Trump. I think he corrupted things. I think he mismanaged, weaponized the judicial branch, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but the Republicans claim that this all started with the Democrats weaponizing the judicial branch against Trump. So this is why
that's how the process should work.
it should work that way.
It's working. It's working as it should.
So from
Trump
your
put in
perspective,
office because of that.
So from your perspective, it's not eroding public confidence in the government. Everybody's cool with it, and the republic will survive. But
I don't think everybody's cool with it, but I do think it will survive, because you will see. I mean, if people get fed up with Trump, if the base turns on Trump, he won the swing states, he won the majority of the election, popular vote. If people turn on him, his base turns on him, then we'll get an anti-Trump, just like, you could say Trump was an anti-Obama. So the system is working as it should. And when the three branches of government, or the three houses, the two houses and the president, the houses of the legislature, are divided, we get bogged down. You see people get frustrated.
Right, I get all that. But I think where you and I diverge is my concern that it doesn't matter whether it's your guy or my guy who's in the people's house, or whether it's your folks or my folks who are controlling the Congress. What matters is, will there be the perceived continued abuse of the powers that they rightfully have at their disposal for political reasons? And my point is that I'm concerned that the answer to that question is yes. I think what you're saying is yes, but it doesn't really matter.
I'm saying yes, and the reason it doesn't matter is because there will be enough of a responsive, reflexive reaction to, corruption, to the economic instability that comes from undermining the rule of law. We saw, I keep giving you examples, that you saw the defund the government or defund the police movements that happened over the last 5-10 years, and how those municipalities quickly reversed course.
Yeah, but that's not really addressing the question of the abuse of the power given to the various governmental agencies and the legislative branch. What you're saying, I'm not arguing any point that you've raised, but I don't think it directly responds to the question at hand. Others may see that it does, and that Gary is not grasping the point, and I will give you that possibility. Thank you, Brian. We'll go to Hermes, followed by Scott.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, depending on where you're at. Is it David? Or the gentleman that was speaking before me, Brian, I guess, he made a comment. He said, things are working as they should. And I completely disagree with that, right? I've watched King Charles do his address to Congress, and man, that he is such a class act. Everyone there was happy. Everyone there was supporting him. It's like he was able to bring Republicans and Democrats together in such a way that I haven't seen that in a long time in that building. And it almost, I started thinking about it. I went to a castle today here in Mexico, and I was thinking about this whole thing, and I was thinking about what I wanted to say here when I came to your room, Gary. And watching King Charles, he talked about checks and balances, and he's a king. He's a real king, right? And maybe, just maybe, we need to have a monarchy. Maybe we go back to Great Britain. I know that would never happen, but it just makes me think like, I don't think we're on the right path. It seems like everything is being diminished and degraded, and it's getting worse. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Hermes. Scott, followed by Daryl.
Yeah, so I think, Gary, the Republic is in peril. I think we're not self-governing.
This video gets 5 likes.
I think on some level, Republican government, small r, it involves people being self-governing and not being tribalistic. And, Aristotle and Plato both, they disagreed on many, many things, but they both agreed that you needed a kind of self-aware populace to have a Republican government. And we're not capable of a republic. So I think that's, I think we will be in some form of totalitarianism, left or right, I don't know. But the republic is probably over. And I'll turn it back to you, Gary.
Wow, what a dour view of things, worse than mine. I thought I was going to be accused of being presenting things in a bummer mood. You trumped me on that, and no pun intended.
Very, very powerfully and strongly. He's very strong and very powerful.
Thank you, Mr. President. Daryl, followed by William. Daryl. William, followed by Barbie.
Hey, so I think your topic is really timely because I listened to some of what King Charles had to say, and I thought about, okay, where are we in America as compared to the other countries that were part of the Commonwealth? Are we better off? Are we not better off? And in many ways, we're clearly better off. We're really fortunate that we have oceans that are moats on both sides. We used to have friendly neighbors to our north and to our south, and that relationship is imperiled. But the continental United States is clearly blessed with the best defensive geographic architecture of any place in the world, and the best inner waterway system for transport of goods, being basically the Mississippi River Basin of any place in the world. Nobody comes close to it. So are we imperiled? The point you raised about Rome is really a good question. Are we do have a jeopardy, as Dr. Francine suggested, a constitutional convention. And she also, I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. And she mentioned Citizens United, which I think is a fundamental, pivotal mistake made by our courts that declared that corporations are people and that money is speech. And I think that perverted some of the concepts in a way that's going to have long-term detriment to the country of equating money with speech and corporations as people, and the ideas of personhood. Yeah, that deserved to evolve, but corporations are not people, and so there needs to be some fundamental reforms. And can it be done outside of a constitutional convention? Yeah, the only way you can do that is by legislation, for practical purposes, or judicial decisions. But the justices are not term limited, and they're going to be in there for life. And we basically know where they stand, at least for the most part. We know where they stand. So outside, and I don't know if the court really can be reformed by legislation. That might require a constitutional amendment or a constitutional convention. And if you have a constitutional convention, one of the outcomes could be that the country would decide to dissolve in part. That's a theoretical possibility. So, what would we be left with? A country on the West Coast, a country in the Midwest, country on the East Coast.
Country in Texas, it's a republic. The Republic of Texas.
That Lone Star State definitely would want to be, well, not definitely, but likely would want to self-govern and not have outside interference. So it could change things radically. So I don't think a constitutional convention is likely, but yeah, it could happen. And the decisions that are being made now have weakened the United States from the perspectives of national defense. So our interests are not just, are we in peril? Yeah, we have worldwide interests. We have interests in Guam, in Palau, in along the Pacific Rim, in Europe. We've got bases all over the world, and so part of what makes us strong is the United States dollar being the reserve currency, and one of the main exports that we have is U.S. dollars, and the political power that we have around the world, and that's definitely been weakened with the drastic loss of allies due to our betrayal of our alliances. So, are we in peril? Yeah, we're in peril of real negative consequences from the shift away from the dollar, and that's going to take a long time. It's not going to be fast, but once it starts, like empires, like the Soviet Union was under stress for a long time, and it seemed like it would never end and it would stand forever. So these things happen slowly, and then they happen all of a sudden. So we can be under stresses slowly, and then ultimately the collapse or the disintegration can be all of the sudden. And that's been a historical pattern for empires, and we are an empire throughout history.
So, from my perspective, William, if things break up to where there are multiple republics, I'm going to just fix that little interruption that we're getting. If Clubhouse is accommodating, there we go. Then I'm going to declare myself a citizen of the Conch Republic. That's where I'm moving, to the Conch Republic.
Is that down east? I think that's Key West.
Yes, you are correct. And they did declare their independence.
You have at it. Enjoy.
For one day, they declared their independence, I think it was. Thank you, William. We'll go to Barbie, followed by Austin.
Hey, well, I'm 2 hours from the Conch Republic, so welcome one and all. It's a lot of fun down there. My comment is I actually do think it's in peril, and I do agree to a degree. It would seem that everything's working as it should because the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth and all of that. If you think there's nothing different, though, than the past 20, 30, 40 years, there is a difference now, and that difference is technology, and that difference is AI. And so I would say that if we did not have that factor, then I fully believe, hey, yeah, the pendulum will swing back.
Your microphone's open, but we're not hearing your melodious tones. Barbie, we lost you there. Austin, followed by Yurimo. Austin.
Hi, am I coming in clear? It sounds like I don't have the best cell phone reception right now.
We hear you.
Am I in the Matrix or?
No, we hear you loudly and clearly.
Okay, cool. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Anyways, when I only had a minute to talk earlier and I had to run, I was starting to talk about, what kind of country do we want? Are we really working towards a vision? Do we really have visionary leadership? Is hate, a temperament of leadership that we want? I think these are really important things to consider. I think it's important to look at social contract theories, like what's the agreement between the consent of the governed and the government? What kind of government do we want to elect? Who are our allies, and are they going to stay our allies? And what purpose does greed serve in our society? Does everyone need more? Do younger generations that can't find jobs, and 10% of workforces at large publicly traded companies are just fired without thought of how they might find a job in the future during a bull market? I think we need, I don't think we need a fundamentalist Great Awakening, but I think it was really faulty to create curse words out of words like liberal and woke, because a lot of people need to wake the heck up and look around and see the world from some other perspectives. I think our nation will endure. I think the republic will endure. And I hope we find really sage leaders. King Charles, as you mentioned, was highly impressive and highly learned. We needn't not only elect people with upper-class accents and upper-class vocabularies and upper-class cadences, yet at the same time, we want to make sure our leaders are presidential and diplomatic. I think diplomatic's incredibly important. And folks to realize, like, you could just watch the reality television shows on the television. You don't need to elect a reality television character to govern us. Like, I think a lot of people have had experiences with bad bosses. Someone I know who's quite conservative mentioned, I'm hiring my politicians. If you get to choose which boss you hire, what type of boss do you want to hire? Because people have compared Donald Trump to that like weird 90s like puppet like a dinosaur show where he's like the angry dinosaur boss. It's always
right, but the discussion really is not about Donald Trump specifically, although yes, this use of lawfare is obviously, in my opinion, occurring with the prosecution of James Comey, and I cannot imagine that the government will prevail on this, but who knows? You never know. But the question is, are the abuses that people believe that they see? The Republicans felt that there were abuses by the Democrats when they came after the president during his first term, especially with the impeachments. That was a use of a tool given to the Congress that they felt was being abused because they just didn't like Donald Trump. And now we see Donald Trump using the Justice Department to go after people supposedly, and federal agencies to go after people and their companies because they disagree with him. So that would be an abuse on that side. So my concern that I'm proposing here is that we have this tit for tat going on right now that will likely continue beyond this administration, long after Donald Trump is no longer president. Even if the next president is this fabulous statesperson and not a reality TV star, as you point out, that then when the Democrats are in office, they're going to do the same thing to the Republicans. And then when the Republicans are in office, they're going to do the same thing to the Democrats. And if, in fact, you accept that possible proposition, what effect has that on the stability of the Republic?
What I'm getting at, though, is where I was trying to go. We have a pick your own adventure book. We could choose to elect a great statesman, and a great statesman won't be petty. A great statesman will acknowledge the norms that make sense of the past and integrate it to a future of increasing AI and technology and will adjust to new systems of leadership. It can't be command and control egotism forever. Like, we're in the 21st century. Let's stop tabooing words like liberal. Like, we love liberty in this nation. And let's stop tabooing words like woke. Let's wake up and stop the liberalism.
So your observation or your argument is that the ship of state will settle on a steady as she goes course once this administration is gone, and we won't see a continuation of the tit for tat that Gary is so concerned about.
Well, I think it's either is possible, but it's a pick your own adventure. And I don't know. I really like the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King quote. Like, I'm not quoting this perfectly, but like, the arc towards justice is like a long time horizon, but the curve of the arc bends towards justice.
Thank you for that, Dawson. Yurimo, followed by Marcus.
Hey, thanks for inviting me to speak. I just want to read off two quotes that I came across over the years that somehow address this, the prompt of this room. Quote number one is from Cicero. It's from his own duties, section 11, line 46. That's where he wrote, "It is true that non-citizens are not entitled to the rights of citizens. Legislation to this effect was introduced by those outstanding wise counsel Lucius Licinius Crassus and Quintus Mucius Scaevola. But the exclusion of aliens from the city's amenities is completely opposed to natural human relations." Quote number two is from Judge Learned Hand, who's a great American jurist. He made a speech in 1944 during a I Am an American Day parade, where he said, "Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. No constitution, no law, no court can even do much to help it. While it lies there, it needs no constitution, no law, no court to save it." And I think to answer the question whether the Republic is in peril, my 2 cents is that I think, without addressing the geopolitical events, without addressing the specifics in politics, if you compare the energy in this country today to what it was from 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, there's a distinct difference, right? America has been in grave dangers multiple times before. The First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the national crisis at the beginning of the century, the financial crisis. But I don't think any of these events really took away the vibrant energy in this country. It has always been confident in itself. It always has convictions in its creeds. It was once welcoming of foreigners. It was magnanimous once upon a time. But now a lot of this energy is gone. The fact that people start to hate their neighbors, they hate foreigners without knowing who they are, and the fact that this confidence is slipping away. And I think that rings an alarm bell to most, or at least it should ring an alarm bell to most people of how it got there. I don't have a great solution to it, but just as an observer, I think a lot of things are in peril, including this republic.
Thank you. Your Cicero example is pretty interesting. Obviously, he did not participate in the writing of our Constitution, which notably uses the word people, not citizen, throughout, which has been interpreted consistently by the Supreme Court as to suggest that the protections of the Constitution extend to non-citizens within the United States, especially with regard to the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments, which they ruled specifically on. Thank you for that. We'll go to Marcus, followed by David.
Yes, hello, Gary. So, yes, I agree. We are in the beginning of a severe crisis which affects all multipolar societies. And yes, we are one of them, the biggest. Secondly, the crisis is the evaporation of trust, the ingredients which keep the society together. And we are just at the beginning because AI will accelerate that in a way. Buckle up. But
boy, is that not part? You have no idea how right you are. Today, somebody wrote something in the chat, and somebody else thought that it was AI generated, and the person protested, "No, those are my words." Now we have to defend what we are saying, because you may not believe that this is Gary saying what he is saying. Maybe I am an avatar. I don't know. Let me look in the mirror. Well, even looking in the mirror, I'm not certain. so I make a little light of it, but holy cow, Marcus, you're absolutely right. After the shooting at the Washington Hilton, circulating online was a picture of the prone suspect wearing an IDF T-shirt. And some people thought he really was wearing an IDF T-shirt, which of course he was not. So you're right. That really solution. You really hit the nail on the head with that one.
Now comes the solution, Gary. Thank you. So we are the most creative society. And listen to the German immigrant. In 1913, the Congress passed a law to create the Federal Reserve. Why? Because there was a run on banks, there was turmoil in our society. We have to do something similar and create a new institution which has a dual mandate like the Federal Reserve. Number one, find ways to increase trust in our society. I have a few ideas how to do that. And secondly, at the same side, it's the same thing as a collateral impact, decrease corruption. As simple as that.
Well, I think that would put more stress on the system, but it might resolve the problems. Supposedly that's what the courts are for, but lately the courts have been ruling, and maybe not lately, based on political ideology sometimes, rather than on strict interpretation of the law. And I know that in the past, it was people on the right who were complaining about the liberal justices and judges. And now it's people on the left complaining about the conservative justices and judges. And maybe that's just human nature that occurs. I want to ask you something, Marcus, for my own edification, based on a conversation I had yesterday, which you may have heard with one of your fellow countrymen. Are there First Amendment-like protections in Germany similar to what we have here in the United States?
It's a little different. Every country has its own neuroses, historical damages, and dark sides, so it's crafted differently. But yes, you can also have an opinion and utter it frankly. But obviously, there are certain areas where it's more sensitive.
Gotcha.
Like in the US,
so I remain confused as to the point that the person was making. I was going to say that it was because maybe in Germany they didn't have free speech rights, but you say that to one degree or another they are there. So now I remain confused over yesterday's
it's such a formal thing. Some people would argue we don't have a First Amendment, but that's just, it's a superficial look at it.
Well, obviously you don't have the First Amendment in Germany because the First Amendment specifically is unique to the United States. But, you know, you have traffic laws in Germany, which are similar but maybe
different in some respects to the United States, but pretty much the same. And so I imagine that this is as well. Thank you, Marcus. We'll go to David, followed by Philip. Howard, are you back? Okay, apparently not. David, followed by Philip.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, David.
Chris, you are a schmuck.
I would say it's changing. It's morphing. It's being rejiggered to diminish democratic processes. The Supreme Court front and center again with regard to more voting rights restrictions. It's interesting that 5 of the 6 justices are white Americans. Only one is African American, who really, if you were to criticize the decision, would be the only one really to say, hey, this may not be a problem anymore.
They're calling for it now. No one wanted this for local domestic terrorists.
But the issue is really that the United States has never really been a place that's wanted to share its successes, share its land, share its resources with everybody. A lot of the sharing that's now taking place in this country has been hard-won, has been fought by every conceivable disadvantaged immigrant or minority group. Even the ones that were here, that were landed on, have had to fight to retain their lands, have had to fight to retain their modicum of dignity and existence in this country. And so it's rather rich that these settlers, these immigrants of settler colonialism, the 5 justices who represent the people who came here and who enjoyed most of the spoils of this great nation, are now saying, "Hey, it's all fair now. It's all play. It's all lit. It's all level. Let's they've had 60 years with this law to get it together, to succeed,
they call his mom?
and to arrive at the same station as all of us. And it's their fault. It's their fault that they haven't done it yet. So let's just get rid of it. Last time I checked, all the corporations and their board members reflect the diversity of this great nation. And so there's a lot of things about this country, Gary, that's being challenged that aren't moving us in a direction of a more perfect union. And again, it can be, without understanding the history, not here, without understanding that there's been an assault on the democratic process ever since the Supreme Court decision decided against abortion rights that was supposedly settled lie by the previous Supreme Court justices. We're seeing a hijacking of the courts where it's easier to control 5 to 6 justices. So I was having this conversation with Scott earlier today about, rather than going to every state around the union and trying to lobby every democracy, every Democratic state house or Republican state house to try to get the votes to change these laws, they just go ahead and go after the Supreme Court, get their nominations, throw money behind it, throw money behind the White House, who decides who becomes a Supreme Court justice by dint of their short list. And voila, we have an outcome that has eviscerated the rights of minorities in this country vis-a-vis the Voting Rights Act. So hard-won games, Gary, not handed to us, not handed to the people. Hard-won, fought, blood, something to make a more perfect union is being dismantled before our very eyes. And we're seeing a president that has been given...
So the question of the room, however, is, will there be a tit for tat when the Democrats are in power? And because, look, if your assessment is accurate about this administration, that's fixable once this administration is gone. And to use the terminology that I used earlier, the ship of state is righted. But if, in fact, the parties are going to continue to go after each other in such a way that they use their offices to disadvantage the other side, if this continues,
at least half the country is going to feel disenfranchised, I would imagine, because we're so evenly divided. So does that not portend or allay my fears? A denigration of the Republic?
Well, no, because see, Gary, you don't understand the way that the electoral college is set up. It advantages these states with a smaller voter population with greater control over the majority. You know, why is it that California, the fourth, fifth largest economy in the world, only gets 2 U.S. senators to go to Washington, D.C. To protect our rights here? It makes no sense. These are arcane processes that don't reflect the power and the demographic of this union. It's not set up to work properly. So if North and South Dakota senators can block or control, voting or legislative decisions that affect California, then that's not fair. That's not what they designed this for. So this continues, Gary, regardless of the president. This will continue. And so if the Electoral College can't be gamed because of the fact that the way it's set up, they get more votes by representation when it comes to picking our presidents, then you're going to continue to have money back candidates like Trump and continue to run the game the way they've been running it. And this is a result of their loss of democratic abilities to win at the ballot box. Win with ideas, because there's not enough of them that want the homogeneity of this country that this country was founded upon. It's changed. The country is changing before their very eyes, and they don't want that power to slip away either. So it behooves them to put these Supreme Court justices in power and whatnot. And Texas started it with the rejiggering of their boundaries. Now you're going to see 4 or 5 more states take the Supreme Court decision and do the same thing before the 2026 midterms. And it's a further erosion of democratic rights.
Right. So when the Democrats are in power, are they going to erode democratic rights to the benefit of the Democrats and the detriment of the Republicans, or do you think that
they don't have a pattern of doing that, Gary? They have
that's what you believe. But I think that if the president were here, David, the president would say,
You tell me how you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think if the president were here, I'm not advocating this at all, but I'm saying if the president were here, he'd say, David, that the election was stolen from me. The election was stolen. The only way the Democrats can win is by stealing the elections. There are people who believe that. Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but people believe it.
But see, that's where a former president's First Amendment rights have so massive discord in this country. And he's not going to jail for lying. He's not being sanctioned. He's not being fined. He's been allowed to run again. And we've rewarded him and allowed him to run again for telling such lies. So what does that say about us, Gary?
Well, now you have to quote Pogo, right? You have to quote the old cartoon character Pogo. I've seen the enemy, and he is us.
Well, there you go. So exactly, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a guy that's broken all these norms. This has been, I don't know, maybe you have an idea of how we put the genie back in the bottle, but the polarity of this country is going to continue. I don't know. I think that we're having our own civil war without the guns being drawn on a lot of levels. And I think that that history, we've never had an actual reckoning of the outcome of that civil war. The side that lost has continued to fight and beat back the gains of that war. We see that with the 100 years of Jim Crow, the assault on those freedoms of the black citizens that were granted their freedom. We saw. So my point, Gary, is that so long as this nation doesn't address the underpinnings of the racism in this country, the sexism in this country, the hierarchies and whatnot, we can't check the runaway disruption to our republic in a way that allows us to sit at the table as equals and try to figure out how to run this country without these divisions. I mean, when you eviscerate and you go after minorities through din of policies saying, hey, you got your job because you're black, white, or excuse me, black, white, or female, or LGBT and whatnot, you're telling these people in this country that your merit, your success, your accolades, your hard work doesn't mean anything because we can't trust that you earn it the hard way, right? Whereas our country has a history of rewarding white males for the simple fact that they're white, they voted, and maybe they served in a war or two, maybe they had a college degree or not, but because they were the right color, they had every material advantage that this country's been able to offer. And everybody else had to get in the back of the line of these guys. I mean, your culture as well, Gary. The Jews in this country had to fight. Nothing was given to them. They had to go to courts. They had to sue. They had to fight. Sometimes, in some cases, they had to create their own industries to find their own wealth in this country, right? Because they weren't allowed in the room. They weren't allowed in the boardrooms. They weren't allowed in the country clubs. You know, we talked a little bit about not letting people into your establishment because you look a certain way. Well, there's a country club here in Los Angeles, Gary, that still doesn't allow blacks, Jews, and other minorities to join. It's called the LA Country Club. And they sit on the largest piece of private real estate outside of probably Central Park, if you were looking at a value of a piece of dirt. And they continue to get away with discrimination. So there are still power structures in this country, Gary, that have all the power in the world to be discriminatory. And they still get away with it. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the apex of this structure in the United States that continues to operate. So I'll end there.
Thank you, David. Howard, are you back? I thought I saw his mic flash. I guess not. Thank you, David. Philip.
I have no idea what the point he just made was. So you said something I kind of want to know about. You think the Supreme Court's more ideological than it's been before?
It's not a question of... Ask the question again. The Supreme Court being ideological?
The Supreme Court is more ideological now.
I think I just said that in the past, Republicans thought that the justices and the judges were pushing liberal ideals as opposed to interpreting the law, and now the liberals feel the same way about the judicial system that the conservatives once did. I don't know if you heard me say it.
Yeah, that's what I'm just asking. So when people say this, they need to look at statistics. So since the court has been, this court said, since the new Supreme Court justice was succeeded, there are 9% ideological splits, so 63 splits. They actually have a higher rate right now on unanimous than the court typically has. Let me just pull this up. Their unanimous votes right now are 42%. That's actually a high in the last 50 years. When you actually look at the actual voting blocks of the Supreme Court, it's really not 6-3, it's 3-3-3. And what I find really interesting about some of these things, like the stuff that David was talking about, so on and so forth, is I don't think he understands what the ruling actually was today. And I can understand why some people disagree with the ruling and so on and so forth. That's actually fine to disagree with it. But the ruling isn't based on the idea of whether or not the civil rights laws were in place. The ruling is really based on the idea if the civil rights laws are actually constitutional. And that's not like a norm. Like, this has been hotly debated since those laws were passed. And the ideas of state rights versus federal rights and so on and so forth. And the idea of like abortion being overturned, abortion was never settled law. In fact, if abortion was settled law, you wouldn't have seen the actual makeup of the Supreme Court basically rejecting laws by Congress to overturn those. Congress trying to overturn those things and being told that they're unconstitutional. So the Supreme Court basically made up law out of thin air. I mean, RGB basically said this, that the ruling was actually the wrong ruling at the time. Anyways, all of this to basically be said, if you think the country, and I think your general question, if you think our country is in peril, you need to look around the world and see what other places look like. I wouldn't necessarily say our country is in the greatest place it's ever been in, but we still have a lot more freedoms than anywhere else that I can think about. And the other thing I think it's interesting is I think people think that the president can violate somebody's freedom of speech. I don't know if people actually read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says Congress shall enact no law. It doesn't say the government. It actually doesn't.
It's been broadly interpreted as the government shall not infringe upon your right to free speech. Private industry can, but the government cannot. And that's how it's been broadly interpreted. I believe you know.
Well, but the issue is that there's a difference between somebody like the President of the United States using his platform still as a U.S. citizen to say what he wants to say. He can say whatever he wants to say, and he can't violate anybody's free speech rights by threats or do anything else like that. It's a lot different than a law being passed to violate it. And when we talk about this, it actually matters.
Nobody has said that he doesn't have the right. He's got his huge bully pulpit called True Social, as well as other bully pulpits at his immediate disposal. And nobody has argued that he lacks the right to advocate, for example, for the firing of Jimmy Kimmel. If it was my wife that they were making such a comment to, I might advocate for the person's firing. That's his prerogative to do so. That's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is whether this government, previous government, and future governments are misusing the tools given to them. Not the First Amendment, but using the executive branch to enforce laws and regulations to go after political adversaries. And I don't know if you read what is posted. I don't know whether you read what is posted to the top that I wrote to set up today's discussion. But what I'm suggesting is that if we continue on this trajectory of no matter who's in power getting back at the other side, because the other side got back at us when they were in power, it undermines the public's trust in government, and that potentially puts the republic at peril. I am not pointing fingers. I am not pointing fingers, and I state
broad points. I agree with you.
Right. I am not pointing fingers, as I have stated several times in the article above and several times on the stage, at one side or the other, just like I suggested before. When the kids are fighting and you only see one kid hitting the other and they say, but Johnny hit me first, it doesn't really matter. So if this is going to continue, would you agree, or would you have the same concerns that I have, that it puts the republic at peril, or can you allay my concerns? That's what I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think at the end of the day, we're too far down the road at this point. I think there has to be some kind of breaking point to bring the country back to the middle. I was talking about this earlier today. You're not going to get the country back in the middle if we continue to have these litmus tests on politicians that have to believe something because they're a Democrat or have to believe something because they're Republicans. And at the end of the day, I mean, we know we're going to have red states and blue states, and we're going to have very, very, very few people in the middle at this point that can actually agree to vote across party lines if they don't agree with some litmus test. Most Democrats now, I shouldn't say all because I don't think that's true, but a lot of Democrats right now wouldn't vote for a Democrat that was pro-life, and most Republicans wouldn't vote for a Republican if they were anti-Second Amendment. And the reality is both of those stances, historically speaking, we've had a lot of people on both sides that have actually held different views. But in these days, I can't think of any politicians that cross party lines on any one of those subjects. I'm sure there's a couple out there, but for the most part, it's basically a litmus test. And as long as we stay in this idea that the other, like David was basically saying, that the other side is evil, and they're the ones, breaking all the norms and so on and so forth. Like, I'll freely admit that there is no difference between Trump and Joe Biden when it comes to breaking norms, or Obama and Joe Biden and Trump. I'm sorry, I just don't think there is, and I think you're going to keep seeing this game of what you're talking about. Maybe you think there's hope in the sense of these things, but I tend to think at this point we're way too far down the road, and it doesn't look like we're going to see adults at the kitchen table. It very much seems like brothers and sisters are going to hit each other, and it just depends on whose side you're on.
Thank you, Philip. I want to challenge something that you said. I hope I'm not taking the wind out of Ben's sail, but as you were talking, I went to the SCOTUS blog, which is
great.
A pretty good source. Although the owner of the SCOTUS blog is an irreputable individual any longer, but at any rate.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Hello?
Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beats of hell, so run
Do you consider AOC to be a psychopath? AOC, is she low IQ? Is she retarded? Is there any hope for America and her leaders and mentally low IQ or retarded? What's the point? Hello?
Waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy king. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voice
What's the point? Would you consider AOC to be a psychopath? Is she more like you? Is she retarded? Instead of her promoting leaders of mentally ill, low IQ, and retarded liars, false, and confident, what's the point? Hello? You're gonna let criminals propaganda and
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. So mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine is the intimate by my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Trials and conquering Lord. Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
She's gonna rush.
In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike and I begin. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Every heart of blood.
Democrat.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh people, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the end to me there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one who power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine heart, the new waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord.
Well, how close was that for Peter? Was that sack? Did Peter sack Jeff Pancake Jeff? What did the action file say about Peter Trio? Oh, fuck. Indictment. Wait, who's gonna arrest this week? I can think of many Democrats that have had to be arrested. So Bill Gates and Bill Clinton are the entire Oh my God, what? But how close were Jeff and Peter? Did they have sex? Did Peter suck Jeff's cone-shaped dick? What did Etsy file say about Peter Trio? Oh, shit. What a rumor. Pretty confident. How close were Jeffrey and Peter? Peter sucked Jeff.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the heart. Six and the rose and blossom life and life. Giving the sun remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and
can let our lawmakers know, like, this has got to stop. This has got to change. Like, when is enough enough? I think I saw Shannon from Awake, Illinois post. Oh, yeah, I was getting a phone call. She made a post like, how many more dead bodies do we need? How many more dead children? How many more dead husbands? Like, enough. So thank you, Chief, for coming and speaking with us. If you want to start with like a brief intro, most of us know who you are, but I would love for you to talk about your background and then the initiatives that you have with Awake, Illinois, and the newest announcement with Bob Fioretti.
Yeah, good evening. Everyone hear me good?
We can.
All right, good evening. Yeah, my name is Tom Weitzel. I'm a retired police chief from Riverside, Illinois. That's a small community west of the city of Chicago, about 9,000 residents. Was there for 37 years. Worked for another suburban community before that. About 40 years in law enforcement. And then I did 13 years state police. And
Chief?
Hired.
Chief?
Yes.
Can I interrupt you? You sound a little muddy. It's almost like you're far away from the microphone.
Is this any better?
Oh, it's so much better. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's great. So I was looking to keep active in law enforcement. And I also wanted to speak up for law enforcement because a lot of chiefs and to a lesser extent sheriffs are reluctant to speak their mind and really advocate for policing because, police chiefs owe their job to their political structure. And I was tired of that. I didn't work for that type of community. My community, my village president and board of trustees were always public safety supporters. They never tried to muffle me for my thoughts on certain issues, especially legislation. So I was fortunate. But I was offered this position with Awake, Illinois, and Shannon offered me a position as their first ever fellow of law enforcement at Awake, Illinois, and I was honored to accept that. So I've been working with their organization to push pro-police legislation, review legislation, initiatives for law enforcement, and really outreach to other police and sheriff's agencies as well to let them know what we're about and how we could assist in the criminal justice form. And then I recently was appointed the chairperson of the Accountability and Safety Committee that is going to be, it's actually up and running already for Illinois Attorney General candidate Bob Ferretti. I've supported Bob. He's the only candidate I've ever supported. I supported him for state's attorney. And he asked me to chair this statewide committee so that we could present on behalf of the committee to the governor and the leadership in Springfield changes that are needed, not only for the Safety Act, but public safety in general. So we're going to be, that just got started last week. So we're going to be seeking advice, suggestions, and even committee members from Illinois residents, both in the Metro Chicago area, Central Illinois, and Southern Illinois. So that's a little bit about me.
That's great. And when I saw a post that said you guys were seeking volunteers, can you tell us a little bit more about what you are looking for residents if they're interested in joining that community or that committee?
Yeah, there's a link on Bob Ferretti's website. You can go and fill out a form. It will go directly to him and me, or his staff and me directly. You can just ask questions. You could make suggestions, or you can join our committee because Bob is clear. He wants this to be not just the police. He wants to get citizens involved, judiciary involved. He's reached out to both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican. We have not had any Democrats that have expressed interest, but he has made the outreach for that because it's just a committee to make suggestions. We're not going along any party lines here. We're going to make common sense suggestions for changes to the public safety arena in Illinois and the Safety Act. He's also reached out to court personnel because they're the ones that have to deal with this. So we're looking for circuit court clerks who administer many of these technical parts of the law, and anyone that would really want to make suggestions and be heard. And Bob is planning on doing statewide listening meetings. We're going to do one in the Metro Chicago area. We're planning on Central Illinois, Southern Illinois, so that we can get the full state and we don't make this just a Metro Chicago issue.
That's great. So Bob is running for Attorney General against Kwame Raoul. And when we have our upcoming elections, let's say Bob wins, but Pritzker wins. And we still have a largely Democratic legislature. This is going to be an uphill battle, even if we have Bob on the inside. Are there contingency plans for that?
Yeah, Bob has plans for that. Yeah, you're right. There'd be an uphill. You're absolutely correct. There's no hiding that. But he has a good working relationship with both sides of the aisle. He has disagreements for sure, but he's a seasoned trial attorney. He's been, he was a Chicago alderman. You may know his history. He plans on addressing it head on if, in fact, the governor was to be reelected and, in fact, Bob was to be elected our next Illinois Attorney General. But, one important distinction of the current Attorney General and what Bob Ferretti would do, the Attorney General is the single highest law enforcement officer in the state of Illinois. So, that individual should be advocating for police, for law enforcement, for common sense public safety issues. And that's not happening right now. It isn't happening. So, Bob will definitely work on the Safety Act and public safety and legislation that affects Illinois residents, besides working on legislation that brings national attention to the Attorney General's office, but does nothing for citizens, does nothing for Illinois residents. So he's committed to working for the residents, and I'm helping him on the public safety arena. That's going to be my position.
I really appreciate, it looks like you've been making the media rounds, especially with this latest case. And that is so important to get all the eyes on Illinois and how this has been a colossal safety failure for the entire state. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Given everything that you know and the committee position that I see John is on here too, that you and John are working with this committee, what can we do as Illinois conservative grassroots members do to help and like raise the groundswell of attention? Like, I feel as a Chicago resident, I'm scared to leave my house after 8, and like the city is no longer safe. I am like aghast at what I see on the streets, and I live in a quote unquote good neighborhood. And I've had it. I'm so frustrated, and like nobody is supporting our first responders who are representing us statewide, and it's disgusting to me. So I like, what can we do? I'm just asking personally for me, and we'll open it up to anyone who wants to come up and talk with the chief. Please raise your hand and we'll bring you up.
Yeah, I can give you my perspective on it. It definitely starts with getting informed. There's no question about that. Our residents in Illinois here need to be informed. That's where it starts. And then you need to show up. There's no question about that. And what I mean by that is individuals need to not only show up at Springfield, but they need to show up at their city council meetings, their county board meetings, and advocating even at their own elected officials level. So your mayor, your city village attorneys, your village presidents, without a doubt. And then everything flows from Springfield. And what I mean by that is, we have to enforce the laws. We have to follow the laws, even the ones we don't like. The police and the judiciary, we're not able to pick and choose. Whatever they give us, we have to enforce. So the legislation coming out of Springfield is very important. That's why it's important on who is elected and who is in office and who's controlling the legislation coming out of Springfield, because there's plenty of pieces of legislation that I never agreed with as even a patrolman all the way up to chief. But I can't pick and choose that. I have to enforce and follow the guidelines of the Illinois statutes. So that's where change has to start, and then it works its way down through the court system, and it works its way down through prosecutors, defense counsels, into law enforcement. So the really way to get informed is to really be informed for sure, and then lobby our legislators or appear or call them or letter writing campaigns, because I'll tell you what, grassroots counts. When I was on the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police Legislative Committee for 13 years. And I was lobbying in Springfield all the time. And I would go to these subcommittee hearings where I would testify on behalf of the Chiefs Association or the West Suburban Chiefs Association, where I was president. And they would always say at some point during my testimony, they would ask the clerks or the court officers to read how many witness slips were for or against the issue that I was speaking on. It happened every time. And when there was like 10 or 11 witness slips, they didn't care. When I testified in front of boards in Springfield for legislation where they had 500 witness slips supporting a piece of legislation that the Chiefs Association was supporting. And I'll tell you what, the legislators took that seriously. So those little things do make a difference. So people think that, I can't make a difference, or making a phone call or calling their office or writing a letter to them makes a difference. It does. They pay attention to that.
I have another question. So there are still a lot of unanswered questions about what happened with the two officers and the offender at Swedish. We know that it has not come out publicly how he got the gun. We know that he was swiped with a wand at the hospital, I think by the hospital, I think Swedish put out a statement that said they did not discover a weapon on him at that time. But my really big question is, aside from that, is this guy's criminal record has come out. I believe he's been arrested many times. He's been charged with many felonies. I think you maybe even mentioned this recently on one of your interviews on Newsmax, but the officer's hands are tied. The criminals now know they can basically say, like, claim that medical emergency, and that's their best chance to get out and escape. But why? What specifically, in your opinion and your knowledge, was this guy out? Was it because of the Safety Act? Was it because of discretion of a judge interpreting the Safety Act? Was it a failure of the electronic monitoring program? Like, why specifically was this guy out and allowed to?
Murder of this officer and the shooting of his partner was 100% preventable. The judge in the case, Judge Lights, he could have held the defendant. There's no question about that. He had been the judge on previous cases of this defendant, and he even stated that Mr. Talley, in prior cases, that his brain was not fully developed, and that he had some issues that would mitigate him being held in custody. And I want you to know that was 8 months before this incident on Saturday where the officer was killed and his partner shot. Now, that's crazy. The defendant is 26 years old. This judge is not a neurosurgeon. He didn't seek a doctor's advice for that. He just said that in open court. So to make that type of statement is extremely prejudicial, in my opinion. And he had some connection to this defendant, and I don't mean personal. I don't mean he knows him personally, but he was using this individual as like a test case, in my opinion, for the Safety Act. He was following it for sure, and he gave the defendant every possible break that he could. Because to meet some of those Safety Act requirements to be held in custody, it's a pretty high bar. But this defendant, he met them. At the time of the shooting in Chicago and the murder, he was actively wanted on 2 outstanding warrants, was listed as an absconder from the Illinois Department of Corrections, which means that he was not following the provisions that were put into his release. And they had a parole, or basically what they call an IDOC warrant. And he still was out roaming the streets. His EM, his electronic monitoring ankle, was not working. It's reported that battery died and he didn't charge it, so he could have cared less about that. And yeah, there was some criticism that, I'll stay away. There's no criticism on the Chicago police for what happened. You have an individual, 340 pounds initially. He lost about 60 to 70 pounds in the last couple of months. He was down to like 270 when they brought him to the ER in Swedish. And you can hide a gun. The one that he had, smaller Glock, you can hide that pretty good. Now, he was wanted. The hospital made that statement. He was wanted. But depending on the amount of layers of skin protecting that weapon, what kind of weapon it was made of, most of those are alloy. They're not actually metal. Those detectors are still designed to go off when you wand a weapon such as a Glock. But he got it in, and then the circumstances were tragic and heartbreaking. And, I'm extremely angry at this because I've been fighting the Safety Act since its inception. And in the 5 years it's been long, there's never once been a time that any of the legislators that supported it or the governor said they would look at changes. You may have remembered after the law was passed, there were 2 trailer bills that were passed, and they did nothing. They were technical cleanups. What the Illinois Chiefs Association wanted was not addressed. It never has been addressed. So that's why I thought to myself, I've been really complaining about this legislation and slamming it for years. And then when I got involved with the Wake, Illinois, I was like, what can I do? Like, what can I do concrete to make a difference? So that's why we put together our report, so we can give them common sense initiatives to change the legislation and not just say that we're complaining with no solutions. We have solutions, and Bob Ferretti's committee is going to have solutions, so we can no longer say that we're just upset with the legislation. We're going to give them solid solutions.
I feel almost like I'm trying hard to figure out how to articulate it, but it's like Pritzker is so proud of this legislation, and the Democrats are so in lockstep with Pritzker that I fear that nobody will step out of line and we are all going to suffer. But it's clear this cannot be. Like, we are all in danger. I mean, again, when I mentioned that Shannon had said, like, how many more kids and husbands have to die? Like, I feel like if this is not the tipping point, we can't go any lower. This is like insane. John, I see you have your hand up if you want to go ahead and ask a question or say something.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me, Chief Thomas? Hello? Can you hear me?
John, I can hear you fine.
Hey, my father was a Chicago police officer for 34 years, and I just couldn't imagine being a kid and my dad not coming home because, some POS, gets no cash bail and he carries a Glock around in the fat fold of his skin. I mean, it's very upsetting. And, the fact that he's even still alive amazes me. I don't know why he just isn't eliminated on the spot by the police, and taken out immediately, because anyways, my question for you, Officer or Chief Thomas, is if you were the mayor of Chicago, what would your administration, what would your goals be? What would you do immediately for the security of Chicago? Would you call in more federal resources? Because, obviously our political leaders here aren't leaders, they're criminals. So, I mean, is there a solution that has to come from the outside? What would you do if you were the mayor or the governor? Thank you, Chief Thomas.
Yeah, I don't think they want me as the mayor or the governor, but because they probably wouldn't like my agenda. But I would have a clear agenda that yes, Chicago police and the state, we would partner with our federal agencies, no question about that. Why would you turn down help from any law enforcement agencies? The Chicago police and other police departments already are on federal task forces. They're just not the ICE task forces. They're on DEA, ATF, FBI. I would definitely do that. And my first priority would be public safety. It wouldn't be planting trees, making the beautification, spending hundreds of millions on beautification. Because you know what? Look at downtown Chicago. The storefronts are empty. People aren't going down there in droves anymore. I got hammered when I did a piece, a column I write called Roll Call for the Suburban Life, and I did a column that said, don't spend your hard-earned money in Chicago until they improve public safety. And I was flooded with emails and stuff saying from Chicago businesses, yes, that's right. But politicians in Chicago or other civic leaders were sending me emails saying, why would you tell people, like especially suburbanites, to stay away from the city of Chicago? And when you're risking your life and you can't walk in the downtown Loop area and go to dinner or go to a show or go to a play or visit the museums without fear of being robbed, attacked, or shot, then you shouldn't be spending your money there. That was a comment I made, and I got the most pushback on that column I wrote of any column I've ever written. But it's true. Why should you be spending your money down there when the city doesn't care? So I changed that. I would absolutely hire more officers. You can't, when you say you have to make public safety a priority, you have to do it. You just can't give short sound bites and put out press releases and news releases. You have to do it. I do think one thing the city has done, in my opinion, the only really good department head
appointment that the mayor has ever made is the superintendent. I believe the current superintendent is actually a very capable and honorable individual. He's very well respected in the police circles. He was before he was superintendent. He's been there a long time, has a good reputation. So I think that appointment is really good. But it's time for things to change because we just can't keep saying it's politics anymore. We need police leaders to stand up. We need sheriffs to stand up. We need to push back against this and not worry about whether your cushy job is safe anymore. You know, it's your officers that are being shot. It's your officers that are being killed in the line of duty. You have to stop and you have to stand up.
I have a question, if I could chime in, and feel free to tell me where I'm ignorant. I don't mind being wrong. I read, and again, you know, everything you read on the internet is absolute gospel. But I saw out there that there was some relationship or something between the murderer and who is it? A CPD commander. Any knowledge to that?
Yeah, I've seen the same social media posts that there was a female commander. I think she's since retired. I believe, that has the same last name as the offender, and there are some that are linking her to the offender. I have not seen that verified by anyone, so I have not pushed that narrative or seen that narrative. And that commander, by the way, got into some trouble ethically in the city of Chicago. I think that's why she was eventually demoted and then left the department. But yeah, I've seen those same social media posts, but I don't have information that that's factual. The only thing I know is that they have the same last name.
Okay, yeah, that's too broad to go off of to marry them together, in my opinion. I was just curious if you knew. And my biggest thing, I remember when I was younger, you know, you get the friends together, you go out to Chicago, you enjoy it, because Chicago's beautiful. Chicago has a lot to offer. Chicago should be an epicenter for the United States, especially, you know, where we're located, every attraction we have, and yet crime drives people out. I find it disappointing and sad that the most feedback you've ever gotten on any article you've had is when you criticize Chicago in defense of people surviving the visit, opposed to actually addressing the problem, which is my biggest grievance with it. There's so much potential there, and yet it seems to be deliberately squandered. And I say this in a joking level. I don't know at what point they push people until you essentially get some vigilantism that essentially takes over due to the failure of the justice system. You have judges that don't abide the law, and you have cops that no longer want to police because it's just a revolving door. And, you know, then you have hiring shortages because who wants to sign up for that job? It's detrimental. But I know that was a bit of a rant. I guess my question, if you know, without going through the judiciary, is there any way on a grassroots level that you can somehow get a judge removed? I highly doubt it, but I'm just curious about that, thinking out loud.
You know, it's almost impossible. They have a judiciary advisory board where you can file complaints. It's very secretive. It's one of the most secretive processes. I even filed complaints against judges in my district, the 4th district. Our courthouse was in Maywood, and some judges there would publicly berate my officers in court, and they would actually tell the officers that, I don't believe you, you're lying. And the officers would come back and tell me, and I would call the presiding judge of the district and make a complaint, and they would just laugh it off. And I had a judge tell me, this is my courthouse, I do what I want. So I filed a complaint with the Illinois Judiciary Advisory Council, and they sent an investigator out to interview me, and that's the last I ever heard of it. And then when I followed up on it, I asked for the documents. They said I couldn't have them. As a chief, now imagine this, I went to the website and I FOIA'd it, and they said it's not FOIAble. Not only did they not reject, they only did they reject it, they just said that they have a special clause that information was not publicly available to anyone, and I would not find out the disposition of the investigation. And the only reason I knew nothing happened was because the judge, he was serving in the courtroom when I retired. So I think that process is extremely difficult to remove a judge from a duly elected judge from his sitting position. It's very difficult.
I assumed as much, but hey, I always try to push a little bit of optimism, sprinkle a turd every now and then, but it was worth a shot. Going forward, honestly, I think you already answered it. The only way to really make change is not to expect that we're going to change anything overnight and just to bite off what you can chew one piece at a time. Because with these judges, with the heads of state that we're dealing with everything that seemingly works against the people of this state, other than fleeing, all anyone should seemingly focus on is just their neighborhood, get good people in office there, and let it trickle on up.
Yeah, I agree with you about, little bites, because I have been an opponent of the elimination of the Safety Act. Just get rid of it. And early on, I was doing that. I was frustrated, and I realized this isn't working. Like, Springfield's controlled by the Democrats. They're not going to repeal the Safety Act. So then I had to come up with, okay, we're going to have to come up with common sense changes and work. And then some of my counterparts and some of my colleagues, even in law enforcement, they were very disappointed, and they were like, Tom, like, why are you not advocating to get rid of the entire act? And they were criticizing me, and some even in public. And I'm like, I'm still for that, but I want to get something positive done to affect public safety in Illinois and protect police officers and protect citizens. And if we keep banging our head that we're going to get the law completely annihilated and Springfield's going to get rid of it, nothing will happen. So yes, I'd like to get rid of the Safety Act, but you have to be realistic. If Springfield was controlled by Republicans, it would probably be eliminated. Or we had a Republican governor, maybe it would be eliminated. But that's not going to happen. So when I changed my stance to give these common sense reforms, some staunch law enforcement friends of mine were very upset like that. But I want to accomplish something for public safety and for the residents and the citizens of Illinois. And if I keep going down this path that we're going to change Springfield when it's controlled by the Democrats, that they would get rid of it, I was going to accomplish nothing.
That's absolutely true. And too many people look at the large picture, but they don't actually do anything to get the large picture built. They just want the final piece of the puzzle. They just want the puzzle automatically put together, but they don't want to do it piece by piece. And I believe it was Sheriff Mendrick who also championed the same mindset of we just have to chip away at it little by little, opposed to trying to repeal the whole thing. Kind of like how Republicans unfortunately lose every time they go up against Obamacare. You're not going to dismantle it in one swoop, unfortunately, in my opinion. You have to at least just make the changes that make it less bad. I know that's not a complete win, but at least that less bad might save one additional person in the meantime until the next step makes it less bad the next time, and so on.
Yeah, just getting rid of it is just for headlines. It's just for notoriety. I want to accomplish something, and like you just said, it has to be. We have to chip away at it. So those that criticized me that I wasn't still advocating to eliminate the entire statute, well, for 5 years we haven't been able to get it back done. So it's time to take a different approach, and we're going to start chipping away at it.
Do you think Bob might be able to get, I'll say, friends from across the aisle, even though I wouldn't call commies friends, but nonetheless, we'll say people from across the aisle, do you think he'd be able to get more people to sign on if it wasn't a full-blown repeal of it like you were talking about? Hey, you don't have to come out and publicly dismantle this or be against the Safety Act, but how about we just do this little revision and it could be called, SB 123 ABC. But but you won't be hit by your party leadership for opposing the almighty Safety Act. Do you think that might be a good way to get this done, or does he have any contacts that you think would be willing to do it if it was shrouded and buried in a bunch of other nonsense like bills unfortunately are created to do?
Yeah, Bob is committed for sure to making changes in the Safety Act, and he is absolutely willing to do that. He does have contacts on both sides of the aisle. He is going to work feverishly to assist us and our committee on this public safety initiatives and Safety Act. And, we had several meetings before he even put me on the committee and made me the chairperson, and we're on the same page with that. I think Bob would like to get rid of the act too, but we have to accomplish something besides just people just doing stories on our wanting to get rid of. We have to actually do something to get this. It affects people's lives. It affects the criminal justice system. As I said earlier, the Chicago police officer, in my opinion, would be alive. He'd be alive if the Safety Act was amended to the way I'd like to see it amended. He would not be dead because that situation would have never happened because he would have already been in custody. So those are real life situations. And just imagine that family. You have a police officer's family. One's getting ready to bury their loved one. The other's staying by the bedside every night, hoping that individual will survive. When they know that this could have been prevented, not only was their loved one shot in the line of duty and killed, they know now that that individual should have never been out. So just that heartache is just brutal. And I think that there's a change. I did this 2 press conferences with Bob last week, one in Chicago, and then we traveled out in the afternoon to Springfield at the Rotunda at the Capitol. And I can tell you there's an appetite from citizens, from residents of Illinois who didn't like the fact that the Safety Act played a role in the young woman that was set on fire on the CTA in Chicago, the L. Okay, that individual had 72 prior arrests. He should have never been out of custody. This situation had not occurred yet, but this situation, even the young college student that was killed on Chicago's lakefront, the reason that was preventable is because he should have never been in the country. So there's this appetite for those that don't even want to repeal the Safety Act, but they want to see common sense changes. What I found to be interesting is when we were talking to some legislators, there's no interest by them. There's no interest by Democrats. So there's this interest by the residents and the citizens you serve, but on the Democratic side, there's no interest to modify the Safety Act yet. In fact, you may have seen that the Springfield, the Black Caucus leadership last week came out with a press release and famously said, there's nothing wrong with the Safety Act. They have no intention of repealing it or getting any changes. You can go to their website and you can just Google that. They put, I couldn't believe it. They put out a press release saying it's working as intended. No changes are needed.
Well, when your intent is destruction, I suppose it's working according to plan. But this is, just as I don't want to jokingly blame the Democrats for everything. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I feel like the GOP at the state level essentially abandoned Chicago. Not everybody, but it seems like on the leadership level, they don't put any eggs in that basket, and subsequently, people in Chicago, Black community, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter. A lot of them don't have a better option, so they're stuck just constantly choosing the lesser of two evils. So hopefully with Bob in there, he can talk sense to some people, and even if they are Democrats, find some that are willing to actually vote against it. And, we constantly beat Chicago because that's where the epicenter of most of this happens, but it does affect everywhere downstate, especially when you invite illegals. Thanks to Browner signing that and JB continuing it and embracing it and then letting criminals out, laissez-faire with a slap on the wrist. I'm more biblical in the punishments. I don't think there would be repeat offenders if the system was done properly, but that's just yeah. Well, I'm not going to put you on the record agreeing with me or that on that one, but
you know, I could say that probably everyone on this space is in favor of second chances. This is the big lie that is out there from the proponents of the Safety Act and other legislation is everyone, unless it's a murder or a sexual assault, everyone is in favor of second chances. But what's happening in Illinois is you're getting 52 and 53 and 54 chances. See, that's the big lie that's out there. And you know, they're pushing this as we'll give them a second chance. Well, no, this individual had 21 prior arrests, has 8 felony convictions, 2 warrants for his arrest, absconder from the Illinois Department of Corrections. I mean, it's a joke. Don't put out that narrative that this is about second chances. It's not.
John, you have a question? You have your hand up? Okay, well, we're waiting for John. I have a question somebody from the community sent me.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Chief Thomas, I don't know if you know who Andrew S. Boutros is, but Pam Bondi appointed him our federal attorney for Northern Illinois. And he manages 300 people. I'm going to post a link on my profile. He has 145 assistant U.S. attorneys in Chicago and Rockford. He lectured at University of Chicago. He's worked with all the major agencies. Why can't he bring a constitutional lawsuit against Eileen Cook, against Pritzker, against Springfield, and use federal legal resources to essentially halt it and bring a lawsuit, and if need be, take it to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, actually, I think he could. I'm not an expert on that, but I certainly have seen that the federal government is suing other communities. They just announced today, I don't know if you saw it, they filed a lawsuit against New Jersey for passing a law that will limit federal agents from operating in New Jersey. They are going to mandate that they wear masks, take their masks off, and there's other provisions beside that. Well, the U.S. Attorney's Office just announced a lawsuit against the state and the governor for all these provisions that were just passed to limit federal policing in New Jersey. So you could probably go out and Google that today. It was just released like at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So could Illinois do the same? They could.
Well, Governor Newsom did the same thing in California, and that was just slapped down. And the federal government won that lawsuit. So maybe we should apply pressure where John is speaking. John, if you can drop the information of that in the purple pill, I'd be appreciative of that. I have a question for you for the chief from one of our community members. I understand that you didn't work for CPD and you don't speak on behalf of all police officers, but the Mayor Johnson has 150 CPD members who work just providing safety for the mayor. He has the largest detail of any previous mayor. It was, I believe, under Emmanuel, it was roughly around 20-25 officers. It ballooned to just over 100 under Lightfoot, and he has expanded it to 150 for himself. So my question is, and again, I know you don't speak for every person in law enforcement, but do you think these officers are resentful of being placed on his detail, given what they are seeing in the city, and that we are, I believe, 2,000 officers short of what we should have in CPD in the department as a whole?
Yeah, my feeling on that is he's entitled to protection as a major elected official, no doubt. 150 is way excessive. I read a story that he's one of the only mayors in the United States that has a detail that high. He's not the only one, but he's one of the ones at the top. And it was a mixture of CPD officers, and there were some private
entities that were also working in that unit at one time. I don't know if that's still the same, but that is a lot of details to have him protected. And of course, his wife, his family, his house. Those all come with the job, but the amount of protection is enormous. It was quoted as saying some federal protectees, such as, appointees from the president, so maybe the department, the individual, Mr. Kennedy that runs Health and Human Services, his detail is around 100 Secret Service agents I read in a story that was his detail for him and his family, somewhere in that range. But you're talking about 150, CPD officers assigned to that. And, that's a pristine position. You don't get that. That is a position that is highly sought after. You probably have to put in for that position, and you can bet the mayor and his team can select who is on that protection team. So, that's a very strange, thing which you can do. Like, we talked earlier about the college student, Sharon Gorman, who was shot on the lakefront. She didn't have any protection. She had 150 people. And I only say that because the mayors said that all Chicagoans, most of them feel safe shortly after that. And that the campuses are safe in Chicago. And I disagreed with that, not only based on that incident, but other incidents. And it's easy to say when you have 150 bodyguard detail. Now, they're not all working the same time. They it's 24/7. They rotate shifts. They have come in. But you just do the math. There's 30 of them, or 40 of them working. And then if he has a major event that he's going to, a major public event, they probably put almost everybody there. And, his bodyguard detail travels with him. So if he goes to any conferences, he goes to Washington, D.C., whatever he does, the bodyguard team goes with him. That's part of the protocol. So I don't think it's public official, but that seems to be I will say these public officials do need security teams, but I don't think it needs to be that large.
No, I would argue every time you say it's safe, you should lose one less official, or you should lose one less guard. Because if you keep saying it's super safe and then super duper safe and super duper uber safe, you shouldn't need 150 guys. You should be able to walk around with one because it's so super safe. Unless it's not, and then your whole agenda goes out the window.
True.
Okay, so
I cut you off there, Kate.
No, you didn't. Kyle, I love your solution to that. So basically, the fact that it's a coveted position, probably with some added perks, outstrips the personal conflict that I imagine some CPD officers feel if they're in that role. The personal ambitions outrank that. So thank you for that, because I hadn't even considered that aspect of it.
Hey, I was going to ask you, at what level do you think the silver lining is between incompetence and outright, criminal nefarious intention? Meaning that, I have politicians that invite me to go to the restorative justice briefings at the library. And so how much of our problem is DEI liberal wokeness, and what's the solution to essentially unfuck these retards' minds?
Well, I can tell you that there is a lot of pressure on police agencies, especially police leadership, to fall in line with political will. And that's one of the worst things in this job as a police officer and then as the police chief is the politics are seeping way too far into the operations of police departments now, not just who they're selected as the chief or something like that. Sheriffs, like I said, usually have a little bit more leeway because they're elected. So they can't be fired by the county or they can't be removed from their positions. They're duly elected.
almost all superintendents and police chiefs in Illinois are appointed by their city council. And you have to, in most cases, they try to toe the line to what they want. And I'll give you a really good example of this. I've spoken about it before, but this actually happened. I was a big opponent of Kim Foxx's retail theft policy when she came out with it. Now, Riverside's next door neighbor was North Riverside. They have a huge mall there. They make 500 or 600 retail thefts arrests a year from the mall years ago. And they were raising the threshold from $300 for a felony to $1,000, and then you had to have like 10 prior arrests and all these convictions. It made it impossible. So I went to a meeting with the president. I was president of the West Suburban Chiefs of Police at the time. I got the president of the North Suburban Chiefs and the president of the South Suburban Chiefs. At that time, the president of the South Suburban Chiefs was Tim McCarthy, and he was very well known because Tim McCarthy was the Secret Service agent that took the bullet for Reagan. So he had a lot of respect, even from politicians. We went to this meeting, and Kim Foxx told us, no, I'm not changing anything. I don't care what you guys want as police chiefs. And Tim McCarthy from Orland Park was very invested because Orland Park is a very big mall. And we were fighting and to say this is not right this night. And I got up to speak to Kim Foxx at the meeting, and she cut me off. And I got into this verbal argument with her. And she basically got up and left, called me a few names and got up and left. By the time I got back from the south suburbs to Riverside, my village manager calls me and says, come into my office. I go into my village manager's office. She's like, Kim Foxx's staff just called our village president and wants you fired. They want the village president to remove you as chief. She's like, what the hell did you do? And I'm like, I stood up for law enforcement, and I stood up for the officers, and I'm president of the West Suburban Chief. We were trying to convince her that her policy was terrible, and I pushed back on it, and I pushed back hard because she pushed on me. And to make a long story short, later that day, my village president called me, and he said, Tom, I got a call from her staff, and they wanted me to fire you, wanted me to remove you as chief, and I told them to get lost. Because he was a very big police supporter, and he knew I knew what I was talking about, and I was a professional. But that's the type of influence. Imagine that. They tried to have me removed as chief for disagreeing about a policy.
Well, the leftists move in lockstep, so they can't have anyone getting in the way of their failures or pointing it out. I do have a question, though. If you could shed some light on this, I heard about that Johnson supposedly issued stand-down orders, or at least his administration, during these, quote, teen takeovers, aka just degenerates running the streets. I'm curious if what you have on that.
Yeah, there were initially orders given to certainly not make arrests. There were going to be no mass arrests. The mayor didn't want the optics of police officers arresting juveniles. He thought that they were just kids blowing off steam and having fun. And that wasn't it. You may remember, not only were there mass destructions in those, there were police officers injured. There were individuals that were shot at some of those, especially the one that happened over the Christmas holiday. And the mayor didn't want Chicago to come off as this aggressive police force, but it wasn't aggressive. They were just supposed to just be doing their job, but they were handcuffed from doing their job. And that's when they went into this whole curfew thing. And, the curfew, in my opinion, weighs on both sides, because the curfew violation only is good after the incidents happen. So you're making these curfew arrests or making curfew violation citations after it's already happened. So they need to figure out how to prevent these. The curfew is not a proactive piece of legislation that will prevent one of those takeovers. It's a piece of legislation that gives accountability on the back end. But if you're trying to prevent it, that's not going to help you at all.
Well, the prevention tool that the mayor is putting in is funding another NGO to do crime prevention with youth teens. it just sounds like another money laundering scheme or jobs program. And how much of our money has to keep going to wasteful initiatives that do nothing while we are like dying in Chicago? It's unbelievable. But anyway,
Ryan made a comment. I was interviewed by a news station in Chicago, WGN, about these takeovers, and they asked me, like, where does this start, Chief? And I said, it starts at home with the parents. And I got so much pushback from that one. They were like, well, who are you to, comment about parenting? And I said, I'm not commenting about parenting. You asked me where it starts. Okay, the police aren't the answer to every problem out there. Okay, you asked me where it starts. It starts at home. That's my opinion of where these issues need to be addressed to start with. And even the parent, I don't think you're qualified to really make comments about parenting. I found that very odd.
Well, one of the biggest problems that many have is self-reflection and the idea that they failed and raised degenerates that are out there, or that they have to somehow take responsibility or accountability for their children is profound. Yet they'd be the ones out there yelling, oh, they're a good kid. They were just having fun smashing the windows of the business that I'm not going to pay to replace. And how dare you police them? And the idea that, oh, we don't want to see them locked up. I don't want to see them out here smashing things. Sounds like there's a pretty neutral trade. You don't come out and be degenerates, and I don't arrest you. Sounds like a good handshake deal to me. But how dare you question parenting? Again, the idea, especially on the left, is that you could do any wrong. They always have to project blame onto someone else. It's society's fault that all those kids are out there destroying everything. It's everyone else's fault for every single problem you have. It's never your own. That's essentially their whole platform. So yeah, it's never going to get fixed. And anytime you do have a suggestion that requires someone looking in the mirror, it's already dismissed before it even has a chance to be thought over.
Yeah, for sure. I just, sometimes people don't, especially some of the media, just don't want the truth. And, when you ask me a question like that, I'm going to tell you where I believe it starts at. And I got a lot of pushback for that, but I still stand by my comment.
Hey, I wanted to point out that I put a link to the Attorney General Andrew Boutros, and it's possible if we all call or email him that possibly he could actually take some action. I mean, even in terms of funding, the DOJ funds a lot of our Cook County, all these other offices. I mean, the Trump administration has to bring, legal lawfare to bear here as soon as possible. I don't even know if they're really aware, about the situation or what they can possibly do to stop this madness. I mean, this is insanity. How are you going to, we're living in a crime-ridden, lawless society. All I got to do is go 3 blocks to the blue line, pull out my camera, and it's a third world. I mean, it's lawless. And I don't understand why I know why the Chicago police don't police the trains, but to me, I just can't understand. Like for 20, 30 years, the police have never policed the trains in Chicago. Like, are people just, I can't believe it. I was in the military for a bunch of years and I'm like, this stuff is just basic security protocol. Like I just can't believe it.
And, they had units, they disbanded. Like some of the people listening might remember they had the Chicago Housing Authority had their own, the CHA had their own police force. They disbanded that, and they thought that Chicago could take over policing. They gave them more responsibility. Then they did have a specialized, complete unit for public transportation. They eliminated that and just kind of rolled that into CPD, taking on more responsibility. And that's back in the same time where Chicago police used to patrol the expressways. The state police didn't take over the Chicago expressways until probably maybe the late 80s, early 90s. And Chicago kept getting all these details rolled in without the staffing, without the personnel. So, somebody mentioned earlier that Chicago's at least 2,000 officers down, and that's spot on. I just saw a report yesterday that they're 2,200 officers short of their goal. Chicago Fraternal Order Police president made an announcement that they have as many as 600 people that have already signed up for their regular retirements in 2026. So it's a really bad situation.
Christian, I brought you up here as a potential speaker. You are running for Congress, and your husband is newly joined to the Chicago Police Department. Obviously, you saw what happened this past weekend. Do you have any thoughts or perspectives from your husband to share with us?
Hey, everybody. Thank you for bringing me up. I won't speak on his behalf because that's tenuous, but we definitely have dialogued. And the things that are abundant in my mind about this is the chief is correct. If that person was actually remitted into custody, there's no reason why anybody should have that many mugshots. That is not normal behavior. Only about 70 or 80% of people never actually get arrested. People who get arrested more than 10% will continue to commit crime. It is a known fact. So when we start releasing people 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 times, we are asking for what just happened this weekend. I also have a very big issue with the fact that people who are being arrested can just cry headache and then go get top-notch care at a trauma center around the city. I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's appropriate, especially when we have actual law-abiding citizens across the city and state who are not getting premium health care because they can't afford it. But a criminal who's about to get arrested can go ahead and take a little bit of a segue to the hospital to hang out, get some MRIs and get some testing before going to Cook or wherever they're going to be held. I think that all of these policies, they disproportionately benefit criminals, and they always leave law-abiding citizens on the sidelines. And these are things that need to be analyzed at a very deep level. These are things that need to be brought to the highest level of attention for society. And then we need to arm society on how they can fight back aggressively. The only way we change these types of dysfunctional policies is by shedding extreme light on them and then arming people with the plan to dismantle them. Dismantling looks like getting a great deal of these people voted out. And many people would think that this is hard, especially some of these state legislators. Many of them go unchallenged in their districts. Some of the most repulsive legislators at the state level who are Democrats literally don't even have to run a campaign against anyone. Go and check. Their seats are just given to them because there is no Republican opposition. So that is the first step. The second step is we have to watch what these people are doing at Springfield. We have to watch the bills that they're working on and how they shove them through those multi-step processes and do what people have been doing here on X and across many platforms. I think now we've never been more connected than we are to this day. So we're becoming stronger in our opposition of predatory policy and just corrupt, morally bankrupt acts and things like the Safety Act and, PICA and all these things. Illinois has to, we have to wake up because that officer should be here and the other one shouldn't be fighting for his life. That's not okay. That person who committed that crime, he should have been under the jail. And this is not me being somebody who is advocating for mass incarceration. I just want the people who are eligible for incarceration to be incarcerated. There's nothing wrong with saying that somebody who's been arrested 70 times should probably be incarcerated. I think that we all know that to be true. The only people who are saying that that's not the truth are the Democrats for some reason. So that's an issue for them to work out between them and Jesus. But for the rest of us who are not trying to expedite our visitation with Jesus. We would like for criminals to actually be arrested and you should be eligible for a longer stint in actual Cook County when you've been arrested anything past 20, 30, 40 times. I mean, like, what is the incentive for following the law at this point? It's not rocket science, and it's not some, weird idea to say, hey, if you're not, and the last thing I'll say is, for a person who's committed this much crime, being arrested this many times, you are not compatible with standard society. If you don't understand that what's not yours should not be taken, if you don't understand that places that are not for you to enter should not be trespassed, if you don't understand that you cannot put your hands on people, that you cannot spit on people, that you cannot do drugs in public places, if you cannot comply with these basic tenets of society, you are not compatible with society. And society, therefore, needs to remit you to another type of society that you are compatible with. And obviously that is a harsh stance, but I'm tired of seeing law-abiding citizens shot down in the streets. So that's kind of all I have left for it at this point.
Thank you. I mean, definitely I agree. And I feel like, and there should be a lot of attention on Officer Bartholomew who passed, but the grave injuries that the other officer endured, he's probably not going to make it out of this. He was shot in the mouth. The bullet went through his head and his spinal cord. If he makes it out alive, he will never, ever be the same. And this guy basically ruined 2 lives and 2 families. So we can never forget that. This is just, the tragedy is beyond. It's so awful.
It's horrific. It really is. It's incredibly horrific because you have to also factor in that, I mean, we didn't look into all the other crimes he's committed. He's been arrested a treasure trove of times. So who else has he harmed? That's a history of harm and violence and whatever else he's been charged with. Electronic monitoring is for people who can be trusted a little bit. Not even wanting police kind of to be in there as much. Like, that is a very dangerous situation for an officer. And, it was definitely very sobering for me to, my husband was stationed at a hospital the next night. And, usually when he's stationed at a hospital, I'm like, oh, you're going to be fine. You're inside for the night. And I can sleep a little bit more peacefully. It was so sobering. Like I said, I'm not the one who's out there in a bulletproof vest. He is. But it changed my entire perspective of when he says he's stationed at a hospital, because I used to count that as a safe place, and it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw what Judge John said at his last trial. And funny enough, this punk is going back before the same judge. So, there's no transparency even on these judges' dockets. We want to know now, who else did Judge John let go? What other criminals has he released into society? Is there any transparency on this judge's criminal activity? Why can't a sheriff arrest the judge? Why can't a federal prosecutor arrest the judge for incompetence, for miscarriage of justice, and bring a lawsuit against him? I mean, the family should sue the judge, absolutely, and completely strip him of all his assets and put him on a debt payment plan for the rest of his life. I mean, if this Judge John suffers no consequences, nothing, well, I don't know. I mean, I could see if that was my family and I lost everything. Well, maybe I'd go full Braveheart, ride in there with a horse and a hammer and take care of business, because these are criminal Democrat judges who run unopposed. If any of you live in Chicago and you voted in the recent election, there's no Republicans on the ballot. Bob Fioretti's there. Darren Bailey's there with Aaron Del Mar. I didn't see any Republicans for anything. So we're living in a monopoly, a Democrat industrial complex, and it's fucking clown world. And it's sad. There's a lot of hurt people in clown world that are very sick and weak and mentally unstable and retarded, have no education, and they're just puppets of this brainwashed hypnosis state that we live in, where Fatty Pritzker is doing a power walk every morning saying, oh, we just did this and we just got the quantum. This, anyways, we live in clown world.
So here's the thing here's where I love to always put onus where onus is due. And the people who are, like I said, and you all know I am not a champion of the Illinois GOP, and I have not changed that stance. I think that I don't think they do a good job at all. I really don't. But the thing is that it really does come down to a person saying, you know what, I'm going to go fill out this piece of paperwork and I'm going to declare my candidacy for this spot. And I think that people have gotten so deep into, I just want to fuss about it, that we neglect the very thing that will change our entire existence here in Chicago and Illinois. People have to say, I'm willing to get, like the chief said. He was like, for officers, they can't just keep saying, oh, I don't want to rock the boat because I want to keep stuff comfortable. You're running for office is going to rock your world. I have had my world rocked. I just concluded a fake stalking order case that took 4 months to complete because our domestic violence court system is ridiculous. I didn't even stalk my opponent or anybody on his team, yet I was accused of stalking and had to do 4 months of court appearances, 2 of which he didn't even come to, or she didn't come to, just to get that cleared off of me and away.
Well, Christina,
fake charge.
Sorry to hear that. What I'm saying is, if the Republicans can slate the legislature or slate the slots, there's a lot of Illinois and Chicago lawyers that will gladly run as a Republican because they are Republican. But the fact of the matter is, we can't even get the slots on the ballot. The ballot itself is corrupted. The Chicago Election Commission is corrupted. Our politicians, it's one huge Democrat industrial complex. It's a scam. And there's no Republican representation. It's totally unconstitutional.
Well, I had a big run-in with the Board of Elections, and I'm not saying that this is how it goes for everybody, but the one thing I can say is that I did not experience any corruption from the Board of Elections. That is a unique experience for me. I'm not saying that's true for everybody, but I was very thorough in my submission for my petition signatures. I went out, collected all. I think I only had. There was about 30 people who helped me collect, but they were all real signatures. So when I went through that entire process, getting on the ballot was not as brutal as I thought. Staying there was made brutal because of my opponent. My opponent made it brutal to stay on the ballot. But the actual Board of Elections, they maintained more integrity than I would have expected.
I agree, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying structurally, Republicans should be on the ballot and have equal representation. It's a total, organizational structural fraud. The ballot itself is bullshit. Again, there are no Republicans for any of the judge slots. Not one. There's no Republican judges. Not one.
But who decides who gets on the ballot? Who's preventing? Because this is the same argument. This is why I don't want us to have this particular argument, because this is the same thing that we say for people who say there's systemic racism and things. We say, well, who's preventing you from buying that house? Who's preventing you from opening that business? Who is preventing Republicans from getting on the ballot? I asked that to the group. Who is preventing Republicans from getting on the ballot?
The Republican
winning. There's definitely. Yeah. Say it again, Kyle.
The Republican who wants to run and doesn't, that's the only person stopping them. Now, I will agree with John that there is a very uphill battle, but I never want to discourage anyone that say it's not worth trying. At the very least, you could have conviction when you go before God and say, hey, I gave a damn and I tried my hardest. So that's at the very least. And, with you're flooded, you've had an uphill battle, but when you make it, to steal Trump's term, too big to rig, and you get an amount of signatures to get on the ballot that they can't throw away. That's the first step, when you show that you care and have fire that will draw people in. And that's a step, So we can do it, but you have to have people willing to take on that suck, for lack of a better term, because that's the only way.
Well, I mean,
hey, I just want to do a quick. Okay, good. Chief is there. I thought we lost you. Chief, can you hear us?
Who, me, Chief? I'm here.
Yep, perfect. You just got quiet on us for a little while. I thought you had connection issues, so
I was listening intently. I was listening intently, and there's certainly a lot of elections. Whoever we were talking about unopposed running for office, that's absolutely correct. There's many state legislators who run unopposed, and somebody, I think Christine mentioned, they don't have to run a campaign, and she's absolutely correct. That's true.
Well, does anybody else have questions for the chief? We are about 10 minutes away from our closing time. I think we have some good things that were covered tonight. Contacting the U.S. Attorney General, contacting our state legislators if there's any wiggle room on their behalf to amend the Safety Act, and I posted the link to joining the chief and Bob Fioretti's council on how to apply to be a part of that committee. But does anybody have anything else they want to contribute before we close tonight?
Yeah, I suppose mine just a follow-up in terms of being on that committee as someone who's unfortunately volunteering for everything.
We know it's a masochist.
Yeah, right. Well, no. Christian's a bigger one than me. In reference to signing up, do you have partnerships in townships that you work with that you're trying to build statewide, or how is that working? I know it's just getting started, but are you trying to establish a point of contact in each town, in each city? How's that? What's the development plan for that?
Yeah, so, and those that don't really want to just be involved, they can actually make suggestions on pieces of legislation they want to see changed, or provisions that they want to see changed. You don't have to, give us solid information. We're actually going to put that in. But Bob is actually already talking to at least elected officials in Central Illinois and Southern Illinois that would want to be on the committee and are willing to be public about it, not hide and not come out forceful for what we want to push for. Myself, I'm reaching out to the police organizations, the unions, that being the FOP, Illinois Chiefs, Sheriff's Associations. There's different other regional police organizations throughout the entire state. And so that's going to be my focus. I'll be involved in their listening or the meetings that we have in both Central Illinois, Southern Illinois, and even here in the Metro Chicago area. So, and Bob will be there. And I told him he should maybe think about a co-chair. And he kind of laughed. And I said, you know what? If we could get a Springfield legislator, it's not going to be a Democrat, but if we could get a legislator to be co-chair with me, we would carry, I would think, even more weight. So he's looking into that. I told him that, they just have to be willing to be out there and push for what we're going to do. So, because, some of the Republicans they're okay to say things behind closed doors, but they don't want to say it in public. So if we could find somebody that would want a co-chair that's an elected official, that would be, I think, really make our committee even stronger.
I believe Adam Niemerg has been public with wanting to amend the Safety Act. I'll send you a message with his information.
That'd be great.
You could also hit up Darren LaHood in 16. He's a strong, proud Republican. I'm sure he'll, help you as much as he can.
I just wrote that down. It's an excellent idea. Yes, absolutely. Sometimes people tell me things like, "Oh, this is a great suggestion, but I don't want you to use my name." And these are even some Republicans. I'm like, why not? They're like, I just don't want to. I don't want to do that fight.
like you do it for us, but here's some good suggestions.
Well, those are the people that need to be primaried, in my opinion. Honestly, I'm sick and tired of just voting for tribalist. Oh, they have an R next to their name. Yeah, but do they have a spine? Like that should be something that's on the ballot too. Are you willing to punch and be punched? If the answer is no, I don't want to vote for you regardless of if you're my party or not, because in my opinion, I'd rather oppose more Democrats I'd rather fight a field of Democrats and just 2 Republicans, but these 2 Republicans next to me are fighters that aren't going to go down until they've given everything they have, far more than a bunch of turncoats who would just, I'm a Republican kind of, but that sounds hard. Okay, well, there's no place for you here. So that's one of the reasons, I enjoy Bob when you talk, you hear the passion in him, you hear it in you. But when people come up and they just expect you to vote down ballot R, it's, who was the Republican in Illinois that was hard January 6th, or like the Adam, what was it? Yeah. You get Republicans like that. Why do you need Democrats? So if a Republican tells you, I support what you do, but I don't want my name attached to it, I'd put them out there. I'd say, hey, this guy doesn't back me. And wait, no one's here to make friends. Everyone's here to turn the ship. If we make friends in the process, cool. But if I offend you because I'm getting work done and you're not, well, then you weren't someone I wanted to be close with anyway. So, yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to do what you do. Obviously, you've done a lot and it's working well for you. But I would put them out there and make them defend their position. If they're not willing to defend it for you, then I'd make them defend it against you as to why they're not willing to step up to the plate.
Agreed. I agreed. When I was chief in Riverside, I had such a good elected board and village presidents that they said at our public meetings, they're like, the police department was always the center of everything. I mean, we were the biggest sucker of the budget, personnel-wise, everything. Then they would always say, Chief, you don't work for us. This is what they would say at the board meeting. You don't work for me as the village president. You don't work for us as trustees. You work for the residents. They used to tell me, not me, they would tell me, your boss are the residents of Riverside. Then we come second. And that's the type of that's what we need. They would publicly say that, like, your first job is to the residents of this town. Then we come.
Thank you. So, thank you so much, Chief, for coming. So many things for us to think about. We're going to, Kyle and I will noodle on the side and put out a call to action with a couple of the things that we discussed tonight. Let's see if we can get some help and make Illinois great again. Just a reminder that I covered at the beginning of the space, the Illinois Republicans community is disappearing from X. Please follow the account ILGOP community. That's where we'll be pushing out all our updates. And again, we will have Darren Bailey on the space in 2 weeks. So with that, everyone, thank you so much for coming. We will chat next week. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Wow. Got some good clips on that one.
Said A&E, and he's an executive. He's greenlit a lot of reality shows. I won't say his name, but he says that reality TV is ultimately what has led to, like, an I hate the word intellectual, right? But just a dumbing down of our society. Right? At one point, if you looked at the metrics, the most watched videos on YouTube were of kids fighting in parking lots. you know, we've you know, it's just that we don't talk about. We don't talk about at the dinner table. We don't talk about, you know, these things that are being influenced by basically television. You know, basically television. You know, he also said, this is interesting, right? So he said that, you know, Chris and Bruce Jenner, they had been shopping the Kardashian story. They had been shopping this around for years. Everyone just kept saying, no, not interested, not interested, not interested. And then she does a sex tape and they become like the all-American family. And you know, not to be like some freaking like elitist snob or whatever you might want to call it, but you know, I think idols used to just be different. Be that, you know, like for whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I look, I think the culture is in decline, and that's certainly the case, right? I mean, I think we're in an age of cultural decline. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, I don't, you know, I don't know if there's hope for the future.
Scott, see, your problem is you're talking about a future, Scott. There's no cultural decline.
This is the main man.
What I'm trying to say is that the culture already is declined. And I mean, do you think the Trump presidency will be the epoch of America? Like it's all just downhill from here? Because
I think Trump is sort of a Reagan light. I think he's a neocon. He's become a neocon. He's a big spender. He's a tax cutter. He's blowing up deficits. So I think on that score, he's just Reagan light. I mean, I don't know where we go from there. But I mean,
see, he's not Reagan light. You know how I know he's not Reagan light? Because I read books. And one of the books I read was Thomas Paine. And guess what? Ronald Reagan read Thomas Paine, not John Locke, and all the ultra conservatives were upset. And they were like, this motherfucking Reagan is reading a liberal enlightenment guy. We want a conservative enlightenment guy. And so what I'm telling you is Trump is not Reagan light. He's Reagan on acid and dynamite. Hello?
Wow. Howard, what do you think of that? This is the great John Kitover, candidate for Congress or mayor or something. Howard, go to you.
Yeah, no, I think as you did yesterday, Scott, a neoclassic or neocon comparison. Yeah, there's something to it, but what John just summarized, I think, really further explains it. It's almost like on a different level. It's basically almost like on steroids at this point, right? It's just interesting how the messaging in the campaign that were used over and over again created support, to create the momentum, to create winning the election. And literally, he's been in office, over, I guess it's now coming, closer to a year and a half, but he's still kind of on the front nine of the 2.0 term. But how it's just like overnight, it appears, it's like he just kind of is reinventing himself. So that's kind of how I see it. It's almost like unexpected, and here we are. We find ourselves with the current state of affairs with Iran, the Strait, gas prices, the economy, what Daryl was talking about with risk to the U.S. dollar. I know Jamie Dimon was talking about today about expected, increased likelihood of recession,
things like that. So that is our reality at the moment. You know, like it or leave it, this is what it is.
You know, it's.
I mean, Daryl, do you think Trump had the IQ or the cognitive?
Before you even finish that sentence, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So I mean, but he's constitutionally, he's the guy in office. What are we going to do? I mean, I think these prospects aren't good, right?
I mean, the only thing we really can do is brace for impact, right? Most of this tends to be cyclical anyway, right? So, but brace for pain. There's some pain coming. And maybe, I hate to say it, but maybe that's what's needed in a way. You know, there's this like phrase, strong parents make weak kids who make strong kids because they have to do more, who will then make weak kids. And I think we have, you know, as a society, maybe even as a culture, we've gotten to the place where U.S. hegemony was so implicit that all we really had to do as Americans was get up in the morning. You know, we get our passport, we go to London. Are you an American? Great. We go to Japan. Are you an American? Great. We love America. And if you see, I think it was France that just gave their fighter jet contracts to Saab. So they are actually, Europe is going to decouple itself from the American defense system. That's going to affect Lockheed Martin. That's potentially going to affect Boeing. That's going to affect all these guys who make these things. Europe is saying that the United States is no longer a trusted ally. And I'm telling you, man, if I were reading like a Tom Clancy novel, I would think this is all Putin. I would think this is all by design, in a sense. Because I don't think he has anything to lose. If you look at the reports about his hands and his ankles and all these other things, I just don't think he has anything left to lose.
Well, see, that's a very polarized way of looking at things because as a former U.S. Army intelligence officer, I spent many months studying Russian weapon systems. And it was then when I came to the conclusion that the U.S. and Russia have to be the world's largest manufacturer of all these weapon systems. And so all I'm trying to say is when I went to the VA hospital today to try to meet with my psychiatrist, there were so many old, dead, dying people full of cancers on wheelies, go-arounds for, these electronic. What I'm trying to say is the world is transforming and everyone is in a state of morbidity, whether you like it or not, including, all these Clubhouse users. It will eventually all completely disappear. But what worries me most is that the whole baby boomer generation, there's like an insecurity or an inferiority complex or something psychologically in the herd construct of the baby boomers that makes me worried that like they will plunge us into a World War III, and that the name baby boomer is not because of the blackouts and all the fucking in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, or before that. It was a name designated to rein in the nuclear apocalypse, a boom world. And see, Daryl, that's why I say you bring up Putin. You're like, Putin is secretly the reverse engineered constructor of all of this. And my answer to that is, well, then the left side of your brain says, and Donald Trump. So it's like this polarization between Trump and Putin, which is actually just an illusion. Like that's what you think the paradigm is. But the truth is Donald Trump is like a very emotional man, or he's not, or he just doesn't care anymore. And he's like, okay, I already have 3 kids, everything is secure. I'm just trying to say that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump tries to become Julius Caesar or, the other famous guy, not Augustus.
Can I ask you
who conquered the world?
I forgot, what state are you in?
I'm in Illinois.
I think you're in the Midwest. Are you like in Illinois or something like
He's
this?
a Chicago guy.
Okay. So, do you remember the Russian spy scandal in New York City where they busted those like 10 Russians? It was called Operation Illegals. Do you remember that? And Anna Chapman, the redhead, she was on the cover of all the papers because she was running a honeypot. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember Anna
Russian
Chapman.
spy scandal in 2010.
Party Box Cole. Welcome to the room, Party Box Cole. Daryl, yes, what about it?
So, Anna Chapman was dating my buddy Bill Staniford when the feds arrested her, right? Bill Staniford, you can actually look at my friends list. If you go all the way down to the beginning when I first joined this, you'll see Bill Staniford is in my friends list. He's a really good friend of mine. He's actually former military intelligence. He was a cryptologist. But it was discovered that going back to the 70s, the Russians had infiltrated the New York City real estate market. And what they were doing is they were laundering arms sales money by buying buildings in New York, right? They would come into the city and buy a building in cash. Sometimes they would come in like with gold bullion. And when Anna and the rest of the illegals got caught, and they did that really big spy exchange where they exchanged 10 Americans that the Russians had caught, and we gave them 10 Russians and blah, 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 and they did that big exchange. What came out of that was that they had been, I'm trying to, Scott, is this recorded? This room?
No.
Okay.
As well.
What came out of that is that, the KGB or the SRV, whatever you wanted to, whichever one you want to call it, they had heavily infiltrated.
If you're concerned, there is two Annons in the room and also John Kitover, so it's probably being recorded.
Oh, I'll shut up then. That's all I want to say. Just look at the elite. All you have to do is Google Anna Chapman, Russian spies, New York City real estate. It was the biggest spying scandal since the Cold War. And it was proven that going back to the 70s, the Russians had infiltrated the New York City real estate market, and they were using the money from illegal arms sales to buy real estate and work with developers in New York City. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Yeah, the Russians are into all kinds of shit. I imagine it's probably like a tributary system.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I was saying that, they uncovered billions in Medicare fraud in these hospices in Los Angeles that were Russian mob attached, I suppose. So I would assume that in Russia, like the Russian mob pays like a tributary system, possibly to like corrupt politicians. But the Russian mafia is international in scope, and I'm sure that just in the same way like the CIA worked with the Italian mafia, the KGB and Russian authorities and government possibly utilize Russian mafia to conduct operations. I don't know.
And to don't forget to launder money.
Right. I mean, money laundering is tax evasion, or to take illegally gained proceeds and then wash them into taxable proceeds to put them in a bank. And so I don't know. At 43, I'm just like shocked that reality is like this. That the war in Ukraine, 2,000 people die every week. In America, we abort 3,000 babies a day. Like, we just live in this like mass industrial complex slaughterhouse, which is global in scope, has never slowed down from the 60s. It's only accelerating. And we have like a baby boomer generation population, which is disappearing. The greatest Americans who stormed the beaches of Normandy are gone. So it's like, if we look at, that's why Scott, when he brings up culture, to me, the culture clash is actually probably always the most interesting content. Like if you go to Chillism right now and you listen to how absolutely crazy people are, meaning that like their daily emotional well-being rests on the composure of a clubhouse room. Like that's basically fallen society. Like no individual personal responsibility. Nobody reads books. Nobody's interested in therapy or meditation or the arts. They're interested in like force projecting their political paradigm and screaming at people and shaming people to make themselves feel better about themselves. It's like it's like being in a psych ward is actually a very composed and calm and somewhat secure place to be. But the real world is the terror of reality. Like, I mean, I'm just saying that the murder rates in Chicago, all these numbers, you know, like they cleaned up Washington, D.C., but they didn't clean up Chicago. I mean, Chicago is just a disaster war zone. And every major city is like this. Seattle with the homeless populations. I mean, like 2 out of 10 Amazon deliveries are snatched. 1 out of 10 FedEx deliveries are snatched. It's just like we just live in a fallen society. And Scott earlier said that he thinks it's all going to go fascist, whether it's left or right. It doesn't matter. And I would just say that we are already fascist. We have to be at this point, and it's only going to increase as the national debt and deficits increase. Like there will have to be, if there are politically strong people, like, I don't know. It's just, anyways, I'm just disappointed. I just wish society wasn't so toxic, homicidal, and like pathetically unintellectual. Because all this DEI stuff and white people bad, racist, etc., is so ignorant and just shows that like the political leaders are just ignorant people. Because if they wanted to actually entertain the populace with more intelligent content, they could. But instead, they just publicly shame and humiliate all of us with their lack of intelligence and vision. It's truly pathetic. Like they need to go read a book by Martin Luther King or something. Like they're so ignorant. It's unbelievable.
And yet we still can't get the Epstein files. We're told nothing to see here. And it appears that, you know, there might be someone who is actually in the files. There are people who are in the files that are serving in our government.
Yeah, like Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is all over the Epstein files. Bill Clinton is all over. Bill Gates, all over. Bill Gates issued public apologies. Bill Clinton denied it all. And, you know, all this was just, I mean, there's a lot that you have to like try to figure out on your own or read between the lines, the international espionage stuff. But it's pretty much clear and 100% that Epstein is a CIA employee, asset, etc., consultant. And if you watch the Epstein and Fatty Disgusting, you know, what's his face, that interview with what's that piece of shit who did the border wall scam, Steve Bannon. If you watch that, did anybody here really watch the whole thing and listen to it? Because it's fucking amazing. Like he is basically a libertarian and he's describing the banking system.
Steve Bannon, to me, is the most interesting person on the right. I mean, I think that guy, he reads French novels. He's actually an interesting guy who I have some, I mean, there's a loathing I have for him, but also a sneaking admiration, which...
Well, he's the devil himself. At the end,
thank God the replays are off.
At the end of the interview, he calls Jeffrey Epstein. He says, "Are you the devil?" He goes, "Why would you say that to me? Why would you say that to me?" And that's Steve Bannon's projection onto Epstein. That's the interesting piece about the whole thing. Bannon is evil. He is a devilish person. And when you listen to the Epstein response, Epstein is like this little mousy kind of like, sweet nitwit. But Bannon is truly the demonic force. I mean, you could say Epstein is also demonic and evil, but anyways, that interview was so interesting because if you're just like an ignorant person and you can't understand reality and how things are the way they are, if you just watch that Epstein basically explain his version of reality, you're like, you know what? He convinced me.
So let's cover David G. David G, new mod on the stage. Where are you at with reality right now? Is Trump a lame duck? What do you think about Epstein? What do you think about the country? David G, you're coming to us from Los Angeles. Tell us where your barometer is for the state of reality.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to watch, to sit back, wake up, and see all these moves this president's trying to make, and then all the articles that are surrounding him with regard to the grift and the money being made at the expense of us and his kids making millions.
And you bring up the kids. We heard on this app. We heard on this app, right, for years about Hunter Biden, who I think made maybe $2 million, right? Doing nothing illegal, just using influence. Compare this to the Trump kids. I mean, where is is the hypocrisy, David? I mean, is there a metric for this level of hypocrisy or no?
I mean, it's broken the playbook. I think it'll be studied for years, for decades. I mean, those that thought that they were, I mean, all my friends that are on the right, some of them anyway, a few of them say, hey, this is no different than Democrats when they're in power. Sometimes Marshall makes these refrains in Gary's room. But, this is a whole nother level of money being made off of presidency. Starting from the first presidency, which was the first term when Jared Kushner rainmaked $2 billion out of the Saudi wealth fund, and the Saudi wealth fund advisors that advise MBS, that run the damn thing, didn't see any viable economic or reason to give them the money. It was what's the money going to be used for? So imagine you're running a bank, like you're a bank guy, right? And your underwriters, and they come to you and say, hey, we need money from the vaults. And they go, what for? It's like, imagine giving $2 billion or $2 million, whatever the case may be, of your bank's money and not having a real legitimate reason. Well, this is the level that we're at right now. Bitcoin's been leveraged in a way I've never seen before. So
David, the lawyers, David, the lawyer from the Paramount Skydance deals, they got like $63 million in 3 days of work.
There you go. I mean, that's those are the bottom feeders, right? Those are the guys. Those are the line items on the billing. Yeah, I mean,
so David, let me ask you this: your dream candidate, like if we could reboot the system, let's say in 2028 we get someone in the White House that looks really different and tries to right the ship. Who's your dream candidate? Who would you support? Who would you go campaign for? Who would you write letters for?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I think, man, are you talking about who might make a viable play in the next 2 years?
I mean, I think
you're talking about anybody out there that
your wish list. If you could see somebody,
I would say, on principle, on the Republican side, the guy's dying of cancer, but Ben Sasse, seemed very measured in principle.
Yeah. Sasse, incredible.
Yeah, except
PhD in history too.
Yep. Yeah, Midwest guy. Seeing the government. He he hearkened and he drew from Reagan.
But that's not your guy. You're a Democrat, so
No, I know. But I'm saying if a Republican might win at some point, that's who I would like to see in the chair as a Republican. As a Democrat, I could say, there's aspects of Gavin Newsom that I like, although I'm seeing a trend in these establishment candidates. We talked about Bernie Sanders. I think there's some policies there. I'm not a socialist, but I think that he could bring, a fair and balanced approach to the economy and help, right the ship a little bit. I think along the lines of a Roosevelt Democrat who saw the need to bring money back into the middle class. I think the middle class has just been hollowed out. So any candidate that can speak to and then of course, how do you tame this AI monster that is coming for everybody's jobs, which we've talked about that a little bit. You and I are not even near retirement age. I know about Howard, but we still got working years in front of us, and we have a couple generations behind us that are also fighting for the same type of work that's going to be left over after the AI revolution continues to disrupt. So I think a politician, the next president's got some serious technology and innovation issues to deal with. I think the tech companies are going to continue to try to.
David, let me ask you this, David. So a lot of my friends, I'm a Philadelphia guy. I'm just interested. You live in California, right? A lot of my conservative friends think California is a disaster. I've spent time there over the past few years. I thought it was lovely. I mean, I think Newsom. I mean, do you think Newsom will be the skullduggery will be like around his? It's California, or is California a model for the country? It's the 5th largest economy in the world. I mean, should we be looking aspirationally to be more like your state?
Well, I think aspirationally, there's no question our legacy is his. The state was built around going west and finding your fortune, chasing your dreams. When Hollywood was built, that great industry was a beacon to the whole world about what America was about, real or imagined or otherwise. And it drove people here. And of course, our fantastic weather, topography, landscape, parks. I mean, we have everything here. When you have a lot to offer, at some point, you're going to be overwhelmed by the people that want to live here. Prices have been driven up. There's no more real estate to really develop. Prices through the roof, wages are stagnant, so you got this imbalance in economy with regard to income, to expenditure, to housing, real issues that my politicians, that my elected officials aren't able to really solve. And then, of course, we have a huge swath of the unhoused and homeless that are everywhere, and there's no solutions for that. Crime has gotten a lot more rampant. The wealthy in this state, if you've ever driven Los Angeles, you can actually go out, drive into these neighborhoods where there's multi-million-dollar homes and walk on their grass, go knock on their door and try to talk to somebody. I mean, it's just, that's how wide open this place is. And then, so not going too far out, I think there's issues that we don't know how to handle because the bureaucracy of state, local, and federal just aren't equipped to be nimble enough to handle some of the big issues that we're facing here. And so we're a model, but we're not a model. I don't think we're a model anymore like we used to be. I think there's some big picture issues that we're not able to fix. Our taxation's high. You've got these billionaires that we've helped mint in Silicon Valley that are saying, hey, man, don't come after my money. And now they want to leave the state. guys like Larry.
David, it's interesting because I think on this app, right, I think you tend to be a line of the left. But when I'm asking you about your own state, you sound a little bit like a conservative.
No. I think what I'm trying to say is that the Democrats haven't solved a lot of the problems here. Okay, they're the ones in power right now. People that I voted for.
Seeing that verified by
COVID,
I said I'm not commenting about
COVID. Unfortunately,
people.
Was a massive.
You don't understand that places that are
state,
my husband was
as others
support of elections. That is
a lot of ways we haven't rebounded from that.
But I just checked this. It's interesting, and I know definitely there's challenges that you're pointing out, David. But California's overtaken Japan. It's now the world's 4th largest economy. So with all those problems, it continues to grow, and it's now number 4.
Howard, they have $50 billion in Medicare fraud, and they only take in $50 billion a year in taxes. How the fuck is this system running? It's all running on fraud, Howard. We have, in my opinion, we have to shut the whole fucking system down with Medicare, Medicaid, and re-platform it on Palantir or something new and do pay as you go. First in, first out type of economics. This type of annual budgeting shit is bankrupting the country, and $200 billion a year is going to fraud. It's insane. Criminal fraud.
America's been insolvent since, I think, 2007, 2008. I mean, this is kind of like known, but no one outside of kind of like Wall Street and economists talk about this.
Hey, I want to go to my friend Philip Denver real quick. Philip Denver, an evangelical Christian, a great guy. Philip, is Trump a lame duck? How are you feeling about the country? And where does your own theology sort of lead you to think about the prospects of the country?
Oh, my own theology? Oh, yeah, we're broken individuals, and we make people like Biden and Trump into messiahs, and they're never going to help us at all. And I mean, and as long as we keep pushing all this trust into politicians that are going to solve things, or somehow the other side's the most evil thing in the world, then we're going to keep going down this path. I don't know what the turnaround is. I didn't grow up in the 60s and 70s, but, if you grew up in the 60s, the country was pretty in turmoil as well. And, I mean, it definitely feels like we're going the wrong direction, but we've self-corrected before, so who knows?
And a lot of brevity from Philip Denver. Any other thoughts, Philip? I give you another 60 seconds.
Yeah, David, you're a little triggered.
Triggered by what?
That you think you think it's the end of the world.
I don't think it's the end of the world. It's not what I said. It's not how I'm saying. I'm seeing. Let me just give you an example. Right. I'm only talking just from my own anecdotal, my backyard. I live near Santa Monica, West Venice Beach, very iconic beachside Tony cities, and businesses are shuttering. Established restaurants that have been here for years can't make it now, shuttering. We had a famous walking street called 3rd Street Promenade. 30% of the businesses in there are vacant. It's actually a dead zone now. It's a dead zone. So, and we're talking about multi-million-dollar homes that surround these business districts. And, something's broken here, right? I just saw the cops in Santa Monica, and this is all anecdotal. 3 or 4 cop cars, lights on, roughing up some homeless guy, and these cops are nervous because the city of Santa Monica is running out of money. They've been sued. They've had lawsuits over sexual harassment, sexual abuse by one of their officers. And so they're hemorrhaging cash. And these cops, they want to get their pensions. They want their pensions paid and everything. So when businesses shutter, there's tax revenue that's gone. And then, of course, the tourists don't want to come here. The tourists already don't want to come here because of Trump and our immigration policies and the climate that Trump's established for America today. That's hurting.
How did Trump establish the climate in Santa Monica?
I'm saying Europeans don't want to bring their dollars here. They don't want to bring their dollars here. 14 million people come to Venice Beach every year. It's one of the most trafficked famous beaches in the world, and I'm seeing it empty. I'm seeing vendors not doing the business they used to do. I'm saying, and I've talked to others that they're not, that the European dollars are not coming over here. And you know, you can look at you can just Google the tourism issues that the nation is facing, how down it is. And these are nationwide trends. So it's not just California, it's other parts of the country. Canadians aren't coming here anymore.
David, it was COVID-19 that destroyed Venice Beach. COVID-19 destroyed our fucking economy. You know, that sacrifice that we did to shut down with that experimental COVID-19 vaccine and boosters. Venice Beach was thriving and is, you know, one of the most amazing destinations on the planet. But COVID-19 is what 100% ghost town that fucking place.
Well, it turned into a homeless encampment. It was a massive homeless encampment during COVID.
Is that Trump's fault?
Famous? No, unless this was after Trump, right? This was after Trump. So
whose fault is that?
It's a fault of responding to a pandemic, and it's the fault of not having resources and places to put people. The city of LA basically said, look, we'd rather have them out in the open, we'd rather have them in these tents on these famous beaches than worrying about COVID being spread and whatnot. And so there was decisions made to just let it go rampant. And then everybody was coming here from all over the place. So if you had to be quarantined, right, you had to stay in your house, or you're living in a cold part of America. Well, coming here wasn't a bad place to show up because it's sunny. You can be outside, and I just saw tons of people come to the area that weren't even from here, like, not even 5, 6, 7 years ago, just showing up in license plate states from other parts of the country, setting up shops, setting up tents and everything. So, yeah, it was just a crazy free-for-all. I don't think you can pin it on any one administration or any one policy. It's just how people reacted to the situation.
But Howard, David, that was the allure.
Now, if you could, let's say in 2028, Gavin Newsom is the Democratic nominee. He's your governor. Would you vote for him for president?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd vote for president. I mean, look, I like Biden. I thought Biden's an older, wiser, more experienced version of Newsom. If Biden had been Gavin Newsom in terms of age and vibrancy, he'd be running the show right now. He would be in the White House. Okay, but age caught up to him. So, yeah, I think he's part of that tradition of, the Roosevelt, take care of, have policies that are going to impact.
But David, what do we do? What do we do about deficits? I mean, which I don't know. Like, and I'm not a fiscal conservative. But I mean, it's a reality, right? I mean, these things about spending. How do we get? And I don't think we need to have balanced budgets all the time, but we need a sort of budget that's probably in some sort of correlative relationship in a healthy way to GDP. How do we do that? And how do we talk the country into some level of fiscal responsibility? I'm not saying balanced budgets, but I'm saying, how do we get spending under control?
And start by not having Republican presidents.
There you go.
Oh, the classic line. It's always my favorite line. Is we can start by not having Republican presidents.
Well, you can look at the historical numbers. It's pretty clear.
If you look at
I think what's absolutely clear is that when we have Democratic presidents and Republican Congresses, the deficit goes down. I mean, that's
ding, 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 plus, 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 plus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is. I think, and part of that is Republicans. When there's a Republican president, it's military spending and tax cuts, and they blow up the deficit. When we have a Democratic president and a Republican Congress, spending usually does go down. I mean, Clinton balanced two budgets. Obama took, I think when Obama came in 2008, it was during, it was, so
Scott, if I can just jump in, like, historically speaking, by every metric by which we measure the economy, this goes back to the Depression. The economy does better when there's a Democrat in the White House and the Democrats control at least one chamber of Congress, right? And it's overwhelmingly.
It's not a fact, to be clear.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
No, you can say it's a fact, but if you actually do the work on this and you actually read economics, it's really not a fact.
Actually, my degree's in economics, so it actually is a fact.
Philip, if you have a degree in economics, then you got to know the art of just making opinions, Philip, and calling them facts. That's what economics is.
To look at how we measure the measurements of how we measure the economy. This has been argued ad nauseum. This has been argued ad nauseum, and the overwhelming belief is that because Democrats are willing to spend out. If you look at what Bill Clinton did, Bill Clinton raised taxes on the rich, and he also cut defense spending. So you can make your arguments, but until you like write a white paper, I'm just gonna go with what
or just
the general consensus.
If there's no general consensus, unless you're a liberal, like nobody generally can side with these things. Like you guys say, facts are not facts. This is why people distrust people so much.
Bill Clinton also benefited from the innovations of the internet and the tech run up to 2002.
Yeah, pets.com and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Do you remember that website? Like that was huge.
I do. Yeah, I do. But I'm trying to say
Al Gore with inventing the internet.
When the feds arrested her, right?
Gore had some sort of.
Bill Stanford, you can actually. There's something to it.
The internet was actually incubated in the University of California systems. And it was a military project before that. So the military Howard, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I was just going to throw a log in the fire here for the group, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dave.
David, would you?
Yeah. So the military.
David.
Clinton didn't get us in any wars either. He didn't get us in any wars. He left with a budget surplus, and then George W. Somehow got us involved in the Iraq War and ran up those deficits.
David,
I mean, it's it's interesting how parties frame themselves as being fiscal, but again, I don't.
You on this question?
Somalia, Haiti, and Iraq.
Okay, hold on a second.
That's what Bill Clinton.
I don't have enough of an IQ on this question, but let me ask it anyways. So if deficits are such a significant issue, why is the stock market continuing to grow in the S&P?
Because of the deficits, Howard.
Because
they're connected.
There used to be a metric where you could look at the market and basically jobs, and if you looked at the chart, they were almost always in unison with each other. Now it's like they're completely separate. So the
what?
State of
they're not separate. What are you talking about?
Really doesn't have anything to do with jobs anymore.
I don't believe in the
No,
stock
but it has to do with corporate earnings.
That's what I was going to say something similar to Scott. How do we get it? How do we not balance budgets? But to answer your question, don't we need to tell a better story? We need to tell a more accurate story. The economy is not the stock market. Dummy.
Yeah.
Right? The economy is something shining a light on what is the real economy.
Yeah, but Caleb, if you ask an economist to determine or define economics, it's like asking, what is God? It's this huge soup, and we all know it's just this admixture. The problem is we keep spending on ridiculous programs. I mean, I think austerity, honestly, and a strong hand is the way to resolve the situation and prepare for the financial, situation, or we just keep going. Maybe we're not even greedy enough, but maybe we're just spending it all on stupid stuff, because really it's the global economy which is supporting our fraudulent Ponzi scheme. And so, if we're really smart, we would actually push it harder and rip off the rest of the world as much as possible and prepare for, defeating them in a conflict, because, that would be one argument. You could say that's patriotically insane and immoral, but I would say what we're doing now is already immoral, and we're already getting ripped off by scammers and schemers to the tunes of probably $400 billion a year. So why let scammers defraud us of $400 billion a year? If we're the mafia and the mafia is getting ripped off and the mafia just keeps letting itself get ripped off, well, then maybe they're kicking back to the top of the mafia, or they're unaware of this stuff.
But if my 401k continues to go up, then keep doing it. I don't care.
Exactly. That would be the reason to keep voting Democrat.
I would go to what Caleb said. I think because Caleb is onto something here. I think we need a new national story. I don't know what it is, right? But Caleb, could you give us 2 minutes on if you could be the national rabbi and sort of give us a little political direction? How would you re-narrate the national story? What direction would you take us in?
Well, I'll just say I know nothing about economics, right? So I'm not equipped to tell that story. I'm coming right now from an event where the son of a rabbi named Israel Dresner, Cy Dresner, who they say was Martin Luther King's rabbi, right? He's in all the pictures. And this is I was at an event about restarting Black-Jewish relations in a tenser moment in America between Blacks and Jews, and in a post-October 7th reality, under the larger heading of why can't we talk to each other anymore? And that's when I think about my big social issue of the day. It's why can't we have conversations? And that's the story I'd like us to be writing together, the story of our shared conversation together.
So, Caleb, do you think this is about social trust, right? In the Putnam stuff, if we could learn to converse. I mean, countries that have high social trust function incredibly well. Countries with low social trust function incredibly poorly. So, is what you're saying that, like, if we could build some fabric of conversation, we'd put some dividends in the social trust bank, and then maybe we'd actually be able to do some functional things together as a people?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, families don't even talk to each other, right? Kitchen table, dinner time conversations are happening far less. So obviously we can't talk to each other out on the street. Right? Like, one theme I took away from this, and this was a reverend and this rabbi's kid who's doing this documentary about his dad and Martin Luther King. Check it out, by the way. If you don't know who Cy Dresner is, look him up. He was the most arrested rabbi in the civil rights movement. He was the only rabbi who was a board member of the SCLC. Anyway, very interesting guy. In any case, the whole takeaway, both of these guys, what they kept saying is, like, be kind, ask people how they are, simple stuff, but powerful stuff. We don't do that. We stay angry. We stay with cortisol levels spiked, right? Like, this is crazy. We can talk to each other. We can connect. What do we connect on? There's a lot of sameness there. What did the guy say? The Reverend said it. Let's not major in the minors. I thought that's great. What a great line. Let's not major in the minors.
You know, it's, so I'm not kind of lapsed Christian guy, but when I was a minister, I was in a tradition where we had corporate prayers of confession every week. And that was really powerful. I mean, there was something powerful about the whole community sitting and humbly confessing our sin together. And then there was an assurance of pardon, which was beautiful. You know, as a minister, I told people that I wasn't giving them absolution theologically. I was just assuring them that God's forgiveness was real. And I think if we had some of that, right? If we had some, in all of our traditions, if we had some, I think, kind of corporate, just, hey, you can get some grace and then give some grace. Do you think that would move us forward or no?
I don't know if that's the story. I think it used to be something like, and this was never true for everybody, but I think one way we told the story was like, in the end, there's the system, and the system will say that will work in the end, right? But that's what's so scary now. That's what's being attacked is the systems. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Well, no, I brought this up in the room today, and I might have been all over the map a little bit, and I was trying to articulate it, but people fought the good fight, like the rabbi you mentioned, with the civil rights movement, because it was the right thing to do. And everybody knew they had the morality on their side. And people were willing to die for that morality, because to not do so was to keep the status quo entrenched. And it had gone on far too long in this country to allow the inequities that were just, second nature to everybody that was living at that time. Until you had guys like in the sports world, Jackie Robinson, and guys like Sinatra, who forced hotels, who let Sammy Davis Jr. sing in and stay in. I mean, you had real trailblazers that took on the establishment. And, now we act like, well, all those sins have been remedied. And everybody's saying it's reversed now. Every white guy out there that lives in the Deep South who's out of a job is blaming a colored person, somebody from the other side of the tracks. And it's like, this is where we're at today. And the Supreme Court.
By the way, guys, first female on the stage. Let's give Meryl some deference.
What's up,
Meryl, would you like a fresh five to tell us?
Hold on, I want to if I could just jump on something both Caleb and David were saying.
Yeah, take a minute and then we'll go to Meryl.
Yeah, because David, you actually had people who were willing, to get punched in the face, right? And, Caleb, like, people don't know, but I don't know if anyone remembers this movie about the killing of the civil rights kids. It was called Mississippi Burning, right? And they killed
Great movie. Gene Hackman.
Yeah, and Willem Dafoe, right?
Yeah,
So I'm good friends with Dick Gregory's son, Dr. Christian Gregory. And what people don't know, it's called the Summer of Freedom. It was actually Hugh Hefner who paid to have that swamp dredged, right? I forgot, Mississippi, they didn't want to pay for it. So Dick Gregory, who was actually the first African-American comedian to play at the Playboy Club, he went to Hugh Hefner and he said, hey, can you help me? And Hugh Hefner is the one who paid. People don't know this story. It's an amazing story, but I think it goes back to something what Caleb was saying. And David, people were willing to go out and get bitten by dogs. Those Jewish kids that got shot.
What you were saying, Daryl, there was investment in a collective story.
Yes.
So all right, let's go to Meryl. Meryl, first female on the stage, my dear friend. How are you? And would you like to comment on Trump and the country and just the state of how you're feeling about our collective union?
Well, I missed most of this conversation. I'm just coming in late. But you're talking about communicating with each other, or personally, I think that we're not all sensitive to the same things. I know I come across like a shrew sometimes on Clubhouse, but I'm pretty sensitive about a lot of things. And I find that the people that I certainly get along best with, we have that in common. We are sensitive. Our emotions, there's things that trigger us. and they don't seem to trigger other people. So we're talking about the civil rights movement. Try to think about, when I think about the women that got involved and were killed, I think about, yes, they're brave. They were brave, but they understood. They had more a different morality than we have today. I think that we are losing this. I think that Trump has done that to us, by the way. I think that we were a far more sensitive country when we understood that people hurt, or we understood what injustice is, or what we thought was injustice. And when we are strong about that, when we're not afraid to talk about it, I find that there are people that have an arrogance about them that I'm not real. I don't think I'm arrogant. I think I'm emotional, but I don't think I'm arrogant. And I do think that I listen, but I'm not. But as I said, I will read a story, or I'll see a picture, or I'll be listening to the news, and I might feel very strong about something, but I'm still willing to listen to other people. But I find that I just don't think we live in a sensitive world right now.
And Meryl,
our own country.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but you have a personal friendship with one of the most conservative people on Clubhouse, right? I mean, Steve Wine. I mean, you guys are friends.
We don't talk politics at all. Not at all. We talk about things that we're sensitive about each other, but not. We don't talk about. We talk about our families. We talk about things that we relate to. You know, what hurts? This hurts, or this is happening with our family, or there are some things that you have in common that are not necessarily dictated to by how you vote. They are much more, you dig deeper into who a person is. You know, there are some things about Steve that he will say, oh, I could stand that about her, or I don't like this about him. He's so different than I am here, or different than I am there. But then when you stop and talk with him, there's things that are in common. And I think that is important to be able to, but there are other people who I could never communicate with that way, our politics separate us, but we don't have that same respect for each other. I do respect.
Why do they separate you?
Pardon?
Why do the politics separate you?
Oh, for many reasons. Okay, I'm not a one issue voter. I am not. I don't want to be too controversial, but like when I talk about Israel, I'm Jewish and I support Israel. Do I agree with every single thing that they do? Not for years. For years, I've been able to say, I support them. I raise money for them. I will give them money, but I will not. I'm also able to say this. I think this is wrong, or I can look at something. I think I don't want to get too controversial, but
Meryl, I think you should get a little more controversial. Like put the pedal to the metal. Come on.
Okay. When we talk about what's going on in the West Bank or something, some people will say, Bibi could do no wrong. Absolutely no wrong. Well, I do disagree with him on some things. And when I see, if I see Jewish settlers that are violent with Palestinian Christians who have nothing to do with Hamas, they're not Hezbollah, they're not terrorists. They're just living there quietly, peacefully, and I disagree with. I don't defend every single thing that's done. When we had the vote on Israel, there were a number of Democrats who just voted. They will always give money for Israel to defend itself. But right now they're drawing the line and they're not going to give money to bulldoze everything. And they're more cautious about that. I agree with that. However, I get beat up by, you take somebody like, there's a couple people right in Critical Thinking Forum who would beat me up. They would chew me up and spit me out for saying that, because he can do no wrong. And that's not true.
Meryl, do you think there's something too about like something tragic about a bullied people that becomes bullies, right? I mean, that's, I think it's fair to say that Mahu in Israel right now can flex their muscles, right? And it's something so tragic to watch a people that have been bullied probably being less than sensitive with their power. Is that fair to say, or am I overspeaking?
Absolutely. You know, the one thing that Jewish people do, and we do this, I mean, it's very important. You know, we always say, never forget what happened to the Jews with the Holocaust. And it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But we can watch people now who they're not Hitler. They're not as violent or not Hitler, but you can see that people can be sane, but start to eventually do things, just like you said, you start to become the bully, and you lose sight of the fact of where you came from. What were your roots? Well, how did you start this? And I understand we can't always be beat up by terrorists, absolutely not. But we also can't become terrorists. And when I once watched when the whole thing with Gaza was starting, and believe me, I have friends and family in Israel, and they're not all for Bibi, but they have to run to bomb shelters 16 times a day. But they sit and they can look at things. I see a picture of a man running, and he's got his 2-year-old child, and his child's feet aren't touching the ground. This man is running so fast to take his child somewhere. And I have an emotional reaction to that. Some people look and say, well, God damn it, they're terrorists. Look what they did to our kids. I'm not quite there yet. I sometimes see something right in front of my face. I'm looking at a picture, and I start to feel bad about that 2-year-old child. He's not yet become a terrorist. He's not yet not been influenced yet, but he will be. He's going to hate Jews just like he's going to, because of what he's experiencing right now. And so I worry about things like that. I just don't want us to be, I don't have the right words. I get so nervous.
Meryl, these kids are programmed.
You think that people have blind spots that they can't see things in, right?
Well, that includes myself.
Okay. So,
that includes myself. I have blind spots. I suppose I do.
So what are your blind spots that you think that you could do a better job at actually, well, you don't actually have to say it out loud, but what are the blind spots you think you could do a better job?
They're called blind spots for a reason, Philip. She can't even tell you about them because she doesn't even know about them.
No, I'll tell you. Okay, one of the things, I'm a smart ass. Sometimes don't diffuse something when I should. Okay, I will see something, or I'll be in chat, or I'll be somewhere, and somebody will write something, and instead of trying to diffuse it or trying to think it through before I answer, I will be snarky. I want to dig a little at that person. You don't always wake up somebody by poking them, and sometimes I poke. I think
that's not really a blind spot. A blind spot would be like the abilities of something you know that you're biased actually holds you up from being objective on a discussion.
Holds me up from being objective.
So
I don't like
not be able to take a Republican talking point and give it credit.
Yes, I'll tell you what.
First of all, let's get rid of the word objective and let's just say fair, because I don't think anybody can be objective, right? But I think because we're all subjects, right? We all have emotions and eyes and ears, so everything is subjective. But we can try to be fair, right? So Meryl, how could you be more fair? I mean, do you think there are times when you could be fairer to the other side?
That's hard for me to think about because I am so rooted in how I feel right now. No, I think that I think I have what appears to be a bias. It could be called a bias, but I don't think I'm unfair. I think that I think what's unfair is if I were to say to somebody, if I were to blame everything on the other party, if I were to blame everything on, as I just said, Bibi, if I wanted to blame everything on Bibi, that's not fair. That's not fair. But I do think that I feel that I have come in contact with many people who I don't think are fair. I don't call somebody Hitler or a Nazi. I might say that I think I see the beginnings of something that happened many decades ago that can grow into something. But I don't listen anymore. When someone starts attacking me, I tend not to listen. So if that's a flaw, then that's one I have to admit to.
Okay, let's go to Howard. Howard, my man, how are you feeling about this room? And I mean, you're a Jew. How do you feel about Israel, Netanyahu, just the general state of what's going on?
No, I think, and Scott, I appreciate you clarifying versus objective. But yeah, I mean, I think Meryl did a good job just articulating kind of the paradox that's happening with what's going on right now and state of affairs.
See, Meryl.
All right, let's go.
Scott, can I say something real quick to Meryl? You know, Meryl, I got to tell you, Donald Trump could be your source of enlightenment.
John Kitover, candidate for Congress and mayor.
And also Chicago Public School Board.
Hold on one moment. I have to tell you something, Mr. Kitover. I'm not always fair when it comes to you. Go ahead.
Oh, I just like to make a joke, but it's actually not a joke. It could be a reality thing for some people that Donald Trump could be your source of enlightenment, meaning that, like, if you are polarized with Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin, if you haven't come to like a spiritual or a metaphysical conclusion, you have to basically try to enlighten yourself like our founding fathers did, or transcend above your opinion or the way you feel. That type of creative intelligence or psychological intelligence can be applied to all other dynamics of your life. And Donald Trump, because he is that polarizing figure, you could just visualize Donald Trump in your mind's eye as an orange, man, and just do a Trump mantra and just say, Donald Trump. Donald Trump. It's a joke, Meryl, but it's not necessarily a joke, meaning that, your life is limited. Your time is basically broken down into 2.5 billion seconds throughout the course of your life. It's all content. So this app is, in a way, reverse engineering the universe to troll you, to gaslight you, and to make you basically to fuck up your life and make your life miserable, because this app is just toxic, communication for the most part. And like you said, if people attack me, I'm going to attack them back. Well, that's the problem, Meryl. The fact that your brain is just automated. It's fully automated. It's AI already in itself. Hello?
No, sir. No, sir. That's where I differ with you. No. See, you are describing me as somebody who's not smart. You are describing me as somebody who can't be objective, or somebody who can't. You'd have to understand a little bit about, we all were raised in some way. We all had different influences growing up. I had the best. And we were taught, my cousins, myself, we had a large family, large extended family. We were taught to listen. We were taught to be able to speak. We were taught to be able to defend what we think and how we feel. And I can't look at Donald Trump and have you tell me intellectually. Now you're trying to try to go psychologically. No, let's talk psychologically and intellectually. All right, you've picked the wrong person. Donald Trump. No, I'm sorry, Donald Trump, and we can do example after example after example where we don't have. It's a morality issue. It is I find he doesn't respect our country. I respect our country. I respect our citizens.
So I understand what you're saying, but if you don't understand, if you don't see a blind spot here, I would tell you, like, it's very obvious that you so despise the person that if he does anything good, it's going to be very hard to say he does.
Tell me what he does that's good. Tell me what he does that's good for our country. Tell me what a patriot he is. Tell me.
Absolutely, he supported Israel at a key moment of time and basically helped them defeat Iran, Israel, Lebanon, and all of Israel's enemies at this point, which has put us on a safer track in the Middle East, probably for the first time.
Did I say I don't support Israel?
You asked me to tell you what he's done that's good.
I asked you, okay, and you think that that's one of the reasons I disapprove of him?
No,
is that what you're saying?
You said tell me one thing that he's done that's good.
No, that you think I have a bias against him for. You're saying you are talking to me as if I can't pinpoint anything.
You didn't say that though.
I am a supporter.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
No, she said to me, name one thing you think he's done that's good.
In the context of the conversation, the entire conversation.
Sure, I'll give you another thing that he's done that's good. I'll give you one thing that's nuanced. You'll hate this. He's basically shut the border down so we don't have illegal immigrants flooding into the country.
And what makes you think that I was against that? You've been in other conversations with me, haven't you?
That's a good move. Now, the place keeping these because
during the Matrix.
I think what he said is I agree with Phil. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I would say this. I think Trump is evolving into kind of Reagan light. I think he's spending a lot of money and cutting taxes and doing some neocon foreign policy, which all is fine. I mean, that's, it's not my politics, but I don't think it's necessarily extreme. But I think what's interesting is he's evolved into someone that is the opposite of how he won. I mean, in 2016, Donald Trump won the presidency because people were just tired of all of the spending and all of the neocon adventures, and they wanted an America First kind of agenda. I think what he's evolved into is the thing he ran against, which might, and again, you can take that or leave it. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that's good or that's bad, but I mean, it is. I mean, he has lost any kind of center that he had.
Scott, you're discounting who he ran against.
I think it's, give me 1 second. I think it's more complicated than, I think 2016 is very complicated. And the reason I say this is because I won't say her last name, but my good friend Lisa here in the city, she worked for him for 17 years. She was there that night. And when they told him he won, she'll tell you, he said, oh shit. Right? Yeah. What the Dems did, they, there's sometimes, you get beat and then sometimes you beat yourself, right? And I've gotten into like arguments with friends of mine about this. Running Hillary Clinton was a mistake. Running Hillary Clinton when you, and I have nothing against Hillary Clinton personally, but I acknowledge that her unlikable numbers were very high. I think the Clintons as a couple don't understand how the average person feels about them. And to add another layer to that, the issue with the Democratic Party, which is not the party of my, my mom was a nurse for 22 years. My dad was 17 years in the Army. I come from a blue-collar New York City family. They wouldn't recognize this Democratic Party. And I'm sorry, Meryl, you going to say something?
Well, I was going to say, all right, I'm a Democrat, but every election I have voted for Republicans before, by the way. I look at the possibility of a Democrat losing, right? Throughout the entire campaign, I will look at that, primaries and everything, and I look to and say, what Republican there can I accept? What Republican there, if he wins, I think will be okay? I don't just say, forget it, no Republicans. Donald Trump was somebody that my boss and I had discussions about before he ran first time. And I started to do research on him. He was not somebody that I would ever have chosen. But there were other Republicans I could have felt, okay, we're going to still be okay. I might not like all his policies, but there were about 2 or 3 that I thought we could be okay. I'll be okay with this. That's how when it comes to that, I don't say it's got to be a Democrat. God damn it, I hate all Republicans. It's not that at all. But
I'm talking more about the DNC and the party structure, right? The DNC has this thing about electing kings, right? And they want to come together and they'll say, well, okay, Meryl, you have to wait because it's Scott's turn, right? It's this whole idea of a turn-based system, and they refuse. And again, I voted for Bloomberg. I voted for Giuliani once, but I was here on 9/11. I was down here on 9/11.
Obama broke through. He wasn't.
But that's right, Howard. Look at what he did. He said to the system, who they were trying to make it Hillary in 2008. It was quote unquote her turn, and I think the party, and I think this is the problem with the Democratic Party, that the party is so caught up in this idea of lineage, in a sense, right? That they refuse to accept that her unlikables, as smart as she is, no one really liked her, right? And as they're out of touch with people.
Do you think you should vote? Do you vote for somebody because you like them, or do you vote for somebody who maybe you can see the negatives, but they're smart and they're going to do the best they can do for you, for the country? I look at the Clintons. Remember now something. They got a bad rap right from the very beginning. Bill Clinton, he was too loose with his you-know-what. And when he was a governor. And
Whitewater, Vince Foster.
Yes. All the scandals, which, by the way, when the Republicans went and got special counsel Ken Starr, Ken Starr didn't find the stuff that he thought he was going to find. He said he didn't really want to do the Lewinsky thing, but that was the only thing.
Ken Starr is in the Epstein files, communicating with Jeffrey Epstein via email, calling him, "Hey, babe, I can't wait to see you again." He's in the files. Ken Starr.
I don't really.
Ken Starr represented him. Ken Starr was on the legal team that represented him.
Are you excusing what Bill Clinton did? Are you excusing the sexual assault allegations and
are you saying me? Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
No, I don't excuse it. However, he was impeached for it. And then the rest of that became for him and his wife.
Right. No, that's not true. That is not for him and his wife. The country still. This is the thing. It's not. You don't get to tell people that they're not allowed to feel a certain way. I'm not allowed to tell you that you can't feel a certain way about the shit that Donald Trump has done. That is a terrible tactic if you use it both ways. At the end of the day, when Bill Clinton did not resign in that scandal and step away from, he set a precedent for everybody else to never have to resign in a scandal of that magnitude.
Yeah, well, he was impeached.
And he
set an example that nobody in the Republican Party is willing to do. He was impeached.
That's actually not true. There was 7 different senators that impeached that looked to vote for conviction of Donald Trump for 9/11. Wait, oh, I'm sorry, January 12th or 11th.
January 6th.
January 6th. Sorry. So this idea that that's not true, that is absolutely not true. There has been people that have been good politicians. Look at Ben Staff. But if you're going to sit there and make
I'm saying the sitting people in Congress did, and in the Senate, they did not impeach him. Who did? Who was willing to? Mitt Romney. You had Cheney.
Liz Cheney. Go on and on and on.
Was he impeached? Was he impeached? Bill Clinton was impeached.
Donald Trump has been impeached twice.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, so Donald Trump has been impeached twice, and Bill Clinton said to presidents that it's okay to lie and do horrible things in the office and be okay with it.
All right, I'm going to give you an example of Donald Trump, okay? Do you think Donald Trump really cares about police and police brutality? Do you think he cares about police?
No.
How do you feel about him with the pardons?
I think it's atrocious. I think it's setting precedents that Joe Biden set when he left office.
So we're, okay, now wait a minute. We're going to do what about? Okay. Compare Joe Biden and compare. You just mentioned Joe Biden.
No, you are. We pardoned Joe Biden's son of real crimes because he's the president's son, and in that permission structure,
he pardoned his son. He pardoned his son.
Correct.
All right. He pardoned his son. Biden. Now let's talk about that then. How much money did his son get? And how much money do
about $2 million? And
how much does
Trump has made
family get right now?
The conservative estimates are that Trump has increased his net worth this year by $2 billion.
2.2 billion.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane. I mean,
and this is Scott. Marilyn, I'll let you have it, but this is the part that kind of gets me, right? It's like, it's all of this stuff is literally being done right in front of your face, right? You have oil shorts, right, done right in front of your face. What are you going to do about it, right? It's like, release the Epstein files. No, we're not going to. What are you going to do about it, right? It's the what do you call it when presidents are not emoluments, right? You can't do this. You can't do this. Well, okay, hold on, Philip. I'm talking. I'll let you finish. It's like,
I gotta run.
What are you gonna do about it? It's this constant thing of, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. Opinions be damned, and there's just nothing you can do about it, and that's the part.
Daryl.
Yeah.
I feel that long term, it isn't Trump himself, because he's almost 80 years old. But it's ultimately going to be Eric, Donald Jr., Barron, Kushner. They're the ones that ultimately are going to possibly, potentially, somewhere down the road. Because when all this and you start getting the IRS involved, it's going to be a shit show.
Yeah, well, think about it, right? They're talking about forced registration for selective service, right? There was even some talk, it happens every now and then about the draft, right? But Barron Trump is of fighting age. Do you think Barron Trump's going to pick up a rifle at any point in his life?
Of course not.
Exactly. It's going to be some poor kid from some poor neighborhood. And
Daryl, it might be the best thing that ever happened to that poor kid. I served in the Army. Going to boot camp is great for you. You learn discipline. You learn how to keep your fucking mouth shut and do a push-up. We need a new culture. Rap drill country. This shit is over. This country is falling apart. We need to use our federal government to try to re-educate our population at the national scale. I'm sorry, but something has to be done. The culture, the homeless population, it's growing. This country is imploding. We're completely bankrupt. We need to basically re-kickstart it. And I don't know what your solution is, but I think a draft is a great idea.
I've said we need pain. And I think that pain is coming over the next 18 months. I don't think the average person understands how, when you're looking at, when interest rates hit maybe 9%, like some economists are saying, right? And we need pain. Pain will sometimes bring about discipline.
Well, it's like popping a zit or pulling a scab off.
Do you know who I think we need right now? I think we need the Congress that stood up for King Charles yesterday when he was speaking, and they all were Republicans and Democrats applauding him, standing up for him, and yet not all of them do one thing that he was talking about our allies. He was talking about different things and about checks and balances, and they all were agreeing. And that's who we need. We need them when they think that way and when they act that way. Both parties.
Meryl, they need to go read the Declaration of Independence and know that we have eternal separation.
King Charles was also harkening back to the Magna Carta, which I don't even think Trump. That's one iota of what's in that thing.
This doesn't know what's. You didn't know the Declaration of Independence when he pointed to it. He just said, "That's lovely. That's love."
Here's a king, a sitting king, right? We bested his ancestor, King George, right? And then we reconstituted what we learned from them and their history and all the other histories of Western civilization and others. And we built this bedrock of a democracy. And I think King Charles is basically saying, "Hey guys, wake up to what it is you built. You beat us, and then you built this great government, and now you're losing your way. Does it take a sitting king, to remind these guys? Is that the only guy that can?"
That's my point. That's what we need.
What way are you talking about, David?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? You know this?
Yeah, what's the way that King Charles told us that we lost our way? What have we lost? I'm asking you. Hello?
When you got when is this prime minister when is a sitting head of state ever come to the United States Congress, the United States, and then had to remind us of what we came from and what we're about? You tell me in our history when that has happened.
Well, I'm just looking at this from like the perspective of like a baseball team. I mean, I'm rooting for Team America. I don't understand why you guys don't root for the same team.
But that's kind of a problem, right? Like we've chosen these camps, like Mets and Yankees. You're a Mets fan or a Yankees fan. You're a Knicks or a Net fan. And we've gone into our camps, and it doesn't really matter. Hey, my team cheated. I don't care. We won. It's not about the game anymore. It's about the outcome. And that outcome is only, what people don't realize is outcome is only benefiting certain people. So like when Trump says, we're going to make so much money, who's the we? That money's not being shared with the American people. That money's not being trickled out or trickled down. It's this detachment from reality.
By the way, the gentleman who created trickle-down economics, before Reagan even left office, said this was the worst mistake he did.
Yeah, it never works. It has never worked. They talk about it. They talk about it all the time. It has never worked. And yet every time a Republican gets in the White House, they start talking about this trickle-down economics.
Well, listen, these conversations are all circular, and they've been happening for years on Clown House. Why can't you just admit that Donald Trump is the better administrator? He's the better governor than Kamala Harris. You guys are fucking crazy if you think Kamala would be doing a better job in fixing this shit than Donald Trump.
I don't think it would be. I think Kamala. I think would have been transformative. She would have been. I think we voted for Trump 2 times because we wanted disruption, and Kamala Harris would have administrated the government far better than Donald Trump. But we wanted disruption, and that's what we got. And so we have
No. It wasn't just disruption, Scott. It was also it was a continuation of a perceived status quo in this country, where the white majority still doesn't want to relinquish. Thank you, Chris.
She didn't win because she was a white woman. She was a black woman married to a white Jewish.
I don't think this has anything to do with race.
I won't say she didn't win for that, but I do disagree. She would have been transformative because all of her claims that she wanted to initiate, our policies she wanted to initiate would have transformed. The next generation into being able to have not only more rights, but also have more things as far as assets. She was the only person who was speaking about going back and actually investigating while we were still processing out after COVID. She was the only person talking about actually helping people with small businesses, get business growth that could actually benefit more small business opening up. And she was the only person talking about. But she would have been.
Yeah, she would have left the border open and opened the border even more. She would have given trans surgeries to prisoners. She would have further indebted this country even more. Chris, you're delusional, sir. Hello?
And interrupt you at all. I'm sorry. She also.
Let's not do the I didn't interrupt you game. Hello?
First-time homeowners. Sorry, sir. She also working on helping first-time homeowners get the ability to purchase homes prior to them becoming 50 years old, which was the average around COVID for home purchases. It was about 50 years of age for the person actually able to purchase a home.
That's all wishful thinking, Chris.
Oh, no. Wait. And I'm finished. And then y'all
sure.
Go ahead. Because y'all going to rebuttal everything I say regardless because y'all playing, as Daryl stated, and I used to state this in that other space, y'all playing team sports anyway with all this information of policy.
Go ahead, Chris. Play the race card. Go ahead.
I didn't say race card. I said they play team sports.
Because I have a question.
Like Daryl just stated, because everybody's going to pick their side, and regardless if their side is doing well or doing terrible, they're going to say, I picked that side. I'll never leave that side. So we're not having a genuine, honest conversation about that.
Okay, Chris, I have a question. What do you think it would look like if no teams, no size, no camps? What would it look like in your opinion?
No, I don't think that there should not be teams. I think people should be able to be realistic if their team's not doing well. All right, I'll give you an example. I've been a Laker fan my whole life. When the Lakers weren't doing good, I weren't saying, they're going to the championship this year. No, I said they need to rebuild. They need to work on making sure their team is prepared to even make the playoffs. I was able to be subjective in understanding that my team needed help in certain aspects before they could even be the champion. And I think we're watching these people, or not these people, I don't want to subject anybody, Democrat or Republican. I'm watching the parties find themselves picking their team and just riding in it even if they're not good. And saying, hey, we won. We're not good at being the leaders, but we won, so we're the best option. We cannot honestly say that because we've seen all the failures.
Hello?
Of this administration, of this previous administration when he was in office, when he flubbed COVID and millions of people died because he.
Yeah, the vaccine killed 2 million people on impact, the largest carcinogenic event in human history. Hello?
Okay. When you put that statistic in, put those stats directly into the chat so we can actually get a citation on where you got that information from, and I would love to read it. But what I'm stating is we're watching Trump destroy this country, and then in the same breath, I just heard a man that said Kamala Harris would have been worse off for this country. And we can't honestly say that because she actually had an agenda that would have pushed and helped this country. We're saying Trump had a better agenda or having a better chance at this, but he would never know. We would have known. We would have known if we didn't realize that he actually is not doing anything he said.
We would never know, Chris. It's not about what she's going to do. It's about the faith. People didn't have faith in her. No matter what she was talking about.
He's not even doing the things he knows you guys he was going to do.
Exactly. The reputation speaks for itself.
I think what Kamala would have done is moved a sort of conservative welfare state forward. So I think, Richard Rorty, one of the best philosophers in the history of modern philosophy, was being interviewed by Robert Harris on Entitled Opinions, and he said, what can philosophy do for the world? And he says, well, I guess it could I guess I wish most of the world would become more like the United States and the United States would become more like Scandinavia. And I think that's what Kamala would have done. She would have pushed us in a little bit more of a Scandinavian direction, which is
an American.
Kamala was responsible of the border, and she couldn't even handle that.
How I gotta ask a question. Can I ask? Hold on, Chris. Can I ask a question? Like, so someone said something about Biden, right? So other than I live in New York City. I don't live in a border town, right? So when you just said like, you know, she was with Biden, so that's the reputation. Other than like this border thing, and maybe you're like a single issue person, right? What exactly did Biden do that you didn't like? You know, because his economy, as how we measure economic success, was actually good. So other than quote unquote the border, what problems did you have with Biden's presidency?
Well, let's start that Biden wasn't even the president. Let's start with that.
You're not answering my question.
Hold on. He just did answer your question.
No, that's not really an answer, but go ahead.
Oh, yes, it is. He just told you everything he thinks when he told you Biden was not really the president.
It's pretty clear, dude. It's pretty clear.
It's pretty clear.
I'll agree with that.
That's not even an intelligent contribution.
Hey, so hold on, Chris, hold on. So Yassine, so
I want to agree with you.
Hold on. Just give me one second. Because you literally have photos of Trump falling asleep, right? And so you say Biden wasn't running the country.
Falling asleep is different than not being able.
Dude, let me finish. Do you sincerely believe that Trump is making every decision that comes out of his administration?
Of course not. It's a team effort. Of course, there's some decisions that are going to come down to him, and he's going to consult a lot of people. But at the end of the day, we need a president who's not a vegetable.
I have a question for you guys. All of you.
Are we being punked? Hi, everybody. Is
Hi.
Joe?
What's up,
Hey,
Jimmy?
Daryl, before you ask that question, can I pose the information that he just gave us?
He's not a vegetable.
Because the information he just gave us was Biden was not running the economy, if that was the case. Daryl made a great point.
I actually thought he said that Biden wasn't the president.
No, and that's cool, too.
Was he saying that Biden
He said that.
But if he wasn't the president...
He ran, guys. He's gone. He ran.
Okay, because I was going to say, if he wasn't the president, and Daryl stated that the economy was pulled from the depths of hell due to COVID, and if we take every measurement, the economy was doing well, great, whatever words you want to use, wouldn't Kamala Harris...
16 million jobs.
Wouldn't Kamala Harris be a part of that administration, a part of that office, a part of that group of people who would have, air quote, been running the presidency?
Well, you know, technically, historically, the vice president doesn't actually really get a lot of credit for doing things.
And I do understand that, but the narrative he was pushing was that if Biden wasn't running the presidency, he wasn't in office, he was asleep, he was a vegetable, as he said. So who was the administration who actually did all of the legwork? Who was the people in charge who did all of the legwork? How can you say that the vice president wouldn't have had a tie into that? And you're also...
Let's move on.
And you're also saying that...
Why are we talking about something...
Yeah, Chris, let's move on. Let's go.
Why are we talking about Biden and Harris?
Because Biden was the worst president you guys ever had. It's no kidding, you went to Trump after. The vice president was who was running after him. And look at the debates. Both of them did horribly.
Do you even live here? Do you live here?
A joke.
Do you
didn't
live
give
here,
him enough
Andy?
dosage to get him on the stage.
Look, I will say this. I think one of the reasons, so it's very interesting. People always run against being Washington insiders, right? I'm not a Washington insider. Biden was a Washington insider, and he got a lot of things done. I mean, he knew how to. I mean, it also blew up the deficit, but he did know how to run government, and I think he knew committee structures. He knew DC. I think he was
with all the immigrants.
He was an incredibly effective president. Now, you don't have to like his policies, but you have to say the guy was. He knew how to make the wheels of Washington work in a way that we haven't seen in decades.
I know, Scott, but I would argue at the end his ego got the best of him, because originally he said he implied he was only going to be a one-term
Yeah,
president.
absolutely. Yeah,
He was going to build a bridge.
Right.
And the way it ended, and his ego after that debate fiasco, I mean, I put a lot of our current state actually on Joe Biden allowing 2.0, number 47, to occur after we all experienced what number 45 was all about.
No, I agree. I think Biden could have ridden into the sunset beautifully if he would have said, I'm not running. I'm not at the midterms. He had said,
and that's
I'm not.
my point. And Scott, that's my point about the party. You spent literally 4 years calling this guy illegitimate, calling Trump this, calling Trump that, and then you agree to a debate against a guy who you've basically said tried to overthrow the government, and then to find out that the reason they did the debate is because ABC made $1 million contribution to both the RNC and the DNC tells you everything that you fucking need to know. And that's what pissed me off. Like, they literally spent 4 years talking about how this guy was a criminal, and then they agreed to a debate with a criminal because of $1 million contribution to a PAC.
34X.
Can I ask a question about something that's current now? Forget Biden.
Go ahead, Meryl.
They're gone. They're not there. So I want to know, how do you feel about Russia? How do you feel about our president screwing over Ukraine and partnering with not only with Russia, who is supplying intelligence to Iran, who we are in a war with, and who are supplying intelligence.
I will tell you.
That puts our.
You missed it earlier, Meryl. I talked all about the Russian spy scandal and real estate and money laundering.
I will say this. I think our treatment of Ukraine is the biggest anti-proliferation thing that I've seen in my life. I think. So basically, we got Ukraine to give up their nukes, right? And we said, you can give up your nukes because we're not going to let you into NATO, but we'll protect you from Russia. So basically, Trump has gone back on that sort of international pact. If I were any country in the world right now, the first thing I would do is get a nuclear weapon, because I would think I would look at the Ukraine's example and I would say, look, if they had nukes, they'd be in a much better strategic position. And so that's what ultimately, one of Trump's legacies will be proliferation of nuclear weapons.
Scott, do you know who it's reported is starting to go down that path?
No.
First.
I lost you there, Howard.
You're in the Matrix, Howard.
I'm sorry, Canada.
Right. Yes. They're talking.
I don't know if you guys saw the reporting, but Putin called 47 today and said, "Hey, don't interfere with the oil shipments." Right? Something does not make sense in all of this.
Daryl.
Unless it absolutely does.
Daryl, you keep referring to the Democrats as like a monolith or something when it's really George Soros backing Hillary Clinton, the huge ego, taking control of the party, throwing Bernie Sanders under the bus. Hello?
Who's saying that? I'm sorry.
That's
the person who was saying it. Who is the person who was saying George Soros is doing
this?
That's
Kitover.
It's me. I'm talking. Universe.
Why are you here? Mr. Kitover, why are you here? You're a troll. I don't understand you.
Well,
you're a troll.
No, I'm not a troll. You just don't like what I'm saying. That doesn't make me a troll because you call me a troll, Meryl.
You are a troll. This is how you contribute to an intelligent discussion, and you bring up George Soros. You are an anti-Semite. You are. Excuse me. I'm not going to call you.
No, I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just trying to. Meryl, you're not listening. You're just yelling. Meryl, Earth to Meryl, universe to Meryl. I'm just commenting on what Daryl keeps saying. and it's my opinion, there's no such thing as the Democrat Party per se. It's really just who tries to lead it, who's got the billionaire in his pocket. But Hillary Clinton, I saw a video of her praising George Soros. She's clearly established a relationship with him. And it's not unreasonable to question billionaires' money in politics. That's all I'm saying, right? You don't have to get so upset, Dr. Merrill.
Who cares? I'm sorry. Billionaires and all of politics in America.
I'm sorry, I do not like the anti-Semitic thing about the George Soros. That thing is, that's a hot spot, and you're doing it deliberately.
No, I'm not. I'm not bringing up George Soros for any particular reason. I mean, if you want, I'll just retract it and just defer to, billionaires' interventions in politics. And so when Daryl says the Democrat Party is making bad strategic decisions, it's for obvious reasons, Daryl. It's not because
John, Meryl, John, let's hear from Jane. She's new on stage. Hey, Jane, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Howard. And thank you, Meryl, Scott, Daryl, Andy, Chris, hello.
Jane, you class up the stage whenever you're on it.
Well, hello. Just kidding. Trying to be like John. I'm not going to take what John said too seriously about George Soros, because I think you're just, stirring the pot, John. But what I did want to ask about, because I haven't been Clubhouse much today, so Meryl or Howard, did anyone get into discussions about the Supreme Court decision and the implications for Black Americans and voting?
No. I was not. I worked today, so I did not.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about it once the new Supreme Court begun.
John, I'm skipping you. What about you, Daryl?
So this was Jane. This was in Louisiana, right? I mean, this was
that case.
Yeah, yeah.
So I can't do the intricacy, but it essentially, the dissent, with the obvious, it was 6-3, included, this is like bad letter, like very scathing. As much as but it's really bad. So read up on it.
I absolutely will tonight.
Florida
That's right. Yeah, basically, they have once again reversed or inverted the intended use of, the civil rights.
Yeah, Karen, it opened the door to racial gerrymandering.
Correct.
Weird.
That I did know.
But no,
and
they
Florida
also
took action to.
Yeah, they're gonna all fall in, don't you think, Howard?
But again, what's anybody gonna do, right?
Florida and Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken.
It's like more quote unquote states should start saying, there was, I forgot who the governor was. She said, but I think it was a blue state. And she's like, look, we have to start fighting economically. And she said, I will collect taxes, but I'm not going to send them in. More states that actually have economic power have to start exercising economic power, because you're not going to win in court because they've already rigged the game against you. Like, Dems have to figure out, are they really in for a fight? And they have to start fighting.
Yeah, no, I mean, Daryl, you're right. I mean, I don't, and I've been sort of, I've been reluctant on this because I tend to be, and some of this is my Christianity, I tend to be conciliatory. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think these are, we have to be in for a fight.
You're fighting for your existence. It's not just politics anymore, right? You're fighting for your existence. So you're telling all these black and brown people that we're going to collect income tax from you. We're going to force you to pay income tax, but we're going to strip you of political power. And the whole idea of this country was, no taxation without representation. So we're going to force you to pay.
But how is it stripping them of power? It's making the law equal before all. We've gone too far left. There's no equality between these political parties. It's all just a Democrat industrial complex. Hello?
You thought that was all from the left?
What's happened to you, John? You're getting dumber.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you for that.
No, I live in Chicago where when I go to the ballot box, there's no Republicans on the ballot. In Chicago, there are no Republicans on the ballot. They're not there. It's all just Democrat.
If
Hello?
there's been any hegemony in American politics, it's been Reaganism. Right? I mean, Trump is the second coming of even Obama. I mean, look. I mean, let's just look at tax rates in this country. Right? Under Eisenhower, when we built a middle class, the top marginal tax rate was 89%. Kennedy took it, I think, to 62, and people thought people thought it was a crazy right-wing move. I mean, people thought Kennedy was insane. Reagan took it to 38, and then Bush took it to 34. Obama let those tax cuts expire. He let the 34 go to 38, and people called him a socialist. The dominant ideology in this country is Reaganism. I mean, for good or for ill, it blows up deficits. It cuts social services. It's pretty dysfunctional. I mean,
it also blows up the debt because we have to start selling more debt when we have deficit shortfalls.
There's another issue, and that's that the tax cuts for the wealthiest people in this country are permanent. Trump made them permanent. Congress made them permanent. For the middle class, 2 years. That's it. 2 years.
No, there's nothing permanent in life, Meryl. You can defund the big, beautiful bill by passing new legislation and reverse it out. You just have to have the willpower to do it, Meryl. It's called political capital.
I have to have
Hello?
the willpower to do it. Excuse me. I have to have the willpower to do it. You don't think I have the willpower to try to have somebody who is competent and who cares about the deficit and cares about spending and cares about all citizens? I'm not quite understanding you.
Well, the big, beautiful bill gives $500 billion in tax credits. I'm not talking about you personally, Meryl. I'm talking about the Democrat Party in Congress. They're so corrupt and bought off, they'll never fucking refund the tax credits. Hello? Why are we giving Fortune 500 companies our fucking money? Why do we go to work and pay income tax when Fortune 500 corporations get tax credits on our back and they transfer the liability to us? The system's fucking rigged, Meryl. Speak up and speak the truth. Hello?
Who do you think is running those Fortune 500 companies, John? A bunch of leftists?
No, there's no way.
CEO class,
not the finances either.
Very conservative. So I think you better.
No, a lot of the liberal elites run major corporations, and you know how I know that? Because every fucking June they do LGBTQ month, and you know what else they do? They fucking do all kinds of other bullshit. These liberal leftist CEO leaders. They're so woke. All their DEI hiring, BLM, CRT, pronouns. What fucking planet do you live on, Jane? Who the fuck do you think?
Ask you a question.
I just moved to the audience. Look up.
Yeah. I don't even know.
I thought that was the kid fighting with John. No.
Why fight with him? Why fight with him?
He's
not real.
He's not a real person. Oh, he's real.
There's a nice alliance going with him.
Yeah, no, at times he's on point and he's smart, but then he goes into massive statements like that just intellectually is just not honest.
Really?
I definitely agree with that.
I will say this.
It's so honest, you're the king, baby.
I've never felt like one of the cool kids in school. I kind of feel like a cool kid in school right now. We got a nice little ring guard.
Why? You want to know what?
Can you mod me again?
What's that?
Can you please mod me again?
Yeah, of course, Jane. Jane, I always mod you.
No, I know. Thank you.
Oh, Universe Earth has something to say. invite them.
That's Kitover, Marilyn.
Yeah, you kicked me because what I said stings. The truth hurts. That's when I get kicked. When I say the truth, it hurts, and then you kick me.
That's so great. It's not true, though, John. Come on.
It is true.
Let's break it down. Who here worked for Fortune 500 company?
I have not.
I have not.
You have not.
No.
Jane has, and I think Howard has.
I think me and Howard have. And by the way, great. We signed up to be exploited. It's great. Okay, I'm not.
Yeah, I've worked for a Fortune 500 and a Fortune 50.
Yeah, there you go. How woke were those executives? Come on. No. And if anyone, Howard, I mean, it's not saying they were bad either. You know, it's just, it's so, John, I don't think that's fair. I do think that some companies were, thanks for the X, John, were influenced in the 90s to do sort of these baby step programs that acknowledged, you know, you guys, it's not great for most of the people here. Meaning, yeah, John.
Oh, he's bad.
Let me finish. So I think they got a little bit of a reputation for quote unquote being woke because it looked good, like in the market for an employer, not in the product sense, as an employer of choice, they used to call it back in the day. So I think that got all fucked up.
Yeah, well, one example, Jane, that didn't help themselves and I think became like the poster child was actually Target.
Yeah, that was a mess.
Do you know what's interesting too, Jane? I mean, Chris Christie was on Jon Stewart's podcast, and Chris Christie said basically, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna staff up this thing with the best lawyers. I want diversity. I want to talk to all the best people, and he basically diversified his section of the Justice Department. And Jon Stewart listens to what. After 5 minutes of Chris Christie saying what he was doing, he said, "You did DEI." Basically
smart, but
basically
DEI people are mostly not smart. So
basically Chris Christie just and Christie was dumbfounded. He was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You did DEI. Basically, what you did was you were intentionally inclusive and you diversified the office." He just did DEI.
Good people. People were excellent.
Yeah.
Backgrounds.
Yeah.
Who put your father in jail, in prison?
God, it's amazing they don't even know what DEI is.
Agreed.
I
gotta get that clip. That's good.
No, it was a great conversation. I mean, it was really. I mean, Stuart's good. I mean, he does.
Chris, you really think people don't know that DEI is a scam, Chris? And you're going to sit here and explain the philosophy of DEI? It's a fucking scam. It's a fraud, Chris.
It's not a scam. It's basically.
Yeah, I was going to say, Scott, I wouldn't even argue that because you just.
It's a scam because it's unconstitutional. You should read the law, gentlemen.
Woo-hoo! You should read the law. We're going to have, what is this, John or Universe? I don't know who that is. We're going to have him come up back on stage and say, "You don't know what you're talking about." And you literally just gave us the breakdown on how somebody who supposedly didn't want DEI put his whole group of people together, basically using the basic.
He staffed up one of the best U.S. attorneys' offices in the country. And basically, he even said, like, "Don't bring me a lot of white guys." He was like, it was funny. Stewart was like flabbergasted. He was like, "You did DEI. Like, that's what you did, right? Like, you came into the office and diversified because you thought my talent pool is weak. I'm gonna go and search out the best people, and the best people are gonna look like it's gonna be more diverse."
In fairness to Universe, I would say a great deal of what it gets labeled DEI is very, very subpar. What's great DEI, and there's plenty of it for decades, are people who would have a conversation, what it sounds like Jon Stewart had with Chris Christie, Scott, and then say, yeah, so are you against that? And smart white men go, no, like that's a good idea. Let's do that. It's not, if you have to sell it too hard, you're not either selling it right or it's a bad product. But when you raise it through dialogue and say, hey, like, could we improve? Would this be better? It's really quite basic. Sorry, Howard.
Question for you. How about a situation where the DEI person or someone who would qualify isn't the best candidate for an open position? And how do you feel?
That's an easy one. First, when you say DEI candidate, you're speaking of someone who isn't a white guy, right?
Isn't white or isn't male or both?
Right, yeah. So isn't a member of the groups who have most of the job.
Oh, so it discriminates against white males. Okay, got it.
One answer. If you said they're not qualified. But they shouldn't even be interviewing.
No. Say someone is, two people are up for a job, and the person, say, is a minority, or considered a minority, is actually the second best candidate. The first best candidate is a white male, whatever. Who should get the job?
Here's what I've said in the past.
I would like to answer that too, Jane, when you're done.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. Well, go ahead first. Go first.
It's like, what's the point of going to college if somebody's going to beat you because they're a black female and you're a better candidate? What's the point?
What's the point? Let's go to Jane and then to Chris.
Thank you. Here it is, Howard. I would first say, are any two candidates ever truly equal, particularly executives? None is the answer. Would you agree, Howard? You always have two candidates and you wind up like, okay, like they could both do it. Have you been in that situation where like you could go with either one? But if there's a clear number one, then you go with number one. Period. You do not have
Howard, if I can.
Number two, I'm almost there. Sorry. I would challenge to say, if someone said, well, you know, what is the reason? You know, like, there's sometimes a diffuse sense, oh, we should go with a woman. I'll just keep it on gender. Why? Because smart people, like Chris Christie, apparently, as Scott told us, realize there's a lot of smart fucking women, and some shit goes on that keeps them from advancing beyond, and it's different in every organization. So yeah, when we have an opportunity and we have two candidates who could, either of them could do this job, you could be okay with either. One might have more strength in this skill set, one might have this. If it's that situation, Howard, and you have a man and a woman, choose the woman in service of the value you get from having the broader views, from diversifying your leadership team eventually, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead. Thanks for listening.
I'll make a quick.
Chris, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
I'll make a quick deal. Out of Howard's question, a white man is the boss. He is hiring two qualified candidates, but one, air quotes, has better qualifications than the minority. To me, that comes down to what are you looking for out of your candidates? If you're looking for diversity, if you're looking for a different thought process, if you're looking for somebody who may have had a different upbringing who could give you a different outlook, then you would always want to go with the diversity that you're hiring for. Let's say the CEO was a white man. Well, if you're just going to hire the white man because to you, he has better qualifications, he has a higher GPA in college, he has more experience in the years of working, well, you may actually be hiring somebody who's not going to have any diversity in their thought process like you. But if you're just hiring a person who's a little bit different, maybe they're Indian, maybe they're black, maybe they're Hispanic, but they also have the degrees to be in that position, you'll be gaining more from that person through experience, through different upbringings, than you will someone who just looks like you, sounds like you, and maybe even have the same experience in life as you. So in my perspective, you probably will want to go the minority in this example, so you can get that diversity that you're looking for that could take you from a common thought into a deeper thought, a critical thinking thought, maybe. And I'll let Eric.
So Howard, hold on. So Howard, it's interesting, right? Because I think when you ask the question like about qualifications, what we leave out is sometimes the human factor, you know. And it was like 2007 on Wall Street. There was a resume study, like it was the big firms. It was like Merrill Lynch, Goldman, McKinsey, which is more consulting, but they did McKinsey. And what they did was they took these resumes, and the resumes were like exactly the same, even down to like the address. They didn't even change the addresses. But what they did was they gave some of the names on these resumes like very ethnic names, like Miguel Sanchez. And the reason I say Miguel Sanchez, I'll tell you why. So what they found is that the more, quote unquote, you can't see me, I'm making quotation marks, the more ethnic a name was, these people were 7 times less likely to even be called for an interview. So the idea becomes, how you know, it's this idea about quote unquote inherent biases, right? So how do we know, how can we prove, depending on what industry you're in, because I think like different jobs have.
Daryl, you guys live in an alternate universe. Most people hire and date off of beauty. You guys must all be ugly and not understand how attraction works. Hello?
So what I was saying is that when we talk about like qualifications, when people who have a certain name can't even get called for the interview, it's hard to kind of balance this out. So what they did was, after the study, they allowed the HR managers to kind of respond to these surveys, right? And they were allowed to respond anonymously so that they could talk openly. And the overwhelming response was, why didn't Miguel Sanchez get called? Because his name was the name that stuck out in the study, because Miguel Sanchez did not get called for interviews. And they candidly said because they were concerned about the culture of the company and the culture of the firm. So when these HR people are looking at resumes to then pass on, it's not always just about the school or the qualification. Sometimes HR people are actually thinking about the culture of the company that they do HR for.
Daryl, I appreciate you sharing that, and that you can see. Hold on, you can see McKinsey name. The example I want to go to, though, is contradicts come to how executives are incentivized and what's on their bonus worksheet. And there was a specific incentive in terms of diversity on my bonus worksheet one time. And it's implied.
Sorry to hear that. I never advocated.
No, then you're going to be.
I never.
So you had a goal. You had a goal of. Yeah, there was a measurable of diversity, right? And you had a goal, and I was incentivized to hire, whether it was a minority, a female, basically someone who's not white and Caucasian. And all I can tell you from the very beginning, incentivized to not even look at that candidate, even though there were a couple of examples where I would contend the best person, the most experienced person for that job at that time. So that just shows you that it's definitely, there's a lot of different dimensions to it. I believe everything that you said, Daryl, because I could see that about Miguel Sanchez, but I also saw pragmatically how I was incentivized, and no one had a skit. You just knew what your goals did. Do I want to achieve that diversity goal or not as part of my quarterly bonus calculation? And I could decide, screw it, I'm going to not more there, or most likely, more people are figuring out how to maximize per bonus when certain so I just wanted to share that. That's how DEI come into play, or at least it's come into play firsthand in corporate.
Yeah, that was a long trend, Howard, long. And it became marked as, quote, best practice. So if you had someone running a diversity function and they, in my opinion, weren't really looking at the quote unquote downstream impact of some of these practices, meaning you're going to piss a lot of people off. It's not going to work anyway. That was my philosophy.
Yeah, James, so right, because best practice is most corporations have the Jack Welch table of best practice. So
it generated more racial animosity in the companies where they did it. It generated a lot of negative things.
Hold on, because I want to say something. Yeah, you are. Give me 2 seconds. I want to say something because I've only ever worked on Wall Street before I got into entertainment, and I can tell you that New York City is one of the most diverse cities in the world. But I can tell you, I've seen sales floors where you might see one black person, right? So you're talking about a trading floor. There might be one black person or one Spanish person. So the question becomes, are we literally saying that? And again, I'm talking from my bubble. I'm talking anecdotally. Are we really saying that in a city as large as New York, with some of the best schools, that on a sales floor with, like, let's say 500 guys trading bonds and all of this stuff, are we literally saying that there's no one else qualified in the city that is not white to do this job? Or is it just very likely that when certain candidates come in trying to get these jobs where you can make $1 million a year, right? That there's also there's also the idea of the floor manager. I want someone who's going to fit into the culture of my sales desk. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Howard.
No, you're onto something, Darrell. I was just going to say, Jane, to your point too, best practice is a lot of the corporations adopted the GE playbook of forced rankings. So then whether it was quarter, every 6 months, you had to go through each department and you had a forced rank, and whoever was in your bottom, depending on the size of your bottom 10%, 20%, regardless of how competent they were, you had to basically exit them either out of the department or possibly out of the company. So that was another accelerator that forced you in terms of going into that hiring process, just on that type of candidate that you were looking for.
Well, that could be one of the most epic dumb white guy ideas that turned into something that people have made a living on. This notion of that'll drive the behaviors that we want. But, there's been plenty of retrospective about what actually happens in organizations that adopt that. It's cutthroat. It's ugly. And the people who suffer most are those who have marginalized identities of all, mix. Mostly black people, mostly women. So it's all rigged.
I guess my question would be to the people that worked in those Fortune 500, the Fortune 50 companies, when they did hire those minorities, those black, those Indian, those natives, those Hispanic people, for those jobs that they were qualified for, but air quote may not be as qualified as, let's say, a white counterpart, was there a huge dip in the productivity of the work or just the work?
Hello, I got a question. Is this really the priority of America right now at $40 trillion in debt? Are you guys living in a different universe? Hello?
Congress have issues with them, or was it the corporation losing because they took all these people instead of picking air quote the best and the brightest.
Yeah.
So that's my concern.
I'll tell you
are they losing it, or are they just gonna, make the culture? Maybe they're not able to talk a certain way around certain people, and the culture is a little different. But is the company running a little different financially? Are they gaining? Are they still positive? Are they still moving upward and onward? I guess that'll be my question.
It's a big one. I guess, John, I'll bring you back when I give my answer. I don't want to get interrupted. So I think, Chris, what I observed, so I'm 58, so I'm coming at this as someone with a longitudinal view, getting longer every day.
Jane, you don't look any older than 55.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But the point is just having been part of something. There has never, ever been, in my experience, what I've observed as someone who was at Chase, JP Morgan Chase, coming up with the quote-unquote metrics that everyone was demanding. These programs have no metrics. We can't measure the impact of them. How can you ask us for money if you don't have a metric? It's okay. It's good business 101. So when we, the collective, like the people who had responsibility for coming up with the metrics that would rationalize budgets, and also smart people actually want good, like you want to be able to measure whatever the intervention or activity or thing you feel will improve a problem. You do. Smart people design it in. It's just business. So, but first, the whole premise that there have been women and minorities, I don't really want to glop it too much, certainly Black people in America, they're always overqualified. There's no scenario, Chris. I don't believe it's ever happened. Do I think there's been, to the degree that sometimes there are bad hires, quote unquote, and shit doesn't work out. But look at Ketanji Brown Jackson and the grids that list her qualifications as compared to so many of the other historical and current Supreme Court justices.
I agree.
That's what I always saw. Like, wow, this person went here. Like, the pedigree and credentials were always better on the women and people of color, particularly Black people. So that's probably my answer to your question. That is most important. But what I've seen a lot is that people think these things are going to work. If you piss off, you can call it a stakeholder group or whatever, like the people in power. We're always white men.
Yeah, I know, Jane, and I'm not
And they
disagreeing.
didn't want it.
Right.
So it wasn't smart to piss them off and put their bonuses attached to something like this.
I appreciate that insight, and I do appreciate it, and I hope that does answer your question, Chris. The only additional point I want to make, unfortunately, an unintended consequence is, as you're trying to build diversity, there may be times that you are passing over a better, more qualified candidate who doesn't meet DEI profile. And isn't that also a form of discrimination that I didn't get that job and I was the most qualified?
No. And the only reason I say that wouldn't be discrimination because it's still literally up to the company. However, that person that is also having that job, that air quote DEI hire, is extremely qualified also. They may not be to the level of the person who you can say got looked over, but they are not your janitor taking on.
Every white guy who doesn't get the job thinks that they were more qualified. I don't think you're like that. But
I am citing an example. Again, that the hiring manager is incentivized, at least I was incentivized, to not look at that traditional Anglo-Saxon male. To me, that actually is a form of discrimination. Shouldn't it ultimately be based on merit of the best?
You know what? The metrics don't bear it out. I'll leave it at that.
First of all, we don't live in.
That's unrealistic.
First of all, we don't live in a meritocracy. There's not a more qualified white man that got passed over for a person of color, a woman, to get a job. What those policies did was try to open up the floodgates. So this very narrow funnel of people that even had the opportunity to get through got wider, so that folks who are qualified, who aren't the traditional candidate, can actually make it to the interview.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying you can't broad brush it. And there are examples where the best candidate didn't meet a profile, regardless of color. To me, that is a form of also discrimination.
Yeah, I just don't believe that's true.
It happens that way.
I think it's a lot more boys club than it is, I was way more qualified, I got overlooked. I'm with Jane. A lot more Caucasian individuals believe it. They're way more qualified than their counterparts or the minority that has the job. Just like she stated, Judge Brown, same situation. I'm sure somebody else was like, oh man, I'm way more qualified than her, without even understanding how qualified she truly is. Again, when it comes to diversity also, you can't just look at the things you see on paper and say that person is more qualified than you because of paper. Sometimes I'm more qualified than that person because of experience.
If this were a meritocracy, we wouldn't have the president we have. I mean, that is very simple.
I agree.
You went from Barack Obama to this guy.
Specific example in corporate.
I will share.
Even in corporate.
I have one illustration in corporate. I'll make it quick. But I think it translates. And Howard, it relates to what you're saying, which, just because I know you, I'm taking you at face value. You're an earnest person. I think that when the white male, in that scenario, where you had a white male and a black male, let's say, so gender's out of it, and the black male got the job, it didn't mean that white guy sucked. He's still good. He individually will probably be okay. He will get another job. Is it very disappointing to not get a job? Yes. Is that disappointment in the aggregate kind of rare for white men, or at a time was it? Yes. So I think that the emotionality about rejection.
The only thing, Jane, I'd say to that though is we're trying to get the best. It's not about will they go get another job. It's kind of like, for my institution, I want to do what's best for my institution or for my organization or for my company. And I think that's ultimately what, Howard, when you say, I guess for me, it's like when we say better qualified, right? Like, what are those measurements? Because in my world, right? So a guy who got a 96 on his Series 7 is sitting next to a guy who passed with a 70 and they're doing the same job. So I know all the industries are kind of different, but when we say better qualified, are we talking about prior experience? Because if two college grads come in, neither one of them has ever really worked before. So when we say when we say better qualified, how are we measuring better qualified?
Well, again, and there's examples when you're interviewing, you've got a rating sheet, right? And I'm just citing an example. All I'm really trying to point out is that there's an example in the one I shared with you where I was incentivized based on my bonus sheet to focus on the diversity. And I'm not against that. I just want to be clear on that. But if I knew up front that I'm looking for someone who's going to be a minority candidate from the very beginning, and yet someone who doesn't fit that profile is being interviewed, and turns out based on qualification, experience, scoring, whatever you want to say, is clearly the better candidate, I've wasted that person's time. And frankly, I would say that in that one example, that is a form of discrimination. You can call it reverse discrimination, but from the very beginning, that person had no chance of being hired and was only being included just to check some boxes. That's my point. It does occur in corporate America. It does occur.
I do have a question.
Hold on one second, Chris. Janie, you were at JP Morgan?
Yeah, I was Chase first, and then JP Morgan Chase. Yeah.
In the city or where?
Yeah, in the city, 1993 to 2005.
Oh, okay, that was before me. Okay, cool.
I'm older.
I guess my one question to you, Howard, would be, since you have a real life experience with this, well, I guess it's two. The first one would be, since you know what those ratings were, how far off was that rating? That's kind of what Durrell was asking. Because if the rating is 3 points or 5 points, was it really that much for even you, the hiring staff, to feel a certain way about not picking that person? Because my second question would be, as that hiring person, how much did this affect you that you were having to overlook what you considered qualified white men for minority? Because I think that'll be part of the job too, is being able to not look at the person or the race of the person and their accolades, and look at what I, as the company, am asking you to do. Again, no shot at you. I'm just interested in knowing not only how you felt about that person, but also how far was the distance between the rating system of one person, you said the most likely, or the most the higher potential individual, to the person that you end up having to hire. Was it a 76 to a 95? Was it a 90 to a 95?
Right, and that's a reasonable question, Chris. All I'm saying is, in my career, I mean, I've hired dozens, if not, a few hundred people and executives along the way. I'm just trying to give some insight with how it worked, or at least it worked in the examples that I experienced. And I counted. I worked for what would qualify as 3 Fortune 500 companies. One of them is really large. It's considered a Fortune 50. And I'm just saying there are incentive programs for executives guiding them on those hiring decisions. I'm not saying there isn't merit. And again, I can tell you personally, I've hired a lot of minorities. Many women work for me. I've mentored them. I'm not trying to make it specific about one example that I have. I'm just trying to share an insight because the topic came up about DEI hiring, and I just wanted to share after Daryl's example, which was a great example from, what was it, Bain or McKinsey, Daryl, that you were talking about with Miguel Sanchez?
It was just a resume study across Wall Street.
Yeah. And I was just adding another dimension of mechanically, at least, and I'm not saying all Fortune 500 companies are the same, but what I experienced and what I saw, there were incentivized programs. If I wanted to maximize my bonus, I had to, basically, I was persuaded to lean a certain way, regardless of the quality of the best candidate.
But they were also qualified.
That was the plan of the program, to incentivize. Not saying you individually, Howard. Those programs, when the person went to pitch it to CEO or whoever, they were pitching it
as
a way.
Goal coming from the board.
That's the game we're in. Let's incentivize the outcome we want. That's it. It was never distasteful when it was about a sales target
But it's all about virtue signaling. It has nothing to do with turning a profit or efficiency. It's all political. It's all propaganda.
No. So if you're a company works better if you have a diversity of opinions, a diversity of backgrounds, a diversity of how you grew up, and you produce different results. And I know this. I've looked at thousands of startups, and those that are just white boys that all have the same background typically don't do as well in the long term as those with diverse management teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of research that argues that either way. I happen to agree with you personally. One story I wanted to tell to Howard about a white guy who made it really. This was like a poster child story for a while, and I had to check myself on, don't make him like a hero for this. However, it helped that he was a highly regarded, it was a divisional leadership team. He was the ops guy. this debate ensued about hiring, and hey, but the person who wasn't going to get the job was a star. It was like two internal candidates. So they knew him. They were like, oh, that's such a good next step for whoever the guy was, and it took a white guy, this ops guy's name was Dave, who was willing to go like this and go, come on, guys. Like, I'm not doing him justice, but he goes, we should take the woman because we have a company goal that says that our representation of women in leadership is not matching the recruiting polls of new hires out of engineering school. So if we ever want that to change, we have to make these decisions. And we put our thumb on the scale for things all the time in service of what's best for the organization. And I was like, yeah, what he said. And they chose the woman. But it was healthy, Howard, because they were talking through.
There's nothing healthy which is unnatural. This is unnatural, and you're trying to create a propaganda and supersede what natural law is. That's why it's retarded.
John, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking
what
about.
Do you think?
I'm like, this is dumb.
Stupid.
Like, this is just ridiculous. I mean,
not ridiculous.
People that believe that, the black guy that got the job is just, a token, and he turned out a better white person that was more qualified. I mean, they're going to believe that.
Exactly.
There probably is some cases in how PhD faculty got hired that perhaps there were too many people pursuing PhDs, and it was really hard for certain groups to get hired because of DI initiatives. I'm not saying that bad people got hired, but it made it, if you aggregated certain groups at certain times, it became really hard to get it
And why do you think disproportionately that there already weren't like a proportional number of people in those jobs, prepared and with the experience? Like, at some point you have to open up the door, and that's what the point was.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I don't know what happened in the 70s and before, and I don't dispute that.
We could tell you.
Well, I don't think that this is really actually, given what I wasn't here earlier. Well, the school funding is a real problem, at least from my perspective. The kids don't get to pick their parents, and the quality of the school shouldn't be dependent upon where your parents live. Everybody should get the same quality of school, from my perspective.
So I don't know anything about corporations or anything like this, but I will say this. When I got into my PhD program, I got into a really competitive program, and they took 10% of the applicants. And I was not the best person. And there were many people that didn't get in that were on paper better than me. One of the reasons they took me was I was relational. I contributed in seminars. I was the guy in the room that lit up. They liked when I was in classes. So I think these metrics, the objectivity of metrics, the idea that the metrics are objective is crazy. I mean, all of the metrics are subjective. I think, look, I was in the hunt. I mean, I was smart. I was, not disqualified, but I probably wasn't like one of the best candidates. But they took me, and some of it was they looked at me and thought about what I could add to the community, and it worked out. And I think that's largely. I think this idea that there's a meritocracy or that there are objective qualifications is insane. I mean, I think you're recruiting talent. You're a pitching coach or a batting coach. You're just, it's all subjective. You're talent scouting. And I think And oftentimes the person that's in an ethnic minority situation with a female or something often adds to the quality of the room in a way that other people don't.
Scott, were you seen as a white presenting person?
I don't even know.
At that point?
I mean, I don't even know. I mean, most people look at me and they don't see white, but I was the best guys in the seminar. I mean, I was, and women told me that, right? I mean, they said we just love your energy, and that was what I brought to the institution. I mean, I
brought great
was not
energy.
the most talented person, but I was not under talented. I mean, I was
Glasses.
And if I'm playing. What is going on in this room? I'm playing. We're having a good talk.
We having
about LGBTQ.
No, we having a good talk.
Come and get educated, bitch. What am I getting educated on? Do you know the difference between trans?
Is we're building a community, and you have to ask, what's the ideal community? And that stuff is cultural and contextual, and yeah, I don't know. So sorry to
No, Scott, that was a great way to put it. You're building a community. Now, if you're willing to allow your community to look like one type of person because that's in your heart or your mind or your company's vision, then that tells a lot about what you believe community looks like in a diverse world. We don't have to say country, a diverse world. But if you're building a community of diverse individuals, you're going to get 1,000 different ideas, 1,000 different takes, 1,000 different outlooks that could benefit your community. That goes from your streets to your neighborhoods to your Fortune 500 to your small business. It's something worth thinking about. Like I said, and it's something worth taking into your own heart and thinking, why do I want to look at things in this way? Why would I be okay with having a fully singular racial company? Even if that's an all-black company, even if that's an all-Hispanic company, an all-white company, all
Purple? What about yellow and green? Pink companies?
Why would I think that that's a better company for myself?
Well, it's not a jobs program, right? It's actually to make a profit. That's why people get hired, is because they contribute to profit making. Hello?
That's a thought that we need to have as human beings. Because we don't live in that type of world, or that really diverse world. And wanting to split that down the middle and stay on our side of the field, or stay on our side of the, like I said, it's like sports. Stay on my team's side because.
And Chris, I will say this. Losing. I will say this too. I mean, before I entered my PhD program, I was. I don't even know when I want to tell this story, but so I don't often talk about this, but so I when I was an undergrad, I studied systemic racism and stuff. I went to a Christian college that was kind of liberal for a Christian college, and I decided the best thing I could do for my own consciousness was become part of an African-American church. So for 5 years, I became a licensed AME Zion minister. It's the oldest historically Black congregation community in the country. And
actually, AME is older than AME Zion.
No, Zion's older.
It's not, but we can argue about it later.
1787 versus 1796. You're right. I got it wrong. Apologies. And being part of the AME Zion Church was one of the best things I ever did. And yeah, I mean, and I had no future in it. I had no like systemic power in it. Like, but it was great. I mean, it was great to be there and like and I was a blessing in the community, and they were a blessing to me. And I learned a lot of stuff. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to make those kinds of decisions, right? I mean, I think, and I don't know that I would decide to do it again. I mean, maybe I would, but.
What decision are you talking about? You're here right now on Clubhouse. This is your new ministry, Reverend Scott.
What's your ethnicity?
Puerto Rican and Jewish.
Okay.
Wait, you're a Michelin? Your dad is Jewish?
White.
Yeah, I mean, I'm adopted,
Mom,
so
his mom.
Culturally, I'm white. I mean, like I was adopted, so I mean, the way is pretty white.
I thought you were from Uranus, the planet. Sorry, this is Universe speaking.
He's the worst, but he's so great.
Hey, everybody. I'd like to contribute a little bit to this conversation.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Andrew, it's great to see you, my friend.
I'm getting feedback from me. Yeah, I've got two kind of life examples. I had an opportunity after I did some schooling, after I started to lose my vision. And I think I got that job with a bank, a large bank here in Canada, because they were looking. One of the HR people at the time came and spoke where I was learning computers at the time. And I was told by my prof, if you will, don't approach this woman. Don't give her your resume. But I did, because you can't tell me not to. She's here. I'm going to do it. I asked her, will you take my resume? She said, certainly. So I don't know why that was being promoted. Anyway, I ended up getting the job, which is fine. And eventually that bank was taken over by another bank. And I then applied for a job that I had no real qualifications for. I was a PC guy. This was mainframe stuff and security and nothing that I knew anything about. And I remember I got hired. And I know it wasn't because they were looking for somebody that was quote unquote disabled. Because I asked my boss, after the first week, I said, why did you hire me? Because I feel like I'm drowning. And he goes, well, Andrew, I had 4 categories that I was looking for. And he named off 3 of them that he said, you scored low here, you scored medium here, and, whatever here, and you scored really high here. And I said, which one was that? He said, communication. He said, I need somebody who can speak plainly, without an accent, because many of the people that were in the department that I was going for had accents, and sometimes that's hard to convey information when you're bending your ear all the time.
Did you not know about your
That was his opinion. So anyway, that's how I got the job. He said, the rest you can learn, which I did. Now, fast forward to the company that I'm on contract for now, and it's a small company. Every single person in that company has a disability and or has experience with disability. So that was a program that the lady that owns the company wanted to achieve. She wanted everybody in the company to have a disability. So if you came to the company and you were qualified, but you didn't have a disability, you didn't know anything about disability, nobody in your life was disabled, or you didn't volunteer for disability, you were not going to get that job. So it does work in a lot of different ways. And I guess it just depends on ethos. But if I look at my own parliament, we always insist that our parliament represent and look like the country that you're governing. And I think, many may want to consider that. You're in a community, you want to look and behave like that community.
Yeah, that's what the Democrats say. So they hire incompetent people and supersede qualified candidates. That's what they do in Chicago. That's what the mayor says. He says, we don't hire white people because we only hire people that reflect our community. That's racism. That's unconstitutional. It's illegal. There's laws that prevent racism and discrimination. Hello?
You can't take it. This is not true. But Andrew,
This is true. It is true. You could actually maybe try to argue against me instead of just disqualifying me and dismissing me. Hello? Hello? The universe was speaking and I am not complete. Hello?
Yeah, it's the bubble universe.
Andrew, you're a white Canadian who speaks like a Canadian and you were told that you were hired because you don't have an accent? And you're blind? You should thank God you got that job. It was a miracle.
Okay. Andrew, I just want to point out that the position that you got where everyone had experience with disability or working with folks with disability, obviously you were working for you were working with a population, like serving a disabled population, correct?
Well, we're in the accessibility.
Right.
Right. So I mean, right away,
it wasn't arbitrary, like, oh, we just want only disabled people here. There was a purpose.
There's a focus to it, yes. Exactly. Yeah. And that's just that experience. But it's interesting that, this woman, I met her at a committee meeting for the city. And she says, we're all volunteers here, and it's lovely to get a little book at the end of all the volunteer sessions that we do once a month or whatever. It's great, but I wish we could get paid for it a little bit for our expertise, because we do have expertise in our lived experience and, whatever. And so that was her goal, was to find a way to employ people that are underemployed, typically, and utilize their experience. And so that's how she went forward with this idea. So, and we just had a photo shoot the other day. It was great.
Scott, we have the hard job, sir, of getting us back on topic.
Hello? I used to work at Google, and before they fired me for looking up Donald Trump at work, and I got walked out by a black woman in a BLM t-shirt, they had a cohort of black females working in programming, and all the Asian software developers had to interact with them and help them and get them included in the projects. But unfortunately, a lot of those females had attitude problems, and the software developers from India didn't like communicating with them. So what we have here is a failure to communicate because one group of highly intelligent, actually, credentialed individuals have to sit there and cower before a black woman who can't even speak the language and has no technical capabilities in the subject matter. So it wastes everybody's fucking time. How do you like them apples? Hello?
Women that graduated from Northwestern or University of Chicago or University of Indiana are completely unqualified.
I mean, I can't take him serious. So.
When you go to solve a problem in programming, and some people look at the problem in one way, and some people look at it in an alternate way because they have experienced the world differently, you can come up with 1 + 1 can produce a solution that's equal to 3, or 2 + 2 is equal to 5. And many times that create very are unique solutions that you might not otherwise come up with.
Stan, is Trump now officially a lame duck?
I don't think Trump is officially a lame duck because the people around him and the GOP is enabling him. to do things that I think are not beneficial for the country as a whole.
I agree totally.
That's not to say that some of the things that he does are definitely beneficial. I think that many of the things he is doing could be done in a way that got people to rally around him instead of making it a fight of us versus them. Well, I guess that subject matter scared people from the room. I suspect you guys have previously talked about that, so I might be covering subject matter you already covered. And Andrew, I do recall a couple of years ago, you and I had some very interesting conversations. I haven't had the chance to interface with you in quite some time. I don't know how long.
You know,
Can you refresh my memory? No, I can't. But we've had conversations.
You know, gentlemen, there's something they don't teach you in undergrad or in junior high or high school, and that's politics, meaning that they can't actually tell you the situation because it would be inappropriate, meaning that even at the university or at the high school or the junior high, there's a power struggle happening amongst the teachers, the faculty, et cetera. And there's like a vying for the superintendent position or for the principal. So it's like your whole life is like this. That's what I'm saying. This DEI hiring bullshit, it doesn't take into account competitiveness and politics. Like that's the one thing that we can't seem to get rid of, this hierarchical structure of supremacy and adjusted gross income for people who might not be even qualified for it, but they got it because they were politically savvy within the organization. So there's so many variables that go into an individual's success that can't be accounted for by doing, affirmative action hiring, because that in itself is the actuality of the political game without any kind of experience. It's so dishonest. And because it's unnatural, it's forcing an unnatural equation into what should be a natural equation. Do you see what I'm saying? Hello?
And who do you suggest should always be hired? Person with the right test scores? The test scores and GPA determines who's the best person? The person that played on college football? The person that's taller?
Well, see, most people, if you're in the government and you don't have a business to worry about actually turning a fucking profit and you just tax everybody and eat away like a parasite, what you really want to do is hire nice people who aren't going to challenge you in any significant way. But if you're running, let's say, a law firm and you want to bring on a partner, you expect that fucking guy to go out there and bring in business, or if you're a CPA, you expect that auditor to go out there and get you clients. That's work. That's called actual work. But when you work at the trough of government and you're just a parasite, and then you hire DEI individuals for the sake of social justice equity worrying, as if like you're trying to right some kind of horrific wrong in the universe, And it's all a scam. It's all a fraud because it's all based off of taxpayer dollars and all taxation is theft. I am complete.
So you're telling me when I've run companies in the past and I hired women and I hired people that had a different skin color than me, I was only doing it because I didn't want to hire the best people that are the people that I thought were best for the company, but instead I was doing it for the government?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you hired those people because they were great candidates, well, that's why you hired them. But in a government setting where they have hiring quotas or major banks, et cetera, this is what my argument against people on this app were saying. Major corporations are very conservative. And I was like, are you fucking crazy? They're extremely woke, liberal elitists that run these companies and do DEI hiring all the time for the sake of doing DEI hiring because they believe they're righting some wrong in society. And they're bait, what they're really doing is it's a scam and it's a fraud and it's illegal.
Well, we can each have our own opinions. Only doing it because...
Isn't that amazing that we have our own opinions, but I actually have facts in my opinion. You just have opinions about opinions and more opinions about opinions. Mine are actual detailed, accurate analysis. That's what we call facts.
Oh, that's great.
Isn't it great? Because I ask people on this app all the time, what's the difference between a fact and an opinion? Most people have opinions about facts, but they can't actually describe to me what a fact is. And then when I ask them about what an opinion is, their opinion is insufficient about what an opinion is. See, the real definition of DEI is did not earn it. Did not earn it. And again, these positions, the true definition of a DEI hire is an administrative government bureaucratic position. That's the dream job of everybody, where you can get paid $100,000 plus a year to essentially be a communicator, to respond to emails and click buttons, but have no technical capability whatsoever to do anything other than be a chatterbox. Thus, you are a bureaucratic DEI hire. Congratulations, your black femininity earned it. Hello? Is this thing still on? I think Scott passed out. He's dreaming of his former glory days leading the faithful and then forgiving them for all their sins. What a rush that must have been. You did what? Well, God absolved you. Don't worry about it. I can personally absolve you of your sins, and we can all feel great together in the absolution of your horrific decision-making and behavior. Oy vey, what have you done? Stan, let me ask you a question because we have so many listeners in the room right now. If you were the president or the prime minister of Canada, what would your administration hope to achieve? What would your top 3 goals be?
To make the long-term life of your the residents of your country better. Quality of life.
Just long-term, not short-term or mid-term?
I'm one that is more focused on long-term because short-term, long-term helps everyone. Short-term can hurt the long-term.
So you think before Rome fell, before the barbarians invaded, do you think the senators were still talking about the long-term goals and outcomes of the empire? What do you think? Do you think maybe they should have focused on the short term as opposed to the long term before they got invaded and they were all murdered and enslaved?
I don't want to compare the current situation with Rome. The Romans was different than the situation right now.
Really? How so? Don't have an answer for your opinion, eh? I understand. Most people still think that 2026 is any different than the year 26, but the truth is the same law applies. It's called the law of nature. If you fuck around with it, you're going to find out. Hello?
Look, 2026 is completely different than 26, and it's we've learned a lot more. The way we think, the science, what we know about the world is completely different than what people knew in 26, and for that point, different than what we knew in 1986 and 1996.
Do you think a transsexual today is any different than a transsexual in the year 26? A gay person today, are they any different than a gay person in the year 26? Is a black slave complaining about disproportionate rights and not getting, it's amazing when I look at a yearbook, Stan, from 1920 to 1940, 1950, you look at the classrooms in these yearbooks, oh my God, it's all white, not one black person. Then you look at a black yearbook from a different part of the city and it's all black people. So there was this massive segregation, which still persists today. And you know what? That's called natural, because birds of a feather flock together and you can't force what's unnatural. It never works out. It's all artificial. It's all propaganda. It's all political.
As society advances and we learn more in science, as we learn more in social studies, as we learn more in economics, we find out that the way things existed 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 30 years ago might not be the right way. And I think the way we think about diversity now has evolved over the last 100 years. And I would like to think that most of us, or many of us, have taken the chance to let our minds evolve with the advancement in education, and to look at the world differently than they did in the 1920s.
What's interesting is when I ask people, we've had such an incredible technological innovation and advancement in science and semiconductors, but the utility, what do we really use this new technology for? Guess what we use it for? Communication. That's what all major advancements in technology give us. Communication capabilities, unlike ever before. So, Clubhouse is an innovation, but Stan, look at the people that use it. They're so brain rotted out, they can't even use it productively. Instead of creating businesses and being creative, people tear each other down, scream at each other, use profanity, vulgarity, racism, insane statements of incredible hatred and evil. You hear the worst things from people on this app constantly because they're mentally fucking deranged. They're low IQ, brain rotted out, and they're pathetic. It's sickening. The culture. The people who use this app are detestable. They should be flogged publicly for what they say on this app. Hello?
This app allows people to express their views and sometimes test out their views, sometimes to use their views to aggravate others. And each room has, or different people have their different intentions and influence rooms differently.
Well, see, the thing is, I guess if you don't like America, you know what you can do? You can just leave America. You know, not many complainers in America really realize this, but you could just leave. I heard a guy today at the hospital screaming at everybody saying, fuck you all fucking suck. I'm dying of lung cancer and none of you can help me. Fuck you all. Nobody helps me. He says, I'm going to Mexico. Fuck this place. That's what he said today. I was like, holy shit. He's letting everybody know what he's thinking. He needs to come on Clubhouse. Hello?
In order to make society better, it's not unreasonable to point out areas that one thinks are working well, but also places and concepts and ideas that could work better. I don't think it's unreasonable also to point out behavior that goes against norms and behavior that isn't beneficial to having everybody feel inclusive in society. When your objective is to make enemies or to treat your people that don't view the same way as you as enemies and try to segregate society, I think it's very fair to critique people that are using the 1920s playbook.
Yeah. Well, you know, this country was not founded on equality. This country was founded on discrimination, meaning that we want the best. We want what's beautiful. We want what's good, not what's wrong, not what's illegal, not what's evil, not what's low IQ. And basically the entire left liberal woke progressive movement is a scam because the country's broke. Completely and insolvent. So until they actually address the financial crisis, what they're really doing is filibustering hypnosis. It's all filibuster hypnosis, which solves nothing. It just creates divide and dopamine for both sides of the spectrum. I am complete.
Yeah. So why does the deficit increase more under the GOP typically than it does under Democrats?
Your question is, why does the GOP increase the deficits more than the Democrats?
Yeah. Look at the facts. Or the GOP.
Okay, but, to think that the Democrats would somehow benevolently, spend less because they're doing the right thing. What I'm trying to say is I think we should actually stop America, meaning we should go out of business and declare bankruptcy and start over. And flood the country with international investment and basically stop the monthly cycle and the quarterly and annual budgets. I think that's truly the best. If Donald Trump could somehow do that, which he can't just stop everybody's experience. But if we were to actually look at the founding fathers in our history, it would be the actual intelligent conclusion to the situation, which is to actually completely file federal national bankruptcy and maybe even rename the country and call this first, just in the same way like Napoleon did it, just start over an entire new empire and dissolve the old one, because the old one is totally leaking and the fraud and the criminality is so rampant and the scams and schemes are so rampant that to continue to lose $500 billion a year to fraud is utter insanity. And the Medicare industry with the doctors and the insurance corps, they're the biggest ruthless profiteers of nothing because they actually don't do anything. They just keep getting their VIG every single month. It's a scam. It's a fraud on the American populace. And if the voter actually knew how bad they're getting fucked and how much worse they're gonna get fucked, they would immediately get out of the brothel and stop engaging with the whores that are ruining their lives, because the property tax scam is so bad that you can't retire. You actually, even into your retirement, if you didn't really exceed, you know, your ROI and your savings, you are a slave to your state and to your federal government. And they will just dissolve all your retained earnings and continue to outspend you. And it's that bad. We're going to go from an individual per capita debt of $450,000 individually per American. That's not even taxpayer. There's only 1 out of 3 pay taxes. So the country is, I just think we should bite the bullet, declare bankruptcy, declare insolvency, and actually liquidate assets and secure the border, rearm our own population, and completely withdraw all foreign U.S. military personnel and weaponry from around the world and bring it back to our East Coast and West Coast, South perimeter, and definitely the Canadian border. I do not trust Canadians, and I think we should actually prepare for an inevitable future war with Canada.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that.
Some people don't think it's possible, but it's like the same thing like driving your car. You're going to get in an accident closest to your house statistically. Therefore, you know, the eventual war will come with Canada, because there will be a Canadian, rogue government, and there will be a rogue U.S. government that will eventually engage each other, probably in a soft war. We'll have to expand the wars. And expanding the war close to home is, obviously the natural choice. I think Toronto should be our first target personally, to actually send, special forces in and take over the government in Toronto and actually annex Toronto into the United States. And that's my opinion. Take over the banks, take over the energy, take over everything. Hello?
Yeah. You do realize that right now, people underpay their taxes to the tune of about close to $1 trillion a year. So a lot of our deficit, not exclusively, but a lot of our deficit is the accumulated amount of people not paying or underpaying their taxes for many years, and the interest associated with that. So if we somehow could go and claw that back, it would take care of a substantial portion of our deficit. And if we got rid of all the loopholes for the top, let's say 3%, we'd also be able to reduce a substantial portion of the debt.
If they wanted to automate tax collection, they totally could.
That doesn't work for the people that are not paying their right amount.
I know, but that's what I'm saying is if they were to re-engineer the taxation system, they could force it annually starting within just 30 days. And they could raise the taxation.
It's too complex for...
Too complex?
For the top...
Too complex? Nothing's too complex. We have AI software. Haven't you heard of AI? AI can easily whip this software up within just days. Don't you have any faith in the technology and the science to get that $1 trillion that you claim people are screwing the government on? You got no vision, brother. You got no balls, apparently. You're just a complainer.
Yep. Okay.
Have you been complaining your whole life? Because earlier you said it's people's right to complain. And I'm not saying it's not people's right to complain, but how long have you been a complainer instead of a visionary?
Yeah.
You agree.
There's no doubt.
You lack creativity and imagination. That's all. We can fix you, Stan. It's not too late. We can bring you into our body shop and upgrade your model.
I'm sure that I have creativity. I'm sure that I've come up with unique ideas in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also very cognizant that I've seen things that could be done better, and I'm not afraid to point those out. Obviously, I'm wearing my glasses, and I might see things differently than those that wear a different set of glasses.
Stan, do you suffer from any disabilities like autism, Down syndrome, mental retardation? Something that, we wouldn't rapidly know from your skier's, helmet and goggles. Are you dealing with any kind of physical or mental impairment?
And that's a good question for you.
No, I asked you first, Stan. If you don't want to answer, I understand. It's your choice.
I definitely try to wear a helmet so that I don't crash into things.
Well, Stan, this conversation has been fascinating. Scott, our biracial or triracial PhD preacher for Jesus, I think is fast asleep counting his Z's.
Dan, this.
Scott's exhaustive schedule of using Clubhouse nonstop has finally caught up with him. Gary Baumgarten's room must have drained him of all his dopamine today. He was claiming that America is going fascist. Whether it's the left or the right, he's not sure of, but he's sure it's fascism. It's finally.
Who's he?
Oh, Scott is this bisexual triracial who lives in Philadelphia. He uses Clubhouse all the time to basically make pseudo-intellectual statements about political affairs. He thinks he's quite an academic, and he hosts a podcast where he interviews people and they talk about books and stuff. He thinks he's so smart, he knows everything.
I doubt that is the case. He seems to be quite level-headed.
That's what appears on the outside, but looks can be deceiving, as we all know. For example, he's asleep right now.
He sounds quite level-headed.
Exactly, he sounds level-headed. The truth is he's a woke social justice warrior DEI replicant who's never had an original thought in his life. He's just been programmed by a Democrat blob.
Okay. Oh my. Is that true here?
Well, nobody else can come up to the stage, and all these people keep coming in, and they're enjoying the conversation that you and I keep having. But pretty soon, I think I'm just going to start reading Ayn Rand and jerk off. Have you ever read Ayn Rand at the same time and masturbated?
I'm sorry, that's not a subject matter that I delve into.
Is it because you don't want to come to the truth, or you do want to come to the truth?
I'm married.
Well, Ayn Rand doesn't discriminate. She's a ruthless, independent thinker that believes in self-preservation.
Oh, well, great for her.
I got T-boned. It wasn't even my fault. And insurance still tried to hand me this tiny little offer like I'd just...
And I never. Behold, the rituals of the old time.
Getting close to estimating $1 trillion in CapEx spend for the hyperscalers for next year.
Hyperscalers? What is that?
Hyperscaler?
Yeah, you said the word. What is it? Do I need to Google it? Hello?
Yeah, the hyperscalers are perhaps what if you're invested in the stock market, hyperscalers are perhaps the most important word to know.
Hyperscaling. I mean, I can deduce what I think it means, but... Oh, I guess... Is there a hyperscaling functionality within Clubhouse yet?
I'm sure that Clubhouse uses the hyperscalers in some way or another.
And who are these hyperscalers?
The people that offer AWS and Azure and similar products.
Oh, I see. They're using the cloud to hyperscale. So they're technically cloud hyperscalers. How do we use the cloud right now?
They're using well, if you believe in the rain conspiracy theory for Iran, it's believed that someone's seeding the clouds to keep it from raining there.
So do you prefer the word chemtrails or contrails?
I have no opinion.
Because I see a lot of contrails, and then I ask some people, is that a contrail? And they say, no, it's my opinion that it is a chemtrail. And I say, it looks like a contrail to me. And they say, no, that's definitely a chemtrail. And I say, look up there. Look at the waviness of the mist that plane is spraying out. I think that is a contrail. And they say, no, that's a chemtrail. And I say, no, it looks to me like a contrail. And then they always say back to me, no, that's definitely a chemtrail. You can tell from the plane and the angle of the plane and the speed and the height. And I say, well, I'm certain that's a contrail. And they go, no, that's a chemtrail. We can never seem to agree on the difference between chemtrails and contrails. We seem to have to disagree on our opinions.
Okay.
Well, you know what the word okay spells backwards? KO. That means knocked out. And I think this conversation has knocked me out. I think I am preparing to take my psychiatric medication, jerk off, and go to sleep.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing that with us. It was quite important that we hear it.
You know, have you ever taken a psychiatric medication?
No.
Have you ever taken a COVID-19 vaccine?
That's for each their own on that.
Oh, you're going to HIPAA on that one. Well, have you taken a booster? Have you been boosted? Once?
I don't know if I've been boosted.
Twice? Thrice? 4 times boosted?
Perhaps I had some vaccine that needed to be boosted when I was a kid. I don't know.
Oh, did you get the COVID-19 vaccine with your wife? Dually at the same time, simultaneous, as you look each other in the eyes and say, I love you. We're in this together, babe. We're in it together, babe. The love seat. Vaccinated at the same time. Doctor, can we get the COVID-19 vaccine at the same time, my wife and I? So romantic. Stan, how many relationships do you think were broken up because the COVID-19 vaccine divided them, disunited their love affair?
I don't know. I would imagine that it would be similar to being from different sides, different political sides.
Isn't that fascinating? The vaccine seems to be political. Huh. It's almost like everything's political. Even vaccines for the COVID-19 vaccine that came out of the Wuhan virus laboratory. Do you think it came out of Wuhan?
Science. Well, it definitely came out of the town of Wuhan. If it came from the laboratory or if it came from wild animal is not my place to be able to make a comment on. I'm not well versed on that.
God, to me, it's just so amazing that the vaccinated, they still think that the virus came out of like maybe an animal out of Wuhan and somehow miraculously traveled all around the world to every fucking continent and the whole fucking planet. That is one hell of a bat or a dog or a monkey or snarkle or whatever kind of imaginary creature that lives in your delusional mind. So in conclusion, what we have learned here, Stan, you're Canadian, right?
No, I'm not Canadian.
You're American?
It was Andrew that was Canadian.
Oh, so you're from Minnesota then?
No, I'm not from Minnesota.
Are you from Montana? Wyoming?
No, I'm not from Montana.
Are you from Vermont?
I'm not from Vermont.
Are you from Delaware?
I'm not from Delaware.
Are you from Maine?
No, I'm not from Maine.
Are you from Michigan?
No, I'm not from Michigan.
Are you from Wisconsin?
No, I'm not from Wisconsin.
Are you from Nebraska?
No.
Are you from New Mexico?
No.
Then you're definitely.
I think I've been to all those states besides Maine that you mentioned, though.
Are you from California?
No.
Where are you from?
I did at one point live in California. I've also previously lived in some of the other states you mentioned.
Where did you meet the love of your life? Your wife? College? Your college sweethearts?
That's where we met.
Amazing. Well, I think everybody here is really entertained with this conversation.
Yeah, but I'm sure they want to know where I met my wife.
So Stan, you're being.
Since Scott is not allowing anything else to.
Scott's sleeping, Stan. Scott fell asleep. He took some opioids and he passed out. He tuckered himself out. And now it's his ruin because, you know, we've got the room for the rest of the night. And Scott's a very important VIP here on Clubhouse that all the liberal wokies love. You know, he said that he got accepted into college because he was gay. Isn't that amazing? He was an LGBTQ DEI college acceptance candidate for his PhD. Yeah, he said he was gay. He said when he was in the classrooms, they loved his energy. He was so happy all the time. I don't mean gay as in like sucking on a same sex, sexual organ, Stan. I'm talking happiness here. Sometimes it's just my opinion that gay really just means happiness, not necessarily same sex, private parts sucking and fucking and blowing and sucking and fucking. Anyway, Stan, we disagree about a great many things. My opinions, your opinions. Are you gay?
I don't think it's relevant.
Oh, so you're bisexual. I understand. Well, we are still in, is Trump now officially a lame duck? Now, there's two important words here. The first being lame. We all know that Trump is not lame in the slightest, that he's always uber ready to have fun and make fun of people. And it's a shame that that Californian decided to shoot up the press conference because Donald Trump was going to scorched earth the media and embarrass them all.
What are you talking about?
Oh, can you repeat back even one thing that I just said? Hello?
What press conference are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about the National Press Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington, D.C. Hilton that was shot up by a left-wing, woke, biracial, queer who decided to publish a manifesto talking all kinds of political, Democrat, Marxist, communist, terrorist bullshit. That weird guy, whatever his name was, who embarrassed his family. He's lucky he's not dead. They should have just blasted his fucking brains all over the carpet. That guy.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
I can't believe these shooters are always surviving. We've got the nicest police departments in the world now. They just, it's unbelievable. It's like if I was a cop, I mean, I wouldn't even want to, have to put handcuffs on the body. I would just immediately unload my clip from head to shoulders,
Well, apparently they shot at him they used 5 bullets and missed 5 times, or
Jesus.
Trying to hit him, but there were 5 shots fired at him.
I can't believe they didn't hit him. There's some. I mean, he was moving really quick though, so pretty hard if you're not like a really good shooter. Have you ever shot a gun, Stan?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever shot a gun at another human being?
No.
Oh man. Just wait till the war breaks out. You might get your chance.
What, the war of Illinois versus Wisconsin?
No, America versus Canada.
Oh, there's not going to be a U.S. versus Canada war.
Do you think the United States government has ever drafted plans to invade Canada?
I'm sure they have plans, but that doesn't mean that there's any chance of there being a war between the U.S. and Canada.
Well, why draft plans if there, wasn't the possibility of a war?
It's prudent to prepare just in case something unexpected happens. Drafted plans if there was an attack from Cuba too, but it's very unlikely.
Well, the Canadians have actually drafted a defensive plan in case Donald Trump or the future president Marco Rubio decide that they've had enough with Canada's bullshit.
I don't know if Marco Rubio is the future president.
Oh, without a doubt. He's going to be the future president. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm the universe. And I'm an oracle that knows all truths. Because I created all truths. I created everything in existence, even the tiny little balls next to your tiny little dick, Stan.
Yeah, okay.
Was your wife disappointed when she finally unzipped your Levi's?
That's not for me to say.
Okay, Stan, well, I've got to say that at least part of the room is true. You're the most lame duck speaker I've ever had the, displeasure of wasting my time with here on Clown House. You are so vanilla, bro. You are so generically boring.
I'm extremely vanilla.
Have you always been this autistic?
I don't know what you're referring to. I'm just not wanting to engage.
Oh, I see. It's a me problem. It's a me problem. I get it. It's a me problem. I understand now. Exactly. No, I know where you stand now. It's a me thing. I get it now.
I think that you and I have different viewpoints of the world.
I get it. I get it. I understand.
You're not going to convince me to go to your side, and I'm not going to convince me to view things the way I view things.
That makes sense. Well, we got Hurricane Otis down in the audience there. He's a well-known LGBTQ speaker here. He's also a minority African-American, very special in the Clubhouse pantheon of clowns. What do you mean it's not helpful? I'm just trying to talk to some people other than you, Stan. Like Hurricane down there. Jeez, take it easy. You don't have to be so delicate. Did you vote for Joe Biden?
I think everybody.
That's a yes.
Gets
That's a yes.
to view their voting record on their own.
I understand. You don't want to answer anything.
I did not vote for Trump.
You're an insincere locateur. You can't even answer a question straight anymore. So I think I'm going to disengage with you, Stan. I think our conversation is coming to an end. But I'm wondering if you'd like to listen to a song I wrote. Maybe you could tell me what you think about it.
I think I don't really want to listen to a song that you're.
Well, that's great. Then I'm just going to play it, and you can just hit the leave button anytime you want. Feel free to hit the leave button anytime. The song is called Magic.
And my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed. I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of light, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the Antimatter. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Find the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee.
What'd you think, Stan? Did you like it?
I will give you an A for effort in creating that, and relative to what I expected, it far over exceeded my expectations. But I will say I didn't listen to the words. I did hear one portion talking about whiteness, and if that was truly talking about whiteness, I then don't agree with the lyrics.
No, I don't think it's. Let me see. Because I just copied and pasted some poetry into Suno. I don't think it's. I think it's referring to like spiritual light, not like racial white. Because I know you only think in terms of like the race consciousness. I think this deals more with like transcendent spiritual meta consciousness. You know, that's why I say like race consciousness people are just low IQ.
I think you did a good. As I said, you far exceeded my expectations for that. I thought it was going to be different.
Do you know what the 3 historical parties of the United States government are?
What, the Swigs, the Democrats, and the Republicans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a 4th one? Let me check. I think there's 4th. I think the Whig is like the 3rd one, right? Have you ever read John Locke?
Some, but I'm looking here that Australia looks to be changing their tax code to index capital gains to inflation. That's a reasonable effort, something that we could possibly do in the U.S. And they're in to tax capital gains at a higher percentage. What do you think of that?
I don't think it'll be enough, but you know, if you do that and you do a bunch of other things, it's possible that you could fight inflation. The problem is I go back to the medical industrial complex every time because I could, go into a hospital, you see their org chart up on the wall. Everybody's in a suit looking great. You walk around the hospital and it's total chaos. And, people can't actually get the medicine and help that they need. And that's because a lot of the help and medicine they need is physical therapy. And the truth is the return on investment from, $4 trillion a year into insurers, hospital groups, medical device technology corporations, big pharma corporations, the ROI just isn't there. So why keep spending it? Make it a pay as you go. We need to turn the entire medical industrial complex upside down and say you can only get paid now, per service. You don't actually get an annual budget or salary anymore. Basically, what we need to do is make every doctor a dentist business model and get the government out of medicine. What do you think about that?
Yeah. The dentists are some dentists are too focused on finding unnecessary dental work to do in order to bill you.
Oh, so you think by providing the medical industrial complex with $4 trillion a year in funding, we prevent doctors from doing unnecessary medical intervention? You know how ridiculous that is? You know how many doctors do heart surgeries and put stents in for people that don't need fucking stents, but they're making, $8 million a year? So they got to beat last year's numbers.
Look, I'm not going to dispute that there's problems with the medical industry. We could also cap salaries, doctor salaries, and that might solve certain things.
Mine is the adopted man and my insight is keen as.
But there's no use to cap doctor salaries when you have people making immense amounts elsewhere. So there's different ways to attack different problems. I don't dispute that there's definitely fraud in the medical industry. It's unfortunate that a small amount of fraudsters make a really big effort or really big difference there.
It's not even the fraudsters.
Probably the senator from Florida is a fraudster himself, or has a track record of helping commit fraud at a company that he ran.
Mm-hmm. See, we are living basically in a giant lie, a conspiracy, in my opinion. Meaning that we have this massive body of people, 330 million, 350 million, whatever the number is. And let's say 50 million of them don't have social security numbers. So we're living with 300 million people with social security numbers, 50 million people without social security numbers. And this massive blob is essentially consuming $7 trillion worth of dollar creation annually, but only giving back $5 trillion a year.
The people, the immigrants in the U.S. that don't have Social Security cards are not getting, not abusing the systems.
Oh, I can post link after link after link disputing what you're saying.
I would be happy to refute link after link after link that
really
you present to us. And I will also add an additional point that Congress could change the system quite easily to provide everybody a Social Security number, and could, if they wanted to, change the incentives so that hiring managers had to pay a fine if they really didn't want immigrants in the U.S., but they actually want immigrants in the U.S. because we need them for our economy. So we shouldn't pretend like we don't need them.
Wait, Stan, breaking news.
That we need them.
Breaking news, Stan.
And address the situation properly.
Stan, breaking news. Former Biden-era VA official John Wyndham, tasked with overseeing the massive electronic health record modernization project, has been federally indicted for concealing hundreds of thousands in cash, casino chips, Louis Vuitton gift cards, and other lavish gifts from contractors. While leading the effort, Wyndham helped award a $10 billion contract to Cerner, later bought by Oracle Health. He allegedly pushed the company on diversity and inclusion, leading to a $1.7 million DEI-related subcontract for his circle, while raking in personal perks from a power group of favored vendors. Wow. So how do we prevent this criminality, like this kickback type of government contract awarding, because it's that much money? I mean, if you're making $200,000 as a VA executive and you give out a $10 billion contract, like, yeah, you're going to expect that kickback, right? And see, he did it under, also, he pulled a $1.7 million DEI scam. Isn't that amazing? So as taxpayers, I mean, I got to say, like, if you're a young person, you should demand a ledger, meaning that every dollar you put in, you should actually be able to log in and see up to the 1/1000th, 10,000 of where that fucking dollar went, and really totally make everything transparent, because this type of fraud is so rampant, and it's so upsetting to hardworking, honest people, because there's many people would be happy to engage in fraud, but they, even if they knew there was a chance of them getting caught. So we have a very immoral society that has no actual education on morality, virtues, ethics, law. And so the lawyers seem to control the whole fucking thing. And that, to me, is like a disappointment in reality, where a group of individuals who took the LSAT, went to law school, and now get special veto privileges on just about everything, unless you make enough money to essentially hire attorneys to compete with other wealthy people that hire attorneys to compete with other. So the whole system comes down to lawyers and politics, which is just so disappointing.
It's even worse than that. A small segment of wannabe lawyers that joined the Federalist Society that weren't the best and the brightest are 50% of the judges in the U.S. and are completely partisan and don't do what's best for the country. As much as you are complaining about those people that became lawyers, the small segment of them that became Federalist Society judges, especially those in the past, are a big thorn in the side of the U.S. Most of Federalist Society lawyers were not the top law students, are not the best and brightest political minds, or legal minds, not political minds, legal minds. They're good politicians, but it's a big problem we have in the U.S.
Do you know what solipsism is?
What is?
Solipsism?
No.
Oh, well, that's your...
I'm understanding what... I don't think I understand how you're pronouncing it.
You know what a solipsist is?
I must be misunderstanding you.
Oh, you are from Canada. Solipsism is the philosophical theory that only one's mind is sure to exist, as knowledge of anything outside one's own consciousness is impossible. Key arguments for solipsism: the unfalsifiability of experience. Anything observed can be deemed a mental projection, meaning solipsism cannot be proven wrong. The inward nature of reality. Because existence is only known through personal experience, one cannot definitively prove that objects or people exist outside their own consciousness. The problem of other minds. Because one cannot directly observe another's thoughts, other minds might not exist. The I think certainty, based on Descartes' premise that only the existence of the self is immediately known. Types of solipsism: metaphysical solipsism, the extreme view that only the self exists and the world is a figment of the mind. Epistemological solipsism, the claim that only knowledge of one's own mind is possible. Even if a real world exists, it cannot be known. Methodological solipsism, a skeptic's tool. used to question everything until only undeniable truths, aka the self, remain, often used in scientific skepticism. Notable philosophers and concepts. Rene Descartes, his cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, serves as the starting point for doubting everything except the self. Giulio Clemente Scotti, his work Monarchia Salapsorum is often linked to the origins of the term, and idealism, phenomenalism, related concepts that suggest reality is fundamentally mental or built on perceptions. Criticisms of solipsism, this is the last part, as a theory, unfalsifiability. As a theory, it cannot be tested, making it scientifically invalid. Complexity, it requires an implausible mechanism where one subconscious generates a complex, consistent, and independent seeming world. Lack of utility. It proves no practical value, as even a solipsist must live as though the world is real.